that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Spider. Luchuan did not answer directly, but asked, Zua? Which ZHU? Zua said, ZHU of Spider. Luchuan thought, you are so beautiful, why do you call me by such a name? Don't you want to tell me your real name? Zua looked at Luchuan with some dissatisfaction and said, you haven't told me your name yet. In her opinion, telling each other's name is the beginning of becoming friends. Although she was seen naked by this guy yesterday and took advantage of him, she didn't hate this guy intuitively. Moreover, she almost drowned yesterday and Luchuan jumped into the water to save her without hesitation. Moreover, this guy didn't have any bad thoughts when she was naked. His character was pretty good and he was a friend worth making. Luchuan smiled and suddenly remembered the character in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber that he had watched, so he smiled and said, my name is Zheng. Since the other party didn't use his real name, there was no need to reveal his real information. After all, it was just a chance encounter. Zua nodded and said, Aniu, go get some water. This is a wilderness with wild animals. It will be dangerous if you go back too late. Luchuan smiled and said, Miss Zua, don't worry. I'm also a martial artist, but I'm not as strong as you. Zua's eyes lit up. Really? Then chat with me for a while. She has been practicing in the mountains for many years. She only has contact with her master and a few senior brothers. She has no friends at all and rarely finds people to chat with. Luchuan thought about it and felt that chatting for a while would not delay too much, so he nodded. The two sat on the stone and talked about topics related to martial arts. After a while, Zua was surprised to find that, although this Aniu was not as strong as herself, his understanding and knowledge of martial arts was far better than hers. Many things that she didn't understand in the past, after Luchuan's explanation, she understood. Chatting with Luchuan for a while is better than listening to the master's 3-day class. As a cultivator, although Luchuan does not practice martial arts, it is not easy for him to understand the ways of martial arts. His understanding of martial arts may not be comparable to that of even the masters of the Zuan realm. If he opens a martial arts hall, he may be able to cultivate a large number of martial arts masters. Of course, he does not have the mood and time. Improving oneself is the most important thing. Luchuan asked Zua about his second master. Zua said that this was a secret and could not be revealed easily, so he did not ask any more questions. After a long time, Luchuan looked at the time and felt that it was late. He had to go back to prepare the medicine for Liangong to soak one by one, so he stood up and said, Zua, I have to get water back. I will come to get water tomorrow. Let's talk then. Zua was a little reluctant and obviously wanted to chat with Luchuan for a while, but she was not so thick-skinned, so she nodded. Luchuan walked to the spring, took out the bucket, filled it with water, and took it back to the demon tower. Zua was stunned by this scene. She rubbed her eyes, wondering where did RNIU take out such a big bucket just now. She wanted to go over and take a look, but the next second, the bucket disappeared again. Hee, where did he put it? Luchuan walked over and said with a smile, I'm leaving, Zua. Zua nodded stiffly, looking up and down at Luchuan, and really couldn't figure out where Luchuan's body could fit a bucket that was more than a person tall. Maybe. I'm dazzled. She recalled the content of her chat with Luchuan today and returned to her senior brother Liu Feng with a little joy. Liu Feng looked at Zua with a smile on his face and asked with a smile, what good thing happened to you that makes you so happy? Zua blushed slightly and said, no, nothing, I'm just in a better mood. After that, she sat down cross-legged and began to breathe. Liu Feng looked at his beautiful junior sister, and a trace of covetousness flashed in his eyes. Although my junior sister is a cripple, I never get tired of looking at her. I couldn't do anything to her in the sect before, but this time I can find an opportunity. My junior sister is naive. Even if I sleep with her, I can fool her into saying that I like her and want to be with her. She will definitely not tell the master about this. When I get tired of playing with her, I will kick her away on the grounds that she is lame. With her temper, she will definitely endure it silently. Now all I need is a suitable opportunity. After Lu Chuan took the spring water back, he prepared the liquid medicine and let Liang Gongyi soak in it. The next day, Liang Gongyi told Lu Chuan that the dragon vein in her body had a tendency to leave her body. Lu Chuan was a little excited. According to this trend, the dragon vein would leave Liang Gongyi's body after soaking for another day. At that time, he could absorb the dragon vein into his body and try to break through to the late stage of foundation building with this dragon vein. In the evening, Lu Chuan planned to go to the moon spring to get water again. However, Zhao Siming had something to do, and there were many patients in the clinic, so Lu Chuan helped to watch for a while. When he set out for the moon spring, it was completely dark. Next to the moon spring, Zua sat on a big rock, her 2 white and tender feet drooping down, gently swaying in the spring water. She looked at her injured foot, and a bit of inferiority appeared in her eyes. I don't know if Anu will hate me after knowing that I'm a disabled person. She didn't walk a step in front of Lu Chuan in the past 2 days because she was worried that Lu Chuan would hate her after knowing that she was lame. She glanced at the time and found that it was late at night. According to the experience of the past 2 days, Lu Chuan should have come to get water a long time ago. Anu said yesterday that he would come to get water today, but why hasn't he come yet? Could it be because I looked stupid when we were chatting yesterday and he doesn't want to be friends with me anymore? Zua immediately began to reflect on herself, thinking that it must be because she didn't perform well enough yesterday. She stood up somewhat disappointedly, looked around, and after confirming that Lu Chuan really didn't come, she said to herself, Anu and I are not familiar with each other, and he may have just said polite words last night. There is no need for him to come here to chat for me in the middle of the night. I take myself too seriously. I'd better go back to practice with my senior brother. She turned to leave, but then she thought again, it's the same if I practice here. So she sat down cross-legged and practiced by the spring. I don't know if it was because of a little loss that Zhu lost her concentration. When she mobilized the internal energy in her body, she accidentally got confused. She suddenly felt that she couldn't breathe. The disordered internal energy ran to her lungs, making it impossible for her to breathe. She was panicked, and she tried to clear the internal energy in a hurry, but she was careless again, and fell directly into the spring. This made things worse. She felt that she would not survive today. At this time, Lu Chuan came to the spring, saw Zua struggling in the water, and quickly jumped in to save her. Because she couldn't breathe for a long time, Zua had fainted. Lu Chuan put her on a rock, checked her condition quickly, and then frowned. You are a 9th level master of the transformation realm. How did you almost drown yourself again? In Zua's current situation, she could only be given artificial respiration, otherwise she would suffocate to death. Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment, glanced at Zua's plump and rosy lips, which looked a little sexy because of the water droplets, and then thought that saving people was important, so he didn't dare to delay too much, and leaned over and gave Zua mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. After a while, Zua's breathing became smooth again, and she slowly opened her eyes. Anu. Zua saw Lu Chuan's face. The next second, she realized that Lu Chuan seemed to be kissing her. Her eyes widened instantly, and then she quickly stood up, with a face full of shame and anger. What are you doing? Lu Chuan looked at her speechlessly, and said, I'm giving you artificial respiration to save your life. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing? Kissing you while you were unconscious? Zua then remembered that she had fallen into the water again. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she said, yes, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan looked helplessly at this woman, whose brain didn't seem to be working well, and said, you said you are a master of the 9th level of the realm of transformation, but you almost drowned just now. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will laugh at you. Zua was embarrassed and lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. I'm too stupid. Lu Chuan found it amusing to look at Zua's expression, so he wanted to tease her and said, but your lips are really soft. It feels so comfortable to kiss them. Since I saved your life again, how about letting me kiss you a few more times? Zua's eyes widened instantly. She looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief and said, "Ain't you?" Lu Chuan smiled and leaned over to ask, "Is this your first kiss?" Zua's face was instantly full of panic. Her eyes dodged, and her face flushed with shame. She looked at Lu Chuan angrily, then frowned, gritted her teeth and said, "Ain't you? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I don't want to be friends with you anymore." Lu Chuan thought she said that on purpose, but when he turned around, he saw that Zua's eyes were red with tears in them. She seemed really angry. He suddenly felt that he had done something wrong and regretted teasing Zua like that. He quickly said, "Zua, I was just joking with you. Why are you crying?" Zua reached out to wipe her tears and said with a face full of grievance, "Go away. I don't want to see you again." Lu Chuan suddenly felt a headache. He knew Zua was naive, but he didn't expect her to be so easily teased. He cursed himself in his heart and said self-reproachfully, "Zua, I was wrong. I thought we were already friends, so I was joking with you. I didn't expect you to be so angry." When Zua heard the word friend, she turned her head to look at Lu Chuan and asked, "Are you really kidding?" Lu Chuan quickly nodded. "I swear. I was really joking. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning." Zua still felt a little aggrieved, but that was really my first kiss. Lu Chuan's mind was working fast, and then he thought of a way to make Zua happy, and quickly said, "How about this? I'll help you heal the injury on your foot, and you'll forgive me, okay?" Zua's eyes widened immediately. "You know I have a foot injury?" Lu Chuan said, "I'm a doctor, so I observe people very carefully, and I accidentally discovered your foot injury." Zua panicked and asked, "Then you know I'm lame. Are you willing to be friends with me?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, "Why not? Making friends depends on character, not lameness. Besides, you are so beautiful, it is my honor to be your friend. And your foot injury can be cured. You don't have to feel inferior for it." Zua's personality reminded Lu Chuan of Ningxin, who was also inferior because of the scar on her arm. However, the two girls showed their inferiority in completely opposite ways. In order to cover up her inferiority, Ningxin disguised herself as a rose with thorns, while Zua became very sensitive because of her inferiority. No matter what happened, she always felt that it was because she was not good enough, so she was easily wronged. Zua looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. "My foot has been injured for many years. Even my master said that I will be a cripple for the rest of my life. Can you really cure it?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I would not lie to you. As long as I find the right medicinal herbs, I promise to cure your foot injury." A glimmer of hope appeared in Zua's eyes. "Ain't you are such a nice person." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "How about this? When you go to Yancheng tomorrow, we will go together to see if there are any suitable medicinal herbs." Zua thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go to Yancheng next door?" Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Zua said, "Oh, the person I'm going to kill is in Yancheng, and my senior brother will investigate the information of that target tomorrow. I don't want my senior brother to see me being lazy." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to Yancheng to find medicinal herbs tomorrow, and I will come here to find you tomorrow morning. Yeah?" Zua nodded seriously, and a smile returned to her face. Chapter 202 Let you have a taste of being a disabled person. Lu Chuan went to get the spring water and stayed to chat with Zua for a while. This time, the two did not talk about martial arts, but about Zua's lameness. Lu Chuan counseled Zua for a long time, telling her not to take such things to heart. People should know how to discover their own strengths. If they only focus on their shortcomings, they will live in pain all their lives. This was the first time that Zua opened her heart to talk about this matter with others, and she felt much better after the conversation. At the same time, she really regarded Lu Chuan as her good friend. After all, only good friends can talk about these things hidden deep in their hearts. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Chuan ended the chat and left. Zua got up contentedly and walked with a little more confidence. She licked her lips, recalled the feeling of Lu Chuan giving her artificial respiration today, and suddenly burst into laughter, and then she jumped happily and hummed a little song. Lu Chuan returned to the clinic, prepared the medicine, and let Liang Gong soak in it one by one. The next morning, Lu Chuan was still in the state of cultivation. Liang Gongyi ran over with excitement on his face. Brother Lu Chuan, Brother Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Liang Gongyi said, "Go and see the medicine barrel." Lu Chuan immediately got up and came to the room where the medicine barrel was. I saw a golden dragon swimming freely in the liquid medicine, mixed with various medicinal materials, enjoying it very much. The liquid medicine reflected golden light because of the existence of the golden dragon, making the whole medicine barrel sparkle. And this golden dragon was the dragon vein that took the initiative to run into Liang Gongyi's body. Lu Chuan looked at this dragon vein with excitement on his face, then formed a hand seal, cast a few spells on his arm, and then stretched his arm into the medicine barrel. The golden dragon in the medicine barrel sensed Lu Chuan's arm, not only did not dodge, but approached intimately and wrapped around Lu Chuan's arm. After a while, the golden dragon simply drilled into Lu Chuan's arm and merged with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled and thought that his true dragon fate was indeed not to be underestimated. Anything related to dragons would be close to him. It was naturally easy to absorb this dragon vein. He even suspected that this dragon vein had peeked into the future and knew that Liang Gongyi would meet him, so it took the initiative to fly into Liang Gongyi's body. Next, when I use the power of the dragon vein, I can break through to the late stage of foundation building. The power of this dragon vein is extremely powerful. Maybe it can let me reach the peak of the late stage of foundation building in one fell swoop. If this is the case, when he goes to the island country later and grabs the remaining 3 dragon veins back, he can directly break through to the golden elixir realm. Liang Gongyi looked at Lu Chuan curiously and asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, has that dragon vein been absorbed by you?" Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. "It has already entered my body. Now I just need a suitable opportunity, and I can use the power of the dragon vein to break through." He reached out and rubbed Liang Gongyi's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if you give the dragon vein to me, I will definitely help you get rid of that old pervert Kitahara Sasuke, so that you don't have to live in fear in the future." Liang Gongyi nodded excitedly. "Well, Brother Lu Chuan, you break through quickly. Yi is also a little homesick." Lu Chuan hummed. He definitely couldn't break through today. After all, he had an appointment with Zua to go to Yangcheng to find medicinal materials to treat his foot injury. Yangcheng and Yuncheng are adjacent, and the moon spring is at the junction of the suburbs of the two cities. Lu Chuan explained to Liang Gongyi that he was going to Yangcheng and then set off for the moon spring. When he arrived, he found that Zua was already waiting there. Today, Zua changed into a light pink tulle dress with her long hair down, giving her a fairy-like look. What surprised Lu Chuan was that Zua actually wore lipstick today. When Zua saw Lu Chuan coming, she waved to him happily. Lu Chuan came to Zua and said with a smile, "You look very beautiful today." Zua blushed and lowered her head shyly. "Thank you." Lu Chuan thought that gentle women are still lovable. If it was Ningxin, she would probably be so proud of herself after hearing his praise just now. "Let's go." The two of them didn't waste any time and rushed to Yangcheng together. On the streets of Yangcheng, Lu Chuan and Zua walked together. Because of Zua's outstanding talent, she attracted the attention of many people. But many people also noticed Zua's walking posture and whispered about it. "This woman is really beautiful, but unfortunately she is a cripple, and there is no beauty in her walk." That's right, if I only look at her figure and appearance, I can give her a 10, but if you add the lameness, it can only be 6. After all, no matter how beautiful she is, no one wants to marry a disabled person like her. Even if she goes out in a wheelchair, I think she is still quite ornamental, but she limps and walks so ugly. Zua heard the discussions of the people around her and lowered her head unconsciously, not daring to look at the eyes of the people around her. Seeing this, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't care about their opinions. You have to live for yourself, not the way they want you to live." Hearing this, Zua's anxiety on her face eased a little, and she nodded to Lu Chuan. At this time, a drunken man came over, looked Zua up and down, with a wretched face, and said with a smile, "Girl, you look good, but it's a pity that you are disabled. No one will like you, right? How about this? You give me 30,000 yuan, and I will marry you. How about it?" Zua was most afraid of meeting such a person when she went out. Her long-term inferiority complex made her want to hide away quickly, find a place where no one was, and recover her mood. Sorry, I don't have such an idea. After saying that, she was about to leave. The drunk man quickly stopped her and said, "Why, do you think giving me 30,000 is too much? Let me tell you, people must know themselves. People with disabilities, like you, should either marry a fool, or marry someone with the same disability. As a healthy man, it's already great for me to marry you. Before, there was a woman with a missing arm near our house. Her family offered me 100,000 to marry me, but I didn't agree. I think you look okay, and asking you for 30,000 is already a big loss. I don't want to get married. You can find someone else." Zua was anxious and didn't want to deal with this kind of person. In addition, there were many people watching the fun around, so she wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. Lu Chuan looked at Zua's appearance and felt a little distressed for some reason. You know, Zua is a 9th level master of the realm of transformation, but because of her inner inferiority, she is afraid of even a drunkard. When the drunk saw that Zua disagreed, he was immediately annoyed and cursed. "Fuck, you don't know what's good for you, right? Go ask a cripple like you, who would want you? I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. People like you should have a clear understanding of yourself. You are crippled, no one will like you. People will avoid you when they see people like you. Don't put on airs and treat yourself as a normal person. Come on, come back with me. I have to check if you have any other problems. Only if you don't, I can marry you." After saying that, he reached out to grab Zua's arm. Zua dodged in panic. Lu Chuan stopped the drunk and said coldly, "Who told you that no one likes people with disabilities? Why is she not a normal person?" The drunk glanced at Lu Chuan and cursed, "Disabled people are inferior. What's the matter? She is a cripple. Why are you standing up for her? Are you mentally disabled?" Lu Chuan's anger rose in his heart, and he said coldly, "If you apologize to her now, I can let you go. My patience is limited. You'd better hurry up." The drunk sneered, "Let me apologize to a cripple? Don't dream. Disabled people like them deserve to be discriminated against. Who made her disabled? She deserves to be laughed at." Lu Chuan stopped talking nonsense and punched the drunk in the face. The drunk fell to the ground, looked at Lu Chuan angrily, and cursed, "You are sick. I scolded this disabled person, not you. Why did you hit me?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "In my cognition, there are only educated people and uneducated people. When I meet an uneducated person like you, I will hit you. Don't you look down on disabled people. Then I will let you taste the taste of being disabled." After that, Lu Chuan stepped directly on the drunk's knee and crushed his knee. The drunk wailed, and from now on, he could only live in a wheelchair. Lu Chuan returned to Zua and took her hand. "Let's go." Zua was still in a daze. Since her foot was injured, no one has ever stood up for her because of other people's ridicule. Whether it was her fellow apprentices or people from the sect, they all kept a distance from her, and some even laughed at her secretly. So when she encountered such things, she always endured silently. After all, she was really a disabled person, and people were not wrong. Today, Lu Chuan made her feel a kind of warmth she had never felt before. Lu Chuan pulled her hand and walked in front of him. She followed him subconsciously, looking at Lu Chuan's back, and some emotions quietly grew in her heart. After a while, the two came to a street with few people. Lu Chuan stopped, turned around and looked at Zua, and said, "If you encounter this kind of discrimination against you in the future, don't be timid. Just ask him to apologize, and if he doesn't apologize, then fight. You are a 9th level master of the realm of transformation. As long as you show your strength, who dares to say that to you?" Zua looked at Lu Chuan's exasperated look, and couldn't help laughing. Lu Chuan looked puzzled and asked, "I'm teaching you how not to be bullied by others. What are you laughing at?" Zua looked mysterious, then nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I know. I listen to you, and if I meet this kind of people in the future, I will definitely teach them a lesson. That's right, if you don't resist, there will be more and more people bullying you." Lu Chuan showed an expression of a teachable child. "The herbal medicine market is in front. Let's go buy herbal medicine." The two came to the herbal medicine market. To cure your foot injury, you need a lot of tangaya grass. Although this herb is rare, it can be bought in general herb markets. This herb can strengthen the toughness of bones and muscles, and many warriors like to eat it raw, Lu Chuan explained. The two of them walked around the herb market for a long time, and unexpectedly found that the Tangaya grass had been sold out. They came to the last herb store. "Boss, do you have Tangaya grass?" The boss shook his head, pointed to the man who was packing bags next to him, and said, "All the Tangaya grass has been bought by him." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the man, and saw that the big bag in his hand was filled with a lot of Tangaya grass, so he asked, "Brother, can you sell us some Tangaya grass?" The man looked at Lu Chuan and said, "I'm sorry, our Aurora martial arts school is going to compete with Zao's martial arts school today. I heard that Zao's martial arts school has also invited a very strong foreign aid. Our Aurora martial arts school is likely to lose. I have to give these Tangaya grass to my fellow brothers in the martial arts school. I'm really sorry." Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "How about this? I can act as a foreign aid for your martial arts school. As long as I help you win the competition, you can give me some of these Tangaya grass. How about it?" The man looked at Lu Chuan for a few times, then looked at Zua next to Lu Chuan, smiled and shook his head, and said, "Forget it. Our martial arts school can lose, but it must not become a joke." Chapter 203 I will defeat you in 3 moves. Seeing what the other party said, Lu Chuan asked, "What is the strongest fighting force in the competition between your 2 martial arts schools?" The man said, "This competition is related to the scope of students that our 2 martial arts schools can recruit in the future, so the masters of our 2 schools will personally go on stage. They are all masters of the first level of the transformation realm, and the foreign aid invited by the Zao family martial arts school will be even stronger. Do you think it is useful for us to find you?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, "If it is only the first level of the transformation realm, it is not difficult. Even if the Zao family martial arts school invites very strong foreign aid, you don't have to worry. Even if I can't beat it, the beauty next to me will definitely beat it." When the man heard this, he suddenly felt a little speechless. He thought to himself, "What do you think the masters of the transformation realm are? Are they soft persimmons that anyone can pinch? That is a realm that countless martial artists can never pursue in their lifetime. You two look so young. I'm afraid that you have just stepped into the internal strength stage, and you can't even touch the threshold of the Grandmaster. You dare to say that you can beat the masters of the first level of the transformation realm. Besides, that woman was lame when she came here just now. You should at least prepare your boasting. Do you really think that I, Wan Crossing, am a fool to be fooled?" Wan Crossing didn't want to waste any more time. He put away the Tangaya grass and said, "You two, I appreciate your kindness, but you really can't help with the fight between our 2 martial arts halls." After that, he left here with the Tangaya grass. Zhu looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "The Tangaya grass in the whole market has been sold out. What should we do?" Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Follow that person and watch them fight." The two immediately followed Wan Crossing. Not long after, they followed Wan Crossing to a martial arts hall. At this time, the martial arts hall was crowded with people and quite lively. There were 2 people fighting on the ring. Zhao Gaoyuan, the owner of Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and Zhao Bin, the owner of Zao's Martial Arts Hall, sat on both sides of the ring. Both of them were aggressive and neither of them took the other seriously. At this time, the warm-up match was going on in the ring. The battle between the 2 martial arts halls masters and foreign aids would be the highlight. Wan Crossing walked to Zhao Gaoyuan with the Tangaya grass. "Master, I bought the Tangaya grass." Zhao Gaoyuan nodded, picked up a handful of Tangaya grass, and stuffed it into his mouth without caring whether it was washed or not. Although this was a last-minute method, eating some Tangaya grass could indeed improve the toughness of the muscles and bones, allowing people to exert better strength in battle. Zhao Bin on the other side saw Zhao Gaoyuan eating Tangaya grass, and a sneer appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at a burly man next to him, saying, "This Zhao Gaoyuan doesn't know that I invited you to be an external aid, but he still wants to eat Tangaya grass to improve his combat status. If he knew your strength, he would definitely not do these useless things." The burly man curled his lips in disdain and said, "He is just a first level transformation realm. No matter how much preparation he makes, I can defeat him with one move. This man is called Yu Chang, and he is a genuine 6th level transformation realm master. Xiao Bin's mouth curled up with a smile. After winning this competition, I will definitely not lose a penny of the benefits I promised brother Yu. The disciples of the two martial arts halls fought several games, each with wins and losses. Finally, the highlight of today's competition arrived. Zhao Gaoyuan jumped onto the ring. The people watching the excitement around cheered and looked at Xiao Bin on the other side. Xiao Bin sat there motionless, and Yu Chang stood up next to him and jumped onto the ring. Xiao Bin said with a smile, "Master Zhao, we agreed before that we could find foreign aid. You insisted on going on your own. You can't blame my Xiao's martial arts school for not following the ethics of martial arts." Zhao Gaoyuan snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I, Zhao Gaoyuan, am as stingy as you? The foreign aid you invited may not be my opponent." Xiao Bin laughed and said, "Then let's wait and see." Yu Chang stared at Zhao Gaoyuan and sneered, saying, "I'm not your opponent. You think too highly of yourself." The people below began to cheer for the martial arts schools they supported. Although everyone at the Aurora martial arts school knew that the Xiao's martial arts school had invited a powerful foreign aid, they still had very strong confidence in their own master. Standing on the ring, Zhao Gaoyuan also knew that he was carrying the hope of the entire martial arts school, so even if he risked his life, he had to win this competition. He released the momentum of master of the first level of the transformation realm, took a fighting posture, and looked at Yu Chang opposite. Yu Chang showed a playful smile on his face, and then the momentum of the 6th level of the transformation realm surged out, causing the whole martial arts hall to change color. Zhao Gaoyuan felt the momentum released by Yu Chang. His face changed wildly, and he said in astonishment, "Transformation, the 6th level of the transformation realm, how is this possible?" Yu Chang did not give Zhao Gaoyuan too much time to react, and took a step forward, rushing towards Zhao Gaoyuan like a cannonball. Zhao Gaoyuan was as if facing a great enemy, and hurriedly gathered all the internal energy in his body on his palm to resist Yu Chang's attack. Yu Chang threw a punch lightly. Zhao Gaoyuan's defense was like a vein, and it didn't work at all. The punch hit Zhao Gaoyuan's chest directly. With a bang, Zhao Gaoyuan's body flew backwards and hit the crowd outside the ring. The whole martial arts hall suddenly became quiet. No one expected that this long-awaited competition would end so quickly. One move. The foreign aid invited by Xiao's martial arts hall actually defeated the owner of Jigwon martial arts hall with just one move. This is too terrible. The owner of Jigwon martial arts hall is at the first level of the transformation realm. He was defeated with one move. How strong must the foreign aid invited by Xiao's martial arts hall be? Jigwon martial arts hall lost too miserably. Everyone in Jigwon martial arts hall looked solemn. Several people helped Zhao Gaoyuan up, who fell to the ground. Zhao Gaoyuan's face was pale, his forehead was full of cold sweat, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person was extremely depressed. He stared at Yu Chang on the ring with his eyes fixed, and said, "Xiao Bin actually found a master of the 6th level of the transformation realm. It seems that he has no intention of giving us any hope of winning this time." Everyone in Jigwon martial arts hall changed their faces. They didn't expect that Yu Chang on the ring was actually a master of the 6th level of the transformation realm. Wan Crossing, who was standing aside, looked desperate. Are we really going to lose this time? Yu Chang stood on the ring, scanned the whole place, and shouted, "Is there anyone from Jigwon martial arts school who wants to fight me? Is this the only strength of your so-called top martial arts school in Yangcheng?" Zhao Gaoyuan sighed. Although he was very unwilling, he lost. He couldn't find anyone who could beat the 6th level master of the transformation realm. After losing this time, Xiao's martial arts school should seize the entire student market in Yangcheng. Our Jigwon martial arts school has been in Yangcheng for more than 20 years, and it will eventually decline. Zhao Gaoyuan's expression became lonely, and a trace of helpless despair appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. "Master Zhao, if you are willing to give me all the remaining Tangaya grass, I can help you win this competition." Zhao Gaoyuan quickly turned his head and saw that the person who was speaking was a young man in his 20s, and there was a beautiful woman standing next to the young man. He looked at the young man with some surprise and said, "Young man, the man on the ring is a 6th level master of the transformation realm. Are you sure you can beat him? Lu Chuan smiled and said, sure. At this time Wang Crossing discovered that the person who was talking was the guy who was bragging in the medicinal materials market that time. He stood up with a frown and said, Master, don't believe what this guy says. He is just bragging. He is so young. Even if he has great talent, he can never beat a 6th level master of the transformation realm. He is just making trouble. Lu Chuan smiled and said, your martial arts hall has already lost. There is no point in me coming out to make trouble at this time. Wang Crossing thought about it and felt that what Lu Chuan said seemed to make some sense, but he still didn't quite believe that a guy about his age could beat a 6th level master of the transformation realm. Zhao Gaoyuan didn't want to miss any hope at this moment. If Lu Chuan was just bragging, then if he went on stage and was defeated by Yu Chang, Aurora Martial Arts School would not lose anything. But if Lu Chuan won, Aurora Martial Arts School would make a lot of money. He looked at Lu Chuan solemnly and asked, do you really want to fight for my Aurora Martial Arts School? Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Zhao Gaoyuan said, okay, then I will take a gamble. If you can really win, Tangaya Grass is only secondary. I can give you half of the shares of Aurora Martial Arts School. If you can't win, it doesn't matter. I will give you Tangaya Grass and give you 100,000 yuan for your hard work. Forget about the shares. I just want Tangaya Grass. Lu Chuan said lightly. Wang Crossing on the side said quickly, think it over. The one on the ring is a 6th level master of the transformation realm. You might get beaten to death. Don't blame us, the Aurora Martial Arts School, when that happens. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, he's still a long way from killing me. After that, Lu Chuan jumped onto the ring. I'm fighting on behalf of the Aurora Martial Arts School. Yu Chang originally thought that the Aurora Martial Arts School had already given up, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to go up to the ring. He looked at Lu Chuan for a few times, sneered, and said, it seems that your Aurora Martial Arts School is really out of people. You actually let such a young man come up. Is there any sense in doing this? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you defeated Master Zhao with one move, which made him very embarrassed. I'm not a person who leaves no room for you. How about this? I will defeat you in 3 moves, so that you will not lose too badly. How about it? Yu Chang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Boy, are you sure you are not here to make people laugh? After hearing what Lu Chuan said, everyone in the audience couldn't help laughing. Everyone in Zhao's martial arts school thought Lu Chuan was a clown. Zhao Ben said with a face full of joking, Zhao Gaoyuan really has no other way, so he sent such a guy up to make me laugh to death. The people of the Aurora Martial Arts School showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. They couldn't figure out why Zhao Gaoyuan still let this guy go up. Isn't the Aurora Martial Arts School a complete joke now? Lu Chuan looked at Yu Chang calmly and said, you will know whether I'm here to make fun of you or not later. Yu Chang snorted coldly, and his aura burst out again. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. He took a step forward and grabbed Lu Chuan's neck. Lu Chuan looked at Yu Chang's attack and raised his hand to block his hand. One move. Yu Chang didn't expect Lu Chuan to be able to catch his attack. His face was stern, and he raised his leg and kicked Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan dodged it easily and said with a smile, 2 moves. Yu Chang panicked. It was not until this moment that he realized that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he thought. He immediately used all his strength and punched Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan grabbed his fist and easily resolved the force from above, then grinned and said, 3 moves. It's my turn. His spiritual power burst out, instantly controlling Yu Chang's actions, and then kicked Yu Chang in the stomach. Boom. Yu Chang flew backwards and hit the bottom of the ring, even making a big hole in the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Ben stood up and shouted in disbelief, how is this possible? Zhao Gaoyuan was so excited that tears came out. He trembled and grabbed Wang Crossing beside him. We won. We won. Wang Crossing was confused and murmured, He is obviously the same age as me. How can he be so powerful? I feel like I have lived in vain. Yu Chang spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? Lu Chuan laughed and said, it's not that I'm powerful, it's that you are too weak. Yu Chang narrowed his eyes. He has always been a person who is unwilling to suffer losses. Today, Lu Chuan defeated him, which is tantamount to humiliating him. He never talks about martial ethics. As long as he can vent his anger, he never cares about his face and often does things that are criticized. Lu Chuan's words just now have made him angry. He turned his head and set his eyes on Zua, who came with Lu Chuan. At that time, he noticed that the woman was lame. "You dare to mock me? I can't beat you, but can I beat this lame woman? Whatever I say today, I will make you regret it." After saying that, he rushed straight towards Zua. Chapter 204. How about you pledge yourself to me? Everyone in the Aurora Martial Arts School was immersed in the joy of turning defeat into victory, but when they saw Yu Chang rushing towards the beautiful woman who came with Lu Chuan in a rage, their faces changed. Zhao Gaoyuan was so anxious that he cursed, "You bastard, you are not as skilled as others, so you go to bully others. You have lost the face of martial artists." Wang Crossing was also anxious, and hurriedly shouted at Lu Chuan on the ring, "Why are you still standing there? Go stop him, otherwise your girlfriend will be beaten." But Lu Chuan looked calm, and the corners of his mouth were raised. He smiled and said, "It's okay, let him beat him." Wang Crossing frowned when he heard this, thinking how could this guy be so cold-hearted, actually letting others beat his girlfriend. This is too irresponsible. Yu Chang rushed to Zua in the blink of an eye, with a sneer on his face. "Little cripple, your man dares to mock me. Although it is wrong to hit a woman, I must vent my anger today. If you want to blame someone, blame your ungrateful man." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to grab Zua's neck. Zua was full of anger, and the aura of the 9th level of the realm of transformation burst out instantly, directly locking onto Yu Chang. The expression on Yu Chang's face froze instantly, and then turned into horror. He looked at Zua in disbelief, and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, Zua did not give him this opportunity. She raised her hand and slapped Yu Chang in the face. Bang! Yu Chang's body turned into a residual image and hit the wall heavily. He crashed through 3 walls before stopping. Everyone was stunned. Many people took a breath of cold air, and their eyes were so bulging that they wanted to pop out. My god, this beauty seems to be more powerful than her boyfriend. She slapped a 6th level master into this state with one slap. I was worried about her just now. I thought she was so weak. If she was hit by a punch, she might die. Now it seems that I thought too much. Zhao Gaoyuan didn't expect Zua to be so powerful. He murmured, "My Aurora Martial Arts School is so lucky today. I actually met 2 such powerful masters at the same time. It seems that even God is helping me." Wang Crossing stared at the big hole in the wall dug by Yu Chang's body, and turned his head to look at Lu Chuan on the ring, and said, "What he said is actually true. This woman is more powerful than him." The people in the Aurora Martial Arts School were all excited. Today's competition was full of twists and turns, and their mood was like a roller coaster. However, Zua's slap basically determined the result of the competition. Everyone looked at Zua with admiration. Many young people were obsessed with Zua's beauty, and said that they were really moved. After Zua slapped Yu Chang away, she passed through the 3 holes, and pulled out the seriously injured Yu Chang. She looked down at Yu Chang and shouted, "Why do you discriminate against me? Because I'm a cripple. Does my being a cripple bother you? Apologize to me." Yu Chang was horrified, and knelt down in front of Zua, kowtowed and said, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Zua let this rude guy go, then turned her head to look at Lu Chuan, raised her head proudly, as if asking Lu Chuan if she did a good job. Lu Chuan smiled, and gave Zua a thumbs up. The competition was over, and Zao's martial arts hall completely admitted defeat. Zhao Gaoyuan came to Lu Chuan and Zua with excitement on his face, and handed all the remaining Tangaya grass to Lu Chuan. "Little brother, this time thanks to you and your girlfriend. Otherwise our Jigwon Martial Arts School would really be suppressed by Zao's Martial Arts School, and couldn't raise our heads. You take this Tangaya grass first, and I promise to give you a lot of shares. I will find someone to draft a contract. From now on, you are a partner of our Jigwon Martial Arts School." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Master Zhao, you are too polite. We only need this Tangaya grass." Zua, who was standing aside, showed a shy look on her face, and hesitated to speak. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Zua and said, "The Tangaya grass is already in hand. Let's go." Zua nodded quickly. Seeing this, Zhao Gaoyuan hurriedly said, little brother, I'm not kidding when I say I'll give you shares. At least you and your girlfriend have to stay for dinner. Don't leave in a hurry. Lu Chuan laughed and said, it's really not necessary, Master Zhao. I wish your martial arts school will become more and more prosperous in the future. We'll meet again if we are lucky. After that, he left with Zua. Zhao Gaoyuan looked at Lu Chuan and Zua, who were leaving quickly, and a touch of emotion appeared on his face. Is this a contemporary hero? This realm is really admirable. Come on, be sure to write these two into the history of our martial arts school. They did good things and didn't even leave their names. Let's call them the righteous heroes. On the street, Lu Chuan looked at the big bag of Tangaya grass in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Zua and asked, you seemed to have something to say in there just now. Zua said shyly, just now, the owner Zhao said that I was your girlfriend. Why didn't you explain it? Lu Chuan laughed and said, we just met by chance. Why should we explain this? Besides, they can regard you as my girlfriend, which is a recognition of me. Zua's eyes widened. In fact, in her heart, others can regard her as Lu Chuan's girlfriend, which is a compliment to her. Long-term inferiority made her feel that she, a cripple, was not worthy of such a good person as Lu Chuan. But Lu Chuan praised her so much, which made her feel indescribably moved. Lu Chuan did not notice Zua's thoughts and said, the Tangaya grass has been obtained. Let's go back to the moon spring. The environment there is quiet and no one will disturb you. I can also help you treat it. Zua nodded and followed Lu Chuan out of Yangcheng. The two returned to the moon spring. Lu Chuan refined the Tangaya grass into a liquid medicine and then combined it with some auxiliary medicinal materials to refine an ointment. He took out a set of silver needles and inserted them all into the ointment, then used his spiritual power to control the silver needles and absorb the medicinal effects of the ointment. After doing all this, Lu Chuan came to Zua and said, take off your shoes. Zua did so immediately, revealing a pair of jade feet. Lu Chuan looked at her white and tender feet, coughed twice, and said, your feet are so beautiful. Zua blushed immediately. Strictly speaking, feet are also the most private part of a woman. Now that she was stared at so blatantly by Lu Chuan, she felt very shy. Don't stare at my feet, treat them quickly. Lu Chuan then retracted his gaze, smiled awkwardly, and then let Zua sit on the stone. He reached out and held Zua's injured foot. The smooth and tender touch gave Lu Chuan a lot of evil thoughts in his heart, but they were quickly suppressed. This was the first time that Zua had her feet touched by a man in her life, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Aniu is just treating me. It's normal for him to touch my feet. It's nothing serious. She tried to convince herself in her heart. Lu Chuan picked up a silver needle that had absorbed the medicinal effect, looked at Zua, and said, it will hurt a lot. Just bear with it. Zua nodded. Lu Chuan used a special technique to insert the silver needle into Zua's ankle. Zua frowned immediately. It really hurts. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate. He inserted more than a dozen silver needles into the injured part of Zua. Zua's face turned pale, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her body was shaking. It can be seen that she was in great pain. Because she couldn't bear the pain, Zua simply lay on Lu Chuan and bit his shoulder to divert her attention. Lu Chuan felt the pain and almost cried out. But he knew that Zua was not feeling well now, so he endured it and continued to use silver needles to heal Zua. About half an hour later, Lu Chuan finally removed all the silver needles from Zua's feet. Zua was almost exhausted, and it was only at this time that he loosened his mouth. Lu Chuan took out a few recovery pills and stuffed them into Zua's mouth. Zua recovered quickly. Lu Chuan said, put on your shoes and walk down to see how it works. Zua immediately put on her shoes, jumped to the ground, and walked back and forth a few steps. She was surprised to find that she was no longer lame. My foot is healed. Zua was excited. Seeing that Zua's foot injury had returned to normal, Lu Chuan also smiled. I didn't lie to you. I said I could heal you. I can definitely do it. Zua excitedly ran to Lu Chuan and hugged his neck. Aniu, thank you. Her arm pressed on the place where she had bitten Lu Chuan just now, and Lu Chuan screamed in pain. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Lu Chuan quickly separated from Zua, then pulled up his clothes and took a look at his shoulder and found that the flesh there had been bitten purple, which was a bit scary. When Zua saw her masterpiece, her heart skipped a beat. She hurried forward and said, "Aniu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Lu Chuan took out the debridement ointment from the demon suppressing tower and said with a smile, "It's okay, just apply some ointment." Zua quickly took it and said, "I'll help you apply it." She carefully applied the debridement ointment on Lu Chuan's arm. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan's shoulder returned to normal. Zua widened her eyes. "What kind of medicine is this? How can it be so magical?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This medicine is called debridement ointment, which is specially used to treat various injuries and can also remove scars. You are a martial artist, so you will inevitably get injured. This bottle of debridement ointment is for you. But you must remember that you can't drink it with water, otherwise something bad will happen." Zua asked curiously, "What big thing will happen?" Lu Chuan leaned close to her ear and said something. Zua's face suddenly flushed. "I remember. I will definitely not drink it with water." Then she put the debridement ointment away. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt he felt for taking away Zua's first kiss was also alleviated. At this time, he noticed that Zua lowered her head and rubbed her eyes with her hands. He felt strange, so he leaned over, bent over and looked up at Zua, and found that Zua's eyes were red. He quickly asked, "Zua, didn't I cure your foot? You should be happy. Why are you still crying?" When Zua heard this, her tears flowed even harder. She rubbed her eyes and said in a tearful voice, I'm crying because I'm happy. Aniu, I've never met anyone as good as you. My master took me to the mountains to practice martial arts since I was a child. I have to endure a lot of hardships every day. If I can't meet the master's requirements, I will be beaten and scolded. Although my fellow brothers are very good to me, they just think I'm beautiful. Later, my leg became lame, and they all kept their distance from me and looked at me coldly. I haven't been cared for so much in many years. You make me feel that there are such warm people in this world. I really don't know how lucky I'm to meet such a good friend like you, so I couldn't help crying. You are so good to me. Woo woo woo. Lu Chuan looked at her helplessly and said, "Okay, I'm almost embarrassed by what you said. Don't cry. I hate to see women cry the most. If you really think I'm good, repay me." Zua wiped her tears, trying to stop crying, and asked, "How do you want me to repay you?" Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Or, you will marry me?" Zua's eyes widened. Lu Chuan knew that Zua couldn't help teasing, so he quickly said, "Just kidding. I don't need you to repay me. After all, I took your first kiss, so we are even now." Zua snorted proudly and said, "Then I will give you a gift." Lu Chuan asked, "What gift?" Zua thought for a while and said, "Wait here." Then she turned and ran away and came to a hidden sea of flowers. Zua reached out to pick flowers, and she planned to make a wreath for Lu Chuan. Aniu doesn't seem to have a girlfriend either. If I confess to him now, will he agree? With this thought in mind, Zua's breathing became rapid. On the other side, Lu Chuan was waiting for Zua to give him a gift. At this time, his mobile phone rang, and it turned out to be a message from Shen Ruhei. "Lu Chuan, my Shen family spies found out that the great elder of Xuanzang sent 2 disciples to assassinate you. You must be careful. Below are 2 pictures." Lu Chuan looked over and found that the first photo was of a handsome young man. When his eyes fell on the second photo, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, and he froze in place. Chapter 205 I Hate You. Zua is the disciple of the great elder? Looking at the face in the photo that looked exactly like Zua, Lu Chuan was filled with disbelief. He recalled that Zua said that she had accepted the sect's mission and was going to Yancheng to kill someone, and his mind immediately reacted. The person that Zua wants to kill is me. He recalled everything that had happened in the past few days and guessed that Zua didn't know the specific information of the person to be killed, and he was also using the pseudonym Zheng Aniu, so she didn't do anything to him. If he had told her his real name that night, I'm afraid Zua would have killed him long ago. The hatred for the great elder in his heart was aroused, and Lu Chuan's anger began to rise. He hated the great elder so it was impossible for him to have any good feelings for the Great Elder's disciple. Since the other party sent 2 disciples to kill him, he naturally couldn't show any mercy and would definitely find a way to kill the 2 disciples so that the Great Elder would know that he was not easy to mess with. But, should I kill Zuo? Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became tangled. After spending the past few days together, he has developed a great affection for this powerful, but somewhat inferior and naive girl. And he knows very well that Zuo must have only received the order of the Great Elder to kill him, and this is not her own will. Zuo's nature is not bad, and she is even kinder than most people. She is sensitive and likes to think about others. Once something goes wrong, she always thinks it is her fault. Such a girl, coupled with her fairy-like face, will be loved by anyone who sees her, let alone Lu Chuan. But how can such a beautiful girl be the apprentice of the Great Elder? Lu Chuan showed a bitter smile on his face, looked up at the sky, and felt that God was really joking. If Zuo knew that I was Lu Chuan, would she kill me? He sighed and felt that he and Zuo had to make a break. If he pretended not to know about this and continued to be friends with Zuo, it would only make the situation more complicated. Forget it. If Zuo knew that I was her target, she probably wouldn't attack me now. How could I possibly have the intention to kill her? But her master and I are sworn enemies. We can't be friends anymore. Zuo is a sensitive person. If she knew the truth, she would not be able to accept it. In that case, I will be the villain. After making up his mind, Lu Chuan thought of a countermeasure and waited for Zuo to come back with a complicated expression. After a long time, Zuo ran back with a beautiful wreath. She was very happy and a little nervous. She wanted to try to confess to Lu Chuan and see how he would react. If she was rejected, she would imitate Lu Chuan's words at that time and pretend to be joking. This would not affect her continued friendship with Lu Chuan in the future. I have never met a man who moved my heart so much since I was a child. Although we have known each other for a short time, he saved me twice and healed my foot injury. We had skin contact and I even gave him my first kiss. No matter if it works or not, I should give it a try. After all, if I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Zuo made up her mind and came to Lu Chuan and handed him the wreath. Here, a gift for you. Lu Chuan stared at the wreath with complicated eyes. After Zuo gave the wreath to her, she lowered her head shyly, mustered up the courage she had never had in her life, and said slowly, "Ainyu, actually I." Lu Chuan threw the wreath directly on the ground and stepped on it a few times. Zuo's voice stopped abruptly. She raised her head, looked at Lu Chuan in confusion, and asked, "Don't you like this gift?" Lu Chuan sneered and said, "It's just a broken wreath. What's there to like? This is not what I want." Zuo felt that Lu Chuan's attitude towards her had changed and said, "Then, what do you want?" Lu Chuan looked at Zuo for a few times, moved in front of her, and got very close to her. Zuo's face was suddenly full of tension. She didn't dare to look directly into Lu Chuan's eyes and turned her head to the side. "All the help in this world is clearly marked with a price. I saved you twice and healed your foot injury. Naturally, it is impossible for me to ask for nothing. In fact, from the first time I saw your sexy body, I had already had the idea of wanting to get you. Everything I did later was to make you feel that you owed me. Only in this way can I get you naturally," Lu Chuan said in a joking tone. Zuo felt the man's breath coming towards her. Her heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and she said weakly, "Ainyu, you, don't do this." Lu Chuan hugged her to his front, and the two of them pressed together. Zuo was forced to raise her head and looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. Lu Chuan tried to make himself look more hateful, saying, "If not, everything I did before will be in vain, right?" After that, he began to kiss Zuo forcefully, and one hand reached into Zuo's clothes and ravaged her wantonly. Zuo's eyes widened, and her body began to heat up, but Lu Chuan's domineering made her very uncomfortable. She pushed Lu Chuan away and slapped him in the face. "What are you doing?" Lu Chuan rubbed his face and said, "Of course I'm asking you for a reward. Do you want me to waste these few days in vain?" Zuo looked at Lu Chuan with red eyes. She felt that this guy seemed to have changed into a different person and was not the Ainyu she knew at all. "But why did you do this to me?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "What else should I do? I just wanted to help you because I was attracted by your face and body. Isn't it normal for you to let me go for once? Zua choked up and said in a somewhat sour voice, aren't we friends? Lu Chuan sneered, friends? Come on, who would like to be friends with someone like you? You are inferior, cowardly, sensitive, and cribby, and you have so many things to do. I can't even get enough of you to bother you. If you weren't good looking, I wouldn't even want to pay attention to you. Zua's face was full of heartache, and tears flowed down her cheeks. So this is your true face? Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, it's up to you, whether you let me go or not. If not, get out of here, and don't waste my time. Zua felt a little breathless. She finally had a friend to open her heart to. She even wanted to confess her feelings, but everything about this guy was fake. It turned out that he was just greedy for her body. All his gentleness, thoughtfulness, and understanding were deliberately pretended. This made her feel a heart-wrenching pain. She looked at Lu Chuan with resentment and asked, why did you lie to me? Lu Chuan shrugged and said, because naive people like you are the easiest to deceive. Zua completely collapsed and shouted, I hate you. I never want to see you again. Then she ran away crying. Lu Chuan looked at Zua's sad back and sighed, thinking that he was really damned for saying such vicious words to an innocent girl. He picked up the wreath that was trampled on the quilt on the ground and arranged the petals on it to make them look less embarrassed. I hope you can really do what you said and never come to see me for the rest of your life, even if you find out that I'm the target you want to kill. Without hesitation, after Zua left, Lu Chuan also left here with the wreath. Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan hung the trampled wreath on the shelf in the yard and sprayed some water on it to keep the flowers fresh. I didn't expect that I would be so hateful when I hurt a girl's heart. Is this also brought to me by the true dragon fate? Lu Chuan laughed at himself and planned to break through as soon as possible. Regardless of whether Zua would come to kill him after knowing that he was her target, she still had a senior brother following her. Zua was already in the 9th level of the transformation realm, and the strength of this senior brother must not be weak. So he had to improve his strength to the late stage of foundation building, so that he could deal with the dangers that might appear at any time. But just when he was about to absorb the dragon veins in the quiet room to break through, Yu Qingfeng came to him. Lu Chuan, Zhu Chenggen's daughter Zhu Qian is back alive. Lu Chuan was surprised and sat on a stone bench in the yard with Yu Qingfeng to chat. What happened? Tell me in detail. Yu Qingfeng said, Zhao Kun is a flower thief. Although the women who fell into his hands would not die, none of them could come back intact. You can imagine what kind of ravage and humiliation Zhu Qian suffered during the days when she was taken away by Zhao Kun. I heard that when Zhu Qian returned to the Zhu family, she was naked, her knees were red and swollen, and she became stupid. She seemed to have become a machine with only lust in her mind. When she saw a man, she knelt in front of him and called him master and begged others to humiliate her. When the Zhu family found her, she was following a beggar in the alley to do shameful things. It was so embarrassing. Now Zhu Chenggen has gone crazy and ordered the entire Jiangbai Martial Arts Association to deal with Zhao Kun. After listening to this, Lu Chuan also showed a trace of emotion on his face and said, TSK, this is really a case of evil being rewarded with evil. If they hadn't come to rob my dragon beard grass, how could they have encountered such a thing? Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, yes, Zhu Chenggen's daughter has been domineering since she was a child. She has done many things of robbing and bullying. Now she has finally learned a lesson. But Lu Chuan, you must be careful during this period. Zhao Kun is a master of the mysterious realm. Even if the entire Jiangbai Martial Arts Association takes action, it is impossible to do anything to him. Zhu Chenggen will vent his anger on you. You must be on guard. Lu Chuan arched his hands. Thank you for your reminder, senior. I will pay attention. Zua hid in a deserted place in the mountains and cried for a whole afternoon. She became much more haggard. She finally got her mood back, relying on her internal strength to reduce the swelling of her eyes, and her whole spirit was much worse than before. It's okay. I just met the wrong person. I was cheated by a shameless, filthy, and hateful guy. Although he took advantage of me, I was saved by him, and he also cured my foot injury. We are even now, and we owe each other nothing. I will never be friends with anyone else, and I will never like anyone else. Men are all liars. They only have that kind of thing in their minds. I'm fine alone. Zua tried to comfort herself and rushed to the base where Liu Feng was. At this moment, Liu Feng had returned from Yunsheng and had investigated the information about Lu Chuan. Senior brother. Zua called out weakly. Liu Feng noticed that Zua's foot was no longer lame and was surprised. Junior sister, is your foot injury healed? Zua nodded. I was lucky to meet a black-hearted doctor. Fortunately, he was quite capable and helped me heal it. Liu Feng laughed immediately. That's a good thing, junior sister. You don't have to worry about others laughing at you anymore. Zua forced a smile, but she couldn't be happy in her heart. Liu Feng looked at Zua, thinking that he had to act as soon as possible. Zua's foot injury was healed, and she would no longer be a cripple. There would definitely be a constant stream of people pursuing her. If he didn't act now, he was afraid that he would have no chance. After killing this Lu Chuan, I will take action against junior sister. It just so happens that I have a love-inducing pill in my hand. He took out the information about Lu Chuan and handed it to Zua. Junior sister, this is the information about Lu Chuan. Take a look first. We will go to kill him tomorrow. Zua took it, opened it and took a look. When she saw the photo of Lu Chuan in the information, she was stunned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 206, Late Stage of Foundation Building. Lu Chuan, a new. Zua stood there in a daze for more than 10 seconds. Her brain seemed to be short-circuited. Seeing Zua's reaction, Liu Feng asked in confusion, Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Zua looked a little flustered and quickly said, nothing, nothing. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and suddenly she said angrily, this guy is the black-hearted doctor who cured my foot injury. Liu Feng was surprised and said, have you met this Lu Chuan? Zua nodded and said, it was he who cured my foot injury, but I didn't know he was Lu Chuan at that time. Hearing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, junior sister, this Lu Chuan is our target this time. You won't be soft-hearted just because he cured your foot injury, right? Zua snorted coldly and said with resentment on her face, how is it possible? After this guy cured my foot injury, he actually wanted to force me to sleep with him and even put his hands on me. If I wasn't strong, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. This is the kind of person I hate most in my life. I can't even kill him in time, so how could I be soft-hearted to him? Is this true? Liu Feng was a little surprised, but he was relieved. Judging from Zua's appearance, she did have a very strong hatred towards Lu Chuan. He had never seen such a gentle and kind sister have such a strong hatred. Zua gnashed her teeth and said, I feel sick when I think of that guy's ugly face. Liu Feng smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Since this man dares to have such vicious thoughts about my junior sister, I must not let him die easily tomorrow. Before killing him, I must torture him well to vent my anger for my junior sister. Zua thought for a while and said, senior brother, this Lu Chuan is only at the 6th level of the transformation realm. It is more than enough for me to kill him alone. Otherwise, I will go by myself tomorrow. Senior brother has just made some progress. You need to consolidate your realm to prevent your foundation from becoming weak. And I'm now resentful of this Lu Chuan. Only by killing him with my own hands can I vent my anger. Otherwise, it will definitely leave a psychological problem for my future improvement. Liu Feng pondered for a moment and felt that it was okay, so he said, since my junior sister wants to vent her hatred, then I will follow your instructions. Anyway, Lu Chuan is only at the 6th level of the transformation realm. It is really a waste of talent for the master to send the two of us here together this time. In fact, he was thinking that after killing Lu Chuan, he would attack Zua. He had just made some progress. At this time, having sex would indeed have a certain impact on his foundation, so it was necessary to consolidate his foundation. Zua nodded, narrowed her eyes, showing an expression of deep disgust. biting her back teeth and said, "Luchuan, you wait for me. You lied to me like this and took advantage of me. I must kill you with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart." Xuanhu Medical Clinic. After Yu Qingfeng left, Luchuan greeted Su Ming and told him that he was about to break through and that no one could disturb him. Then he went into the quiet room. He sat down cross-legged, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Why do I always feel that something bad will happen? Am I thinking too much? Alas, it may be because I'm a little upset about Zua's matter. No matter, let's break through first. He calmed down, communicated with the dragon vein in his body, and absorbed the power of the thick fog contained in it. The power of the dragon veins radiated, causing Luchuan's body to emit golden light. The entire quiet room seemed to have turned into a golden ocean, and the sound of dragon roars could be heard faintly. Luchuan concentrated his mind and began to use the power of the dragon veins to impact the bottleneck of the late stage of foundation building. The power of the dragon veins was like the vast ocean, and Luchuan did not feel much resistance and successfully completed the breakthrough. Then his power began to rise, absorbing the power of the dragon veins little by little, and there was a tendency to reach the peak of the late stage of foundation building directly. Because he had to concentrate when breaking through, Luchuan could not observe the changes in the surrounding environment, but he still felt that someone came to see him for a while during the breakthrough. He was not sure if it was an illusion, but there was a blue dragon formation. Once a hostile or murderous person stepped into the scope of the clinic, the formation would automatically start. Since the formation did not produce any movement, it meant that there was no danger. Luchuan guessed that the person who ran over to see him might be Munanking or Liangong Yi, so he ignored it. The breakthrough lasted for a day and a night. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the golden light around Luchuan was restrained, and the surging power in the room gradually dissipated. Luchuan's aura reached its peak, and then he absorbed it all into his body and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he had successfully reached the late stage of foundation building, and after completely absorbing the dragon vein, he had already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation building. After the foundation is solid, he will find the other 3 dragon veins, and after making preparations, he can try to impact the golden elixir realm. The foundation building realm is just the beginning of the road of cultivation. Only when you reach the golden elixir realm can you be regarded as truly embarking on the road of strength and initially experience the feeling of an immortal with the great power of moving mountains and filling the sea. Luchuan took a deep breath, and a spiritual power cyclone condensed in his palm. He only needed a thought to detonate this spiritual power cyclone, and its power was enough to blow the entire Xuanhu medical hall into nothingness. After reaching the late stage of foundation building, Luchuan's power has been qualitatively improved, and his strength has also increased exponentially. Now he can completely look down on any martial arts master below the mysterious realm. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as he does not encounter a cultivator, he is already invincible below the Xuan realm. Now when I meet Zhu Chengan again, I don't have to rely on the sword raising good to sneak attack and save my life, but I can slap him to the ground openly. If Zhu Chengan and his daughter come to rob my things again at this time, why should I reason with them? I will just knock them down with one punch. No matter how rampant they are, they will definitely not dare to rob my dragon beard grass. In this world, you still have to have a big fist before you can reason. After the breakthrough, Luchuan was in a good mood and got up and left the quiet room. He recalled that when he broke through, he felt that someone ran over and looked at him for a while, so he thought about asking Munanking if it was her. Walking into the yard, Luchuan glanced at the wreath hanging on the shelf. A day passed, and the flowers on it had withered. Luchuan sighed helplessly, and he still felt a little distressed when he thought of the way Zua ran away crying. Whether Zua was the apprentice of the Great Elder or not, it was too cruel for him to treat a sensitive and kind girl so cruelly. I hope the spider won't come and kill me, or I really don't know what to do to her then. He was about to leave when his pupils shrank suddenly because he just found that not far from the withered wreath, there was a beautiful and fresh wreath hanging, as if it had just been woven. There was also a piece of paper tied under the wreath, which turned with the wind, reflecting the beautiful handwriting on it, and a strange sketch. Chapter 207. Spider is it? Lu Chuan walked over quickly, took down the wreath, and removed the paper tied to it. There was a long paragraph written on it. Anu, you are the one that master asked me and my senior brother to kill. Although you are hateful and disgusting, and I really want to kill you, I'm a person who knows how to repay kindness. You saved me twice and cured my foot injury. I can't do it to you. So I made a decision that went against master's will and let you go. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely not show you any mercy. Also, regarding the fact that you forcefully kissed me and touched me, I really can't forgive you. You rubbed me so hard that it hurt, but I don't want to see you again, so I drew a picture to express my anger. I hope you won't treat other girls like this in the future. This is really disgusting. In the sketch below, a little boy was tied with a rope and hung on a tree, and a little girl hit him hard on the head. The little boy cried loudly, and the little girl laughed. I don't know if it was drawn wrong. Although the little girl was laughing, her eyes were filled with tears and she didn't look very happy. Below the sketch, there was a line of small words. This wreath is given by me to the considerate, gentle and caring RNIU. The stinky RNIU who only knows how to take advantage of others is not allowed to wear it. After reading the content on the paper, Lu Chuan's emotions became extremely complicated. It turned out that the person who came to see him during his breakthrough was Zua. Looking at the little girl in the sketch, who hit the little boy's head hard, Lu Chuan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. He couldn't figure out how kind the girl was. She was so angry that the most vicious way she could think of to vent her anger was to hit the other person's head. I feel that after Zua knew my identity, she was not as extreme as I thought. Although she was ordered by her master to kill me, she finally chose to give up. On the contrary, after I knew that Zua was the disciple of the great elder, I determined that she would stand against me, so I deliberately hurt Zua's heart. Now that I think about it, my behavior seems a bit too stupid. Why can't I explain it to Zua? I was really kicked in the head by a donkey, alas. Lu Chuan looked at the wreath in his hand with regret. After a few minutes of silence, he hung the wreath back inside. Zua and I will probably never see each other again in this life. Suburban area of Yangcheng. Zua walked dejectedly towards the direction of the moon spring. She came to the moon spring and sat on the stone where Lu Chuan treated her foot injury. I disobeyed the master's order, and I will probably be expelled from the sect. But I really can't do anything to RNIU. I guess the reason why he suddenly became a different person that day and treated me so rudely is probably because he knew my identity from somewhere. RNIU is not that kind of obscene guy. Now thinking back, his acting skills that day were really poor, but he was quite serious when he kissed me, and his stinky hands even touched such a private part of people. It's really infuriating. Stinky RNIU. I don't know why the master asked us to kill RNIU. Maybe there is some misunderstanding between the two of them, alas. She actually realized yesterday that there was something wrong with Lu Chuan's sudden change in attitude towards her. At that time, she was angry and didn't notice how bad Lu Chuan pretended to be a big villain. After calming down, she found the clue. When she knew that RNIU was the Lu Chuan that the master asked them to kill, she immediately guessed that Lu Chuan must have known her identity, otherwise he would not suddenly treat her like a different person. As a sensitive person, Zua could easily guess that Lu Chuan didn't know how to face her and was afraid that she would be at a loss after knowing the truth, so she acted as a villain. That's why she proposed to Liu Feng yesterday that she would go to kill Lu Chuan alone. She was afraid that Lu Chuan would really die in Liu Feng's hands. Although on the one hand there was the master and senior brothers, and on the other hand there was Anu, who had only been with her for a few days, she should have stood on the side of the master and senior brothers. But she had never felt any warmth from the master and senior brothers since she became a disciple of the master, while Anu, who had only been with her for a few days, made her feel the care and concern she had never had in her life. So she chose to protect Lu Chuan. But after this time, I should never have the chance to meet Anu again. I don't know what kind of wife he will marry in the future. No matter what, his wife will definitely be very happy. Zua's eyes showed obvious jealousy. After a long time, she sighed, left the moon spring, and went to the base where Liu Feng was. When Liu Feng saw Zua coming back, He immediately stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" Zua said, "That Lu Chuan's strength is indeed not that good. I killed him easily. It's really a waste of talent for Master to let the two of us kill a small character like this. I feel that Master is just taking this opportunity to let the two of us go down the mountain to relax. Now that the mission has been completed, we can go back to the sect to report. Maybe Master doesn't care whether Lu Chuan is dead or not." Liu Feng smiled and said, "Junior sister, you are right. Master will naturally not take such an insignificant little character to heart. But junior sister, you must have spent a lot of energy this time. I happen to have a pill that restores strength here, so give it to junior sister." After that, he took out a pill and handed it to Zua. Zua took it and said, "Thank you, senior brother, but I don't need to take this pill now. I'll save it for when I need it later." Liu Feng's eyes flashed with anxiety when he heard this, and he quickly said, "Junior sister, this pill of mine is a little special. Once it is taken out of the jade bottle, if it is not eaten, it will quickly lose its efficacy, so you'd better not put it away. Eat it now. This pill is worth a lot of money. It would be a pity if it was wasted." Zua heard this and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll eat it now." After that, she stuffed the pill into her mouth. Liu Feng watched Zua eat the pill, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Junior sister, you rest here for a while. I'll go pack up, and we'll set off back to the sect." After that, he went to pack up his things, but specially spread a quilt on the ground. Zhu looked at Liu Feng with a puzzled look on her face and asked, "Brother, aren't we going back to the sect? Why are you still spreading the quilt?" Liu Feng smiled and said, "Oh, maybe it will be useful later." Zua wanted to ask what the quilt was for, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that she had no strength in her body, and a certain desire in her heart began to be infinitely magnified. She sat on a stone beside her, with one hand on her forehead, frowning and asking, "Brother, did you take the wrong pill you gave me just now? Why do I feel that I have no strength in my body, and my body has become so hot?" Chapter 208 I'll give it to you. Seeing this, Liu Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. He pretended to be concerned and walked over to support Zua, saying, "Really? Junior sister, my pills should be fine. Let me see what's wrong with you." Zua was weak all over, and her legs were a little unstable. Liu Feng directly helped Zua to the quilt he had just laid out, and took her pulse in a serious manner. Then he said with surprise, "Junior sister, you are in estrus." Zua looked very strange. She had only heard that cats and dogs had estrus, but she had never heard that humans also had estrus. She looked at Liu Feng in confusion and said, "Brother, you don't joke with me." Liu Feng explained, "I'm not kidding you. You really have reached this period, but generally speaking, even at this time, you won't feel it too obviously, but the problem lies with the pill I just gave you. This pill can not only restore your strength, but once a person reaches the estrus period, it will also aggravate your feelings. Senior brother didn't expect you to be in this special period." Zua frowned and looked at Liu Feng, thinking to herself that, although I was naive, I was not a fool. The problem was obviously with the pill you just gave me. How could it be related to the non-existent estrus period? Liu Feng said solemnly, "Junior sister, your condition is very dangerous. If you are not careful, the true energy in your body will be disordered. At the least, you will go crazy, and at the worst, you will die instantly. Only sex can relieve it. Now I'm the only one here. You are my junior sister. I can't watch you die like this, so I can only sacrifice myself and have sex with you to save your life." Zua stared at Liu Feng. She never thought that a senior brother would be so sanctimonious. He even said that taking advantage of others was sacrificing himself. It was so shameless. This is much more hateful than RNIU, who deliberately took advantage of her to make her angry. She quickly said, "Brother, don't do this. I don't need you to do this with me. You stay away from me." Liu Feng naturally couldn't listen to Zua. Instead, he deliberately moved closer to her and said, "How can this be possible? Junior sister is in trouble. As a senior brother, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Junior sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Zua showed a trace of disgust on her face. Compared with Luchuan, she really disliked Liu Feng's behavior. She wanted to push this annoying guy away, but she didn't have any strength at all. Moreover, her body was getting hotter and hotter. It felt like there were claws scratching in her heart. She was eager to have a man who could hold her in his arms and relieve her lust. Even so, she didn't want Liu Feng to be by her side. On the contrary, at this moment, her mind was full of Luchuan's figure. Brother, you just want to take advantage of me. I became like this because of your pill. Get away from me now. If you dare to touch me, I will tell master when I go back and let him punish you. Zua said weakly. Liu Feng's face turned cold, and he said, junior sister, don't slander me like this. You are burning with desire now. If you don't have sex, you will be in danger of death. I'm helping you selflessly. How can you say that I'm taking advantage of you? You are indeed beautiful, have a good figure, and are in good condition, but I, your senior brother, have also maintained my virginity for nearly 30 years. I broke my virginity for you. You should feel ashamed. Zua hurriedly said, I don't need you to break your virginity for me. Stay away from me. The pill you gave me just now must not be a real pill. When I go back this time, I must tell master. Liu Feng saw that Zua was not as easy to fool as he thought, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his expression. He said, junior sister, you are right. The pill I gave you was not a pill to restore strength, but an aphrodisiac pill. You can tell the master, but I can also kill you directly after I have abused you, so that you don't have the chance to complain to the master. It is normal to encounter some dangers and lose your life during the mission. What do you think? Zua's face changed. She didn't expect that a senior brother would be so cruel and even have the idea of killing people to silence them. She knew that her fellow brothers were all people with little humanity, but she didn't expect that they could be so heartless. For the sake of momentary selfishness, they could even ignore the friendship of many years of fellow disciples. Now she really didn't understand why she joined such an inhumane sect in the first place. You bastard. Zua cursed with gritted teeth. Liu Feng snorted coldly, pressed Zua directly on the quilt, and showed a greedy smile on his face, saying, so you'd better cooperate with me obediently, so that I can still save your life, otherwise you can't really blame my senior brother for being ruthless. Zua's face was full of despair. There was no one here, and it was impossible for anyone to hear her, even if she asked for help. Moreover, the effect of the pill had begun to take effect. Her face turned red and her breathing became rapid. She was not sure how long she could hold on. Looking at Liu Feng, she felt as if she was looking at Luchuan. Her eyes became blurred. She thought that the person who pressed her to the ground was the RNIU in her heart. She even had the urge to take the initiative. Liu Feng looked at ZHU and knew that the effect of the pill had taken effect. He was excited and wanted to take action. However, at this moment, a fierce momentum appeared and rushed towards Liu Feng, causing him to feel a strong sense of crisis. Let her go. A loud shout rang out. Liu Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly sent ZHU away and quickly retreated to the back. He had a hunch that, if he did not hide, he would most likely die. After he stabilized his figure, he turned his head to look at the side. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, his face changed. Luchuan, aren't you dead? Luchuan stared at Liu Feng and snorted coldly, is your grandfather so easy to die? Originally, after he saw the wreath and letter left by Zua in the clinic, he thought he would never have the chance to see Zua again in this life. But when he looked at the letter left by Zua, the more he thought about it, the more he regretted the way he treated Zua. He felt that Zua could still treat this matter rationally, so why did he have to be so extreme? He wanted to explain it clearly to Zua and let Zua know that he was not that kind of mean and vulgar person. Considering that the wreath was still fresh and should have been made not long ago, Luchuan judged that Zua should not have left for too long. After repeated thinking, he finally decided to catch up with Zua and explain it to her clearly, otherwise this might become a knot in his heart on the road of cultivation in the future. If such a knot is not untied, it may become a demon in his heart when he breaks through later, causing him to fall into the path of evil. So he chased to the moon spring and found traces of Zua through his spiritual sense, and then followed these traces to find this place. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Liu Feng doing something wrong to Zuo, and his anger rose in his heart, and he immediately took action. Liu Feng frowned and looked at Lu Chuan, then glanced at Zuo and said, I was wondering why she had to kill you alone. It turned out that she wanted to save your life. It seems that the relationship between you two is more complicated than I thought. But since you took the initiative to come to me, it's your bad luck. If she doesn't kill you, I will kill you. You are just a rubbish of the 6th level of the transformation realm. I will kill you like killing a chicken. After killing you, I will have a good time with my junior sister. After saying that, Liu Feng's 9th level of the transformation realm burst out with momentum and rushed towards Lu Chuan. He was very confident in his own strength and tacitly accepted that the threat Lu Chuan had just posed to him was an accident. After all, he was unprepared just now, and it was normal for him to suddenly feel a sense of life and death crisis. Lu Chuan looked at Liu Feng rushing towards him, snorted coldly, and burst out with the spiritual power of the late stage of foundation building, punching out fiercely. Liu Feng was originally very confident that he could kill with one blow, but after seeing the punch thrown by Lu Chuan, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately wanted to retreat backwards. He had already felt that this guy was not at the 6th level of the transformation realm at all. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan was much faster than him. He wanted to hide, but Lu Chuan would not give him a chance. The punch really hit Liu Feng's chest. Liu Feng's sternum instantly sank, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body smashed into the mountain not far away like a cannonball. Boom. The whole mountain shook, and the surrounding birds and beasts fled in panic. Lu Chuan rushed to the place where Liu Feng hit, and pulled him out. Liu Feng looked at Lu Chuan with horror and said, let me go. I'm only following the order of my master to kill you. I'm innocent. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, you don't even let your junior sister go. How dare such a scum say that he is innocent? You should go and tell the king of hell. Then he twisted Liu Feng's neck directly. After confirming that Liu Feng had died, Lu Chuan hurried to Zuo. He saw at that time that Zuo had been drugged, so she had no power to resist. Otherwise, with her strength of the 9th level of the transformation realm, even if she couldn't beat Liu Feng, she would never be bullied like this. He helped Zuo up and asked, Zuo, how do you feel? Zuo looked at Lu Chuan with a dazed look in her eyes. After finding out that it was really a NIU, she showed a hint of surprise. A NIU? It's me, Zuo, I'm sorry. I touched you that day in order to deliberately make you angry and leave. I have been regretting doing that to you these 2 days. I came to you to ask you to forgive me, Lu Chuan said quickly. When Zuo heard this, she immediately frowned. You stinky RNIU. It's fine if you forcefully kiss me, but you also rubbed me like that with your hands. I won't forgive you. Lu Chuan was full of shame and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. But Zuo hugged Lu Chuan's neck, as if she was venting her grievances, and as if she couldn't control her lust, and said, don't you want me? Come on, I'll give it to you. Chapter 209, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Lu Chuan's expression froze, and he could not help but feel the faint fragrance on Zuo's body, and his heartbeat accelerated. Zuo, calm down. Zuo could no longer control herself, and hugged Lu Chuan, and kissed him madly. Lu Chuan tried his best to restrain his impulse, stretched out his hand to pinch Zuo's wrist, and confirmed by taking her pulse that she had eaten something containing aphrodisiac ingredients, and became like this. He quickly pressed Zuo on the quilt, and then used spiritual power to point at several acupuncture points on her body. Zuo moaned a few times, and the lust in her eyes obviously subsided a little. Lu Chuan sent spiritual power into Zuo's body again, trying his best to dispel the effect of the medicine in her body. Fortunately, the medicine that Zuo took was only the lowest level, and it was still controllable. Otherwise Lu Chuan would really not know how to help Zuo solve this problem today. Soon, Zuo's eyes regained their rationality, but her face was still flushed, and her legs were tightly clamped together. It seemed that the effect of the medicine had not completely faded. She looked at Lu Chuan shyly, and recalled her behavior just now. She was so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Anu, Lu Chuan didn't say anything, picked up Zuo, and said, the effect of your medicine has not completely faded. You need to calm down. I'll take you to take a cold shower. After that, he rushed to the moon spring. Zua hugged Luchuan's neck. Although she was awake, she still wanted to be close to Luchuan at this time and put her face on Luchuan's chest. After a while, Luchuan took Zua to the moon spring, put her down, and said, "You go in and calm down." After that, he turned and walked behind the grass and trees, with his back to the spring. The sound of taking off clothes sounded. Then there was a splash into the water. Luchuan tried his best not to think about the scene in the spring, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to stay rational and not peek. After a long time, Luchuan felt someone poking him with his hand, turned around, and found that it was Zua who had put on her clothes, and returned to normal, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, stared at Zua, and asked, "Are you okay?" Zua nodded shyly. Luchuan smiled and said, "That's good." Zua said, "I left you letter saying that we would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Why did you come to me again?" Luchuan sighed helplessly and said, "I have a guilty conscience. When I think of how sad you left that day, I feel like I deserve to die. If I don't explain this matter to you clearly, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Zua looked at Luchuan's regretful and self-blaming expression. A smile appeared on her face. She reached out and patted his head and said, "Okay, actually I guessed that you did it on purpose that day. I don't blame you. Since you saved me again, I forgive you." Luchuan heard this. His face was immediately filled with joy. "Really?" Zua nodded seriously. "Really?" Luchuan's mood suddenly relaxed a lot, and then he said, "But your master and I are mortal enemies, and I killed your senior brother. Will you stand against me because of this?" Zua's expression suddenly became complicated. She sat on the stone beside the moon spring, hugged her knees with both hands, and stared at the spring water in a trance. "Although my master led me to the martial arts and gave me the strength I have today, he seems to have only used me as a tool to deal with problems. He trained me only to make me capable of doing things for him. I have never felt the relationship between master and apprentice in my master, and now my senior brother deliberately drugged me, trying to bully me, and even threatened to kill me. I don't know if I still need to stay in such a master school." Hearing this, Luchuan sat next to Zua and said, "If this is the case, it is better to cut off ties with them and do what you like." Hearing this, Zua fell silent. Then she smiled and said, "It's not impossible. Ain't chat with me for a while." Luchuan smiled and said, "Okay." The two sat together, looking at the water of the moon spring and chatting, until night fell and the moon climbed up to the sky. Zua stopped talking and said to Luchuan, "Ain't can you pick a flower for me?" Luchuan said, "Okay." Then he got up and ran to a place full of flowers in the distance, picked the most beautiful one and picked it. But when he returned to the moon spring, he found that Zua was gone. There was a piece of paper left on the stone. Luchuan walked over and picked up the paper and saw the words that Zua left for him. "Ain't thank you for chatting with me. This flower is a gift from me to you. I'm going to travel around the world. See you later." Below is a sketch. A little boy and a little girl snuggling by the spring under the moonlight, looking very warm. Luchuan looked at the painting, feeling a little emotional and a little disappointed. But he knew that Zua didn't know how to say goodbye in person, so he chose this way. "I wish you can find something you really like," Luchuan said to himself, carefully put away the paper, and turned to leave. Provincial capital, Jiangbi Provincial Martial Arts Association. At night, the large house with 3 entrances and 3 exits seemed a little quiet. In the courtyard that belonged to ZHU Qian alone, ZHU Chengen stood at the door of the room, listening to the unbearable sounds coming from inside, his face full of heartache. Next to him stood a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Although the traces of time could be seen between her eyebrows, good maintenance made her skin white and elastic, and her maturity also gave her a few more unique charms. This person was ZHU Chengen's wife, Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng also looked at the door of the room with a distressed face, listening to the intermittent sounds inside, feeling embarrassed and helpless. After ZHU Qian came back, it was as if she had been brainwashed. She only thought about men, and even did not let ZHU Chengen go. When she saw him, she shouted "Dad," and said dirty words, which made ZHU Chengen so angry that he wanted to slap his daughter to death. ZHU Chengen had no choice but to lock ZHU Kian in the house, leaving her alone, and replaced the servants who delivered meals, and took care of ZHU Kian with women, and ordered all men not to approach ZHU Kian's yard. Unfortunately, even after being locked up, ZHU Kian's condition did not improve, and she was having fun playing alone. ZHU Chengen and Jiang Feng only had this one daughter, and they raised her as a treasure from childhood to adulthood. Now seeing their daughter become like this, they are extremely upset. Jiang Feng wiped her tears and said distressedly, "Our daughter has become like this. What's the difference between her and a useless person? Let alone getting married in the future. I'm afraid she will become a laughing stock in the whole Jiangbi province with her legs going weak when she sees a man." ZHU Chengen sighed and said, "Don't worry, I have contacted a lot of doctors. They will come to consult Xiaoan in 2 days. Maybe they can change her condition by then." Jiang Feng said angrily, "That Zhao Kun is simply a beast. I don't know what he did to our daughter to make her like this. I really want to tear this bastard apart with my own hands." ZHU Chengen heard this, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm the same. This Zhao Kun is nothing more than relying on his strong strength to rape and plunder everywhere. This kind of scum deserves no pity, even if he dies 10,000 times. If I meet this Zhao Kun again next time, I will avenge my daughter, even if it costs me my life." "Really? Then I'll give you this chance." At this moment, a faint voice sounded. ZHU Chengen's face changed drastically when he heard the voice. He turned around and found that Zhao Kun had appeared in the yard without knowing when. Zhao Kun looked at ZHU Chengen with a playful smile on his face. ZHU Chengen was horrified. The momentum of boasting just now was gone, and his body began to tremble. He looked at ZHU Chengen with fear on his face, his heart in his throat, and said, You have already harmed our daughter like this. Why did you come to our house? I beg you, please forgive us. I was just saying that out of anger just now. I promise you that I will never pursue this matter again in this life. Isn't that enough?" Zhao Kun looked at ZHU Chengen's instant begging for mercy, revealing a trace of contempt, and said lightly, "I haven't found a suitable target these days, but I want to vent, so come and see my little bitch. Let your daughter serve me again, and I won't come again in the future." ZHU Chengen's face was full of reluctance, but he didn't dare to refuse directly. After all, the other party was a master of the Zuan realm, who could pinch him to death with just a flick of his fingers. He rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a perfect way. He quickly said, "My daughter has been played like this by you. You must not feel fresh anymore. Why don't I recommend you a place to go, and I guarantee you will find a satisfactory woman." Zhao Kun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where?" ZHU Chengen quickly said, "Do you still remember the boy who had a conflict with us when he took my daughter away last time? In his clinic, there are 2 talented women, one charming and coquettish, and the other well behaved and cute. Both women are first class in appearance. I have their photos. I guarantee you will like them after you see them." After saying that, he took out his mobile phone and found the photos of Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi that were taken when someone investigated Lu Chuan's background and handed them to Zhao Kun. After Zhao Kun saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "They are indeed 2 top-notch girls. If they can be trained at the same time, it must be very fun." ZHU Chengen was relieved when he saw that Zhao Kun successfully shifted his attention to Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi. At the same time, he was secretly proud of his good use of this trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone. "Lu Chuan, I don't have the energy to deal with you during this period, but I can use Zhao Kun's hand to avenge myself. You made my daughter become like this, and I will let you taste the taste of being played by others around you." He smiled and said, "In this case, please let my daughter go and go to Yancheng to vent your anger on these 2 women." Zhao Kun smiled and said, "In this case, I won't have any ideas about your daughter." ZHU Chengen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was really smart. He easily resolved a crisis and threw the trouble to Lu Chuan. However, Yancheng is a bit far away, and it's not realistic to rush there tonight. I can't hold it back, so I have to vent my anger first. Zhao Kun said another sentence, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Feng, who was standing aside. Jiang Feng felt this gaze and couldn't help shivering. Zhu Chenggen's face changed drastically, and he quickly stood in front of Jiang Feng, looking at Zhao Kun with a pleading face, and said, "Brother and sister, I beg you, let my wife go." Zhao Kun sneered and said, "What you said? I see your wife looks like she hasn't been satisfied for a long time. I'm helping her, and also helping you." As he said, he walked towards Jiang Feng. Zhu Chenggen wanted to stop him, but found that his body could no longer move. He wanted to curse, but couldn't make any sound. Zhao Kun walked over to support Jiang Feng, and said with a smile, "Madam, I will let you spend an unforgettable night." Jiang Feng's face was full of fear, but her body was out of control, so she could only follow Zhao Kun away. "Madam, where is your room with your husband? Let's find an environment you are familiar with, otherwise, I can only take you to your daughter's room for one night." Zhao Kun smiled. Jiang Feng's face changed, and she quickly pointed to the other side, trembling and said, over there." Chapter 210 Despair. Zhu Chenggen watched his wife being taken away by Zhao Kun. His heart was full of despair, but he couldn't move at all. He could only curse Zhao Kun's ancestors in his heart. He stood in the yard like this for a whole night, and when the next morning came, his eyes were already full of bloodshot. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Chenggen felt that the pressure on him disappeared, and his body regained the ability to move. He didn't hesitate and ran towards his bedroom at a high speed. When he returned to the yard, he saw Jiang Feng coming out of the room. At this time, Jiang Feng had already put on her clothes. Her face was ruddy, and her spirit was a little haggard, but her face was unusually moist, and the corners of her mouth subconsciously hooked a lonely look, and it seemed that she was not in a bad mood. When she saw Zhu Chenggen coming over, the arc at the corner of her mouth immediately disappeared, and her face drooped. Zhu Chenggen ran to Jiang Feng, and stretched out his hand to lift her skirt. "Wife, what did that beast do to you last night? Did he torture you? Let me see." Jiang Feng raised her hand, and opened Zhu Chenggen's hand, and said impatiently, "What are you doing? Why, do you want to see the traces he left?" Zhu Chenggen's expression froze, and he said excitedly, "So you too did that thing?" Jiang Feng looked at Zhu Chenggen speechlessly and said, "That guy is a flower thief. If he didn't do that, what else could he do? When he took me into the room, appreciate our wedding photos?" Zhu Chenggen was about to cry and said, "Then can't you refuse him?" Jiang Feng curled her lips and said, "You are scared like a grandson in front of him. How can I refuse him? Do I dare?" Zhu Chenggen thought about it, and realized that the questions he asked were no different from nonsense. He still couldn't accept the fact that his wife was screwed by someone else, so he asked, "What did you two do last night? Did you not cooperate with him from beginning to end? Even if he got you, you didn't obey him at all for me, right?" Jiang Feng blushed when she heard this. She glanced at Zhu Chenggen with a guilty conscience and said, "Yes, yes, yes, okay, it's good enough that I didn't die in his hands. Don't ask any more." Zhu Chenggen still refused to give in. He felt that Jiang Feng was perfunctory, and said excitedly, "I just want to know your attitude. Why do I feel like you are lying to me? Were you very happy with him last night? You are my wife." Jiang Feng became impatient and said angrily, "Yes, we were really happy last night. He is much better than you. I almost didn't sleep all night, and I couldn't help but refuse him. I did whatever he asked me to do. I can do everything you can think of, and even the postures you can't think of. Are you satisfied now?" "No." Zhu Chenggen grabbed his head with his hands, and knelt on the ground in despair. Yancheng, Zuanhu Medical Clinic. After Lu Chuan got up in the morning, he felt uneasy, and always felt that something big was going to happen. He came to the yard, and saw Mu Nanking sitting bored at the stone table, playing with a black ring in his hand. His eyes were attracted by the black ring and asked, "Sister-in-law, your ring seems a little special. Where did you get it from?" Mu Nanking said, "I picked it up on the road before. I thought someone would come back to find it, but no one has asked for it for so long, so I just took it to play with it." Lu Chuan walked over and wanted to take a look at the ring. At this time, Liang Gongyi ran over. She put on her newly bought skirt, tied her hair into 2 ponytails, put on light makeup, and looked like a cute little lolly. "Sister Nanking, let's go shopping." Mu Nanking stood up and said, okay. Lu Chuan immediately said, why don't you guys not go today? I have a bad feeling that something will happen today. He naturally forgot the idea of looking at the ring, and he didn't even notice anything unusual. When Liangong Yi heard what Lu Chuan said, her face was immediately full of disappointment. But we all agreed to go shopping together today. Brother Lu Chuan, if you are worried, just go with us. Mu Nanking on the side put the ring into his pocket and said, yes, Xiao Chuan, Yi has been talking about going shopping several times. She is wearing such a beautiful dress today. It would be a pity if she doesn't go. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, then I will go with you. Liangong Yi cheered and jumped for joy. Great. Brother Lu Chuan, you are the best. The three of them planned to go out together. At this time, the Qinglang formation suddenly started, protecting the entire clinic. Huh? What is this? A surprised voice sounded. Lu Chuan felt something in his heart and quickly turned around to look over and found that there was a figure in the yard without knowing when. But when he saw the figure clearly, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he exclaimed, Zhao Kun, what are you doing here? Zhao Kun stared at Mu Nanking and Liangong beside Lu Chuan one by one, licked his lips, and said, they are indeed two top-notch beauties. They are much prettier in person than in the photos. Then he looked at Lu Chuan, smiled and said, ZHU Chenggen told me that you have two top-notch beauties here and asked me to train them. I came here to see if what he said is true. Lu Chuan frowned and cursed ZHU Chenggen's ancestors in his heart. No wonder he was always uneasy today. It turned out that this bastard had dug a hole for him. He looked at Zhao Kun vigilantly, protecting Mu Nanking and Liangong behind him one by one, and said, didn't you say that you would only attack those rich ladies with bad behavior? This way you will go against your principles. Zhao Kun laughed and said, under normal circumstances, I do have to stick to my principles. After all, isn't it popular to have a personal setting these days? I can't let my personal setting collapse. But think about it, what do people call me? A flower thief. Does a flower thief need to have principles? Of course, the reason I came here this time is because the two beauties behind you are so tempting that I don't care about the so-called principles at all. You don't have to be nervous. I won't harm their lives. Let me play with them for a few days and train them well so that you can experience their ultimate service in the future. Isn't it wonderful? Lu Chuan looked disgusted and said, stop dreaming here. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching them. Zhao Kun shrugged, look, I've been talking to you so kindly, but you don't appreciate it. You can't blame me for that. He looked at Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi and said with a smile, two beauties, wait for me for a while. Wait until I deal with this troublesome guy, and then I will treat you well. Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi also recognized that the guy in front of them was the flower thief reported on TV, and they were all scared. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and immediately activated the maze, and then took Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi to the safest place in the formation. You two stay here, no matter what happens, don't go out. Then he released all his spiritual power and returned to the yard. Zhao Kun felt the scene in front of him change and then found himself in a thick fog. Interesting. He turned his head and looked around, then released a force and hit the thick fog, but did not receive any feedback. In Lu Chuan's eyes, Zhao Kun just stood in the middle of the yard, turning his head around. He gathered his spiritual power in his palm and quietly approached Zhao Kun, intending to give him a fatal blow, while Zhao Kun was trapped in the maze. He slapped Zhao Kun's throat with a fierce palm. Zhao Kun felt something in his heart. Although he could not see the enemy's position, he was a master of the Zuan realm after all, and it was far less easy to deal with than the Hua realm. He grabbed Lu Chuan's arm out of thin air in front of him, and then threw Lu Chuan aside with force. The maze dissipated. Zhao Kun looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer on his face and said, you have some tricks, but unfortunately the gap between our realms is too big and your tricks have no effect on me at all. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and then activated the illusion array to confuse Zhao Kun's mind. Zhao Kun stood there in a trance and Lu Chuan slapped him again. Just when Lu Chuan's hand was about to slap Zhao Kun's eyes became clear again, and then he kicked Lu Chuan and kicked him out. Lu Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, already injured. Although he is now in the late stage of foundation building, the Zuan realm corresponds to the Jinden realm of the cultivator, and the current Luchuan is no match for him at all. Zhao Kun's face became a little gloomy. Obviously, these methods of Luchuan were beyond his imagination. He was worried that, if he continued like this, something would happen, so he directly released the unique domain of the Zuan realm master, and controlled Luchuan at once. Boy, you have too many fancy methods. 2 beauties are still waiting for me. I don't want to waste time with you. Luchuan only felt that his body was oppressed by a powerful force. He couldn't move on at all, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Zhao Kun walked towards Luchuan, and a majestic force appeared on his palm. Don't worry, I will give you a quick death. A dragon formed by spiritual power appeared, and began to attack Zhao Kun frantically. Zhao Kun frowned, no longer hesitated, and used all his strength. After a few moves with the dragon, he defeated it with one palm. Luchuan looked at Zhao Kun's unrivaled momentum, and a trace of despair rose in his heart. Am I really going to fall into this guy's hands today? Zhao Kun dealt with the dragon, looked at Luchuan again, and said coldly, I don't believe you have any other means. He came to Luchuan, intending to deal with this kid with one palm. At this moment, 3 white rays suddenly appeared, and quickly penetrated Zhao Kun's body. Zhao Kun's face changed drastically, because the 3 white rays appeared too abruptly, and at a very fast speed. He couldn't even react. Puff. A mouthful of blood spit out. Zhao Kun was already seriously injured. Luchuan saw that Zhao Kun was only seriously injured by the 3 flying swords of the sword raising god, but he did not die, and he fell into despair completely. He also became extremely weak, and had no other means. Damn it, you dare to sneak attack me. Zhao Kun looked at Luchuan with an angry face and slapped Luchuan on the chest. Luchuan's chest sank, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground, only his last breath left. Zhao Kun used his internal energy to stop his injuries. Seeing that Luchuan was about to die, he was relieved. You are such a weird guy. You are only in the transformation realm, but you can seriously injure me. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing in all these years. But you still lost to me after all. Well, I will keep you alive and let you watch me train these 2 beauties with your own eyes. I want to see if you can be so angry that you can come back to life. After saying that, he turned and looked in the direction of Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi. Luchuan watched this scene, but he was powerless. He felt that his life was slipping away bit by bit, and he was afraid that he would die soon. Sister-in-law, Yi, I'm sorry. Seeing that Luchuan's life was hanging by a thread, Mu Nanking's face was full of despair. He ran towards Luchuan desperately regardless of Liangong Yi's obstruction. She reached out and touched Luchuan's face and shouted anxiously, Xiao Chuan, don't scare me, get up quickly, I know you will be fine, please don't scare me. Unfortunately, Luchuan did not give her any response. Zhao Kun on the side sneered and said, he is about to die, and you 2 will soon become my little bitches, at my mercy. Then he grabbed Mu Nanking's arm and dragged her towards Liangong Yi. Mu Nanking's face was full of despair. Her eyes stared at Luchuan. She didn't believe that Luchuan would die like this. Let me go. If Xiao Chuan dies, then I will die with him. Zhao Kun laughed. Want to die? Before I have played with you enough, you'd better not have such an idea. He threw Mu Nanking to Liangong Yi's side, and then took out 2 pills, not knowing what they were used for. Liangong Yi quickly hugged Mu Nanking and cried, Sister Nanking, what should we do? Mu Nanking just looked at Luchuan like a zombie. Seeing Luchuan's eyes closing little by little, her heart was broken. At this moment, a soft and charming woman's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Do you want to reverse the current situation and save that boy's life? Chapter 211 Embroidery Girl. A trace of doubt appeared on Mu Nanking's face. The next second, she found that the scene in front of her had changed, and she came to an illusory space. Who is talking? Mu Nanking looked around and asked. A hot, sexy, enchanting and beautiful woman appeared in front of Mu Nanking. She only had a few pieces of cloth covering her sensitive parts, and the rest of her body was exposed to the air. Her face was full of charm, and her whole body was full of evil beauty. Mu Nanking looked at the woman who suddenly appeared with a vigilant face and asked, who are you? Where is this place? The charming woman smiled and said, this is the inner space of the ring you picked up. Don't worry, you are just pulled into here by my consciousness. As for me, you can call me Xiu Niang. I'm a god hidden in this ring, and I exist to satisfy people's wishes. Munan King frowned and looked at this charming woman carefully. He couldn't feel that she could be linked to the word god. She thought for a moment and asked, can you save Xiao-Chun? Xiu Niang smiled and nodded. Yes, I can not only save him, but also help you kill the guy outside. However, if you want the gods to take action, there will always be some price. Munan King asked, what price? Xiu Niang's eyes fell on Munan King's face, licked her tongue and said, your soul. Munan King frowned slightly, then asked, how do I know if what you said is true? Xiu Niang covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, I don't need to lie to you, and now you only have this one choice. If you think I'm lying to you, you can refuse to trade with me. After that, she raised her hand and waved gently. The scene of the outside world appeared in front of Munan King. Lu Chuan fell to the ground, his face became paler and paler, and the light in his eyes disappeared little by little, and he was about to lose consciousness. Zhao Kun was holding 2 unknown pills, and was about to stuff them into her and Liang Gong's mouths one by one. I only give you one chance. If you don't make a decision, this guy will die, and you and that girl will be abused by that man's toys. This is not a happy experience. The embroiderer looked at Munan King and said. Munan King looked at the scene outside with a worried look on her face. She didn't care what she would encounter, but if Lu Chuan died, it would be more painful than killing her. She glanced at the embroiderer and felt that this mysterious woman really had no need to lie to herself. The various means she showed were extraordinary. If she really had other intentions towards herself, she would not be able to resist at all. After a little thought, Munan King asked, if I give you my soul, is it no different from being dead? The embroiderer smiled and said, it's almost the same. If you want to save someone's life, you naturally have to give something of equal value. Munan King gritted her teeth. Although she was also afraid of death, she was more afraid that she would be alive while Lu Chuan passed away. In that case, she would live in torment for the rest of her life. You'd better make a decision quickly. I've already given you a chance by deciding to make a deal with you. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even give you a chance to trade. The embroiderer urged. Munan King took a deep breath and said, okay, I promise you, I'll use my soul to exchange for Xiao-Chuan's life, but after the matter is over, you have to give me some time to say goodbye to Xiao-Chuan. The embroiderer nodded. Okay, then our deal is done. After saying that, she lightly snapped her fingers. The scene in front of Munan King changed, and she found that her consciousness had returned to her body. Zhao Kun was pinching her mouth with one hand at this moment, trying to put a pill in it. My beauty, take this pill, and you will experience the joy of ecstasy today. She looked anxious and shouted, didn't you say that the deal has been reached? What are you still hesitating about? A chuckle sounded in the yard. Why are you in a hurry? This guy can't touch you. The black ring slowly flew out of Munan King's clothes, and then a dazzling light burst out. The whole yard turned white, and everyone lost sight for a short time. Zhao Kun felt a strong sense of crisis, but before he could react, his body was penetrated by the dazzling light, and he froze in place. His eyes were full of fear, despair, and unwillingness. Munan King regained his sight, and looked at Zhao Kun again, but was shocked to find that this guy had no breath, and was obviously dead. Liang Gong Yi on the side, had no idea what happened and was shocked. After getting rid of Zhao Kun, another force was released from the ring, which entered Lu Chuan's body, and began to repair his injuries. Then a purple light shot out from the ring, and sank into the center of Munan King's eyebrows. The black ring seemed to have completed its final mission, turned into powder, and dissipated in the air. Munan King only felt a sharp pain in his head and subconsciously pressed the position of his temple. Then the voice of the embroiderer came again. The boy will recover in half a day. When the time comes, you will say goodbye to him for the last time, and then I will take your soul away. Munan King nodded, and the pain in her head was relieved a lot. This time, she felt that the embroiderer seemed to be talking to her in her mind. Is this the necessary step to take away the soul? Without thinking much, Munan King hurried to Lu Chuan and helped him up. After finding that his injuries were indeed getting better, she breathed a sigh of relief. Half a day later, Lu Chuan woke up in a daze. He stood up instantly, his nerves tense, and planned to fight Zhao Kun to the death. But the next second, he found himself sitting on the bed in the bedroom, and Zhao Kun had disappeared. His face was full of confusion, and he couldn't understand what was going on. Isn't I seriously injured, and on the verge of death? Why do my injuries seem to have healed? Lu Chuan touched his chest, and didn't find any injuries. At this time, Mu Nanking came in, and saw Lu Chuan wake up. She cried with joy, "Zhao Chuan, you're awake." When Lu Chuan saw Mu Nanking, he quickly got off the bed, walked to Mu Nanking, and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? Where is Zhao Kun, that bastard? Did he do anything to you and Ji Yi?" Recalling the scene of Zhao Kun feeding medicine to Mu Nanking and Liangong Yi, which he saw at the last moment, before he lost consciousness, Lu Chuan couldn't help but get nervous. He was very worried that Zhao Kun had succeeded, and the reason why he recovered from his injuries was because he had been unconscious for a long time. Mu Nanking shook his head and said, "Zhao Kun is dead, and Yi, and I have not been killed by him." Lu Chuan's doubts deepened. He stared at Lu Chuan and asked anxiously, "Sister-in-law, you didn't lie to me on purpose to prevent me from being sad, did you? Zhao Kun is a master of the Zuan realm, how could he die so easily?" Mu Nanking took a deep breath and told him everything about the black ring. Then she hugged Lu Chuan and cried, "Zhao Chuan, my soul will soon be taken away by that god. From now on, you may never see me again, but you must promise me to live well. You are still young and have a bright future. I believe you will become a big man in this world, but I can't see it." Lu Chuan listened to Mu Nanking's talk about gods, soul transactions, and the last purple light that sank into Mu Nanking's eyebrows, and his brows frowned little by little. He didn't believe that the so-called gods were looking for mortals to do soul transactions, but the embroiderer mentioned by Mu Nanking was definitely not ordinary, otherwise it would be impossible to kill Zhao Kun so easily. He was more inclined to believe that this embroiderer was a practitioner with a high realm, and for some reason, she had to stay in that ring. In connection with the soul transaction mentioned by Mu Nanking, and the purple light that finally sank into her eyebrows, Lu Chuan guessed that the soul transaction mentioned by the embroiderer was most likely to seize Mu Nanking's body. In the world of cultivation, only the powerful above the nascent soul stage can have the ability to seize the body of others. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the spirit will transform into the nascent soul. At that time, even if the body is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul is still there, it will not die. Lu Chuan guessed that this embroiderer was a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Because her body was destroyed for some reason, she had to hide in the black ring. She disguised herself as a god, and told Mu Nanking that she would trade with her soul. Her real purpose was to seize Mu Nanking's body. Because it is very difficult to seize the soul, once the target has strong resistance, the difficulty of seizing the body will increase sharply. Lu Chuan guessed that the reason why the embroiderer killed Zhao Kun and saved herself by trading was to gain Mu Nanking's trust and increase the success rate of seizing the body. Although Lu Chuan might have died if it weren't for the embroiderer, he couldn't accept Mu Nanking being seized by someone, so he quickly interrupted Mu Nanking and said, "Sister-in-law, don't cry first, lie down on the bed quickly." He had to do everything he could to stop the embroiderer from seizing Mu Nanking. Mu Nanking was stunned, thinking that her soul was about to be taken away. It would be fine if Zhao Chuan didn't say goodbye to her, but why did he let her lie on the bed? Could it be that Zhao Chuan wanted to take advantage of this last bit of time to do that kind of thing with her? Her face turned red, but thinking that she might never have the chance to see Lu Chuan again, if she could truly become Lu Chuan's woman in this last bit of time, it would be perfect for her. So she obediently lay on the bed and unbuttoned her clothes. "Zhao Chuan, although it seems a bit strange that you want to say goodbye to me in this way, I don't mind," Mu Nanking said with a blushing face. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Mu Nanking to take off his clothes. He quickly reached out and grabbed Mu Nanking's hand. Mu Nanking was puzzled and asked, "Zhao Chuan, what's wrong?" Lu Chuan was confused. He didn't dare to tell King that she was deceived by the embroiderer, because the embroiderer's nascent soul had already run into King's mind. If he said it, the embroiderer would definitely hear it, and then there might be changes that Chen couldn't control. In order not to show any abnormality, he had to say, "You, don't move, I'll do it myself." King was startled when she heard it, and then nodded shyly. "Okay." Chen took a deep breath and sat directly on King. Chapter 212, Falling into a Deep Sleep. In King's sea of consciousness, the embroiderer was sitting cross-legged with a hint of pride on her face. "After hundreds of years, I finally found a body that is highly compatible with me. I don't have to hide in the ring anymore. This body is almost perfect, and the physique seems to be a little special. The most important thing is that her figure is close to my original body. After I take over her body, I will be the embroiderer who can attract countless men to fall at my feet." Just as Chen guessed, the embroiderer was indeed a Yuanying stage practitioner whose body was destroyed. The sole transaction she mentioned was to take over King's body. Hundreds of years ago, her body was destroyed, and she had no choice but to hide in the ring that could accommodate the Yuanying. At that time, the spiritual energy of the earth had begun to dry up, and it was not enough for her to become a casual cultivator who only relied on the Yuanying to practice. So for so many years, she has been looking for a body that fits her, trying to take over, but she has never found a suitable one. In addition, with the exhaustion of spiritual energy, she could not practice with only her nascent soul, and the power in her body was lost bit by bit. If she could not find a suitable body as soon as possible, she would probably disappear between heaven and earth because of exhaustion of power. Just when she thought she had no hope of finding a suitable body, King appeared in her sight. She relied on her own strength to influence King, so that she naturally picked up the ring she was in and kept it with her. She did not forcefully seize the body, one because the probability of success would be reduced, and the other because her current strength was not enough for her to forcefully seize the body of others. So she stayed by King's side, waiting for an opportunity, until today's Alkun suddenly attacked. In order to increase the probability of success in seizing the body, she used up her last strength, killed Zalkun, and rescued Chen. She could feel that King was a trustworthy person, so she was not worried that the other party would regret it. Moreover, King was just a mortal, and it was impossible for her to know that her purpose was to seize her body. When the time came, she would fool her a few words, and she would only cooperate obediently. "When I have a physical body again, I must find 10 strong men to vent my feelings. I've been lonely for hundreds of years." The embroiderer licked her tongue, looking forward to what will happen after she has a physical body. At this moment, she felt Chen sitting on King's body and was slightly stunned. What is this kid going to do? Why sit on someone else's body instead of saying goodbye to him? The embroiderer looked at Chen and King, felt King's physical reaction, and immediately understood what the two were going to do. She showed a playful smile and said to herself, "It really is the most suitable physical body for me. Even if there is only a little time left, you are still thinking about this kind of thing. Well, since you are about to be possessed by me, I will let you and this boy have one last tenderness. I will also observe this boy's ability, by the way. If he is outstanding, it will be a good choice to keep him by my side as a face-to-face in the future." The embroiderer looked at Chen with interest, intending to carefully appreciate the process of the two people applauding for love. After Chen sat on King was extremely nervous. She thought to herself that Chen was really something. He usually avoided her everywhere, but when he really had to do this, he seemed more anxious than anyone else. She was looking forward to the moment when Chen took the initiative to take off her clothes. But she saw Chen took a deep breath, and then the spiritual power surged on his palm, and he quickly formed several hand seals. Golden marks appeared one after another, as Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the center of King's eyebrows. All the marks flew into King's sea of consciousness. King was confused, thinking, isn't it going to do that kind of thing? What is Chen doing here with his hands and feet dancing? Is it a warm-up? In Munan King's Sea of Consciousness, the embroiderer was still looking forward to watching the live broadcast, and golden marks suddenly fell down, forming an unbreakable cage directly around her nascent soul. This is exactly the way Lu Chuan found in the inherited memory to prevent others from taking over the body. The cage formed by the golden mark will bind the nascent soul that invades the sea of consciousness of others for a period of time, making it impossible for it to seize the body of others. Of course, under normal circumstances, this cage will definitely not be able to trap the powerful nascent soul, but Lu Chuan also guessed that the power of the embroiderer was close to exhaustion, otherwise she would not have gone to great lengths to deceive Munan King. The embroiderer felt that she was trapped. Her face changed drastically, and she shouted directly, "Boy, are you looking for death? Let me out quickly." She thought that her possession of the body this time was a foregone conclusion, but she never thought that Lu Chuan was also a cultivator, and he also mastered the method of preventing others from seizing the body. Lu Chuan heard the voice of the embroiderer and said, "Senior, I'm really sorry. Although you saved my life, I can't watch you take over my sister-in-law's body, so I can only trap you first." The embroiderer shouted excitedly, "Since you know that I saved your life, then let me go quickly. This is a deal between her and me. I took action because she agreed. What's the difference between your behavior now and those ungrateful wolves?" Lu Chuan sighed and said, "I know it's a bit shameless to do this, but she is the closest person to me. Even if she is despised by others, I can't let her body be taken away by others. Senior, how about this? You come out of my sister-in-law's sea of consciousness first, and I promise you that I can help you find the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth to make a physical body, so that I can repay your kindness in saving me. How about it?" The embroiderer gnashed her teeth. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? As long as I get out of her sea of consciousness, you will probably kill my nascent soul immediately. I tell you, your method can only trap me for a while, not for a lifetime. Once your method fails, I will immediately seize her body. Even if I fail, I will make you, a shameless villain, lose your closest person." Lu Chuan sighed and said, "Since the senior doesn't believe me, I have no choice but to let the senior suffer for a while and fall into a deep sleep." As he said this, he took out a sachet from the demon suppression tower. This sachet was made from the magic weapon that had the effect of awakening the mind that he and Tang Yurao bought at the auction. Lu Chuan added a lot of special materials to it and finally refined this sachet into a magic weapon that could protect the soul. As long as this sachet is activated, Munan King's soul will be protected. But at this time, there was still the nascent soul of the embroiderer in Munan King's sea of consciousness, and the sachet naturally could not distinguish which one was Munan King's soul, so Lu Chuan could only activate the second effect of the sachet at the same time, to make people fall asleep. Once the effect is activated, Munan King and the embroiderer will fall asleep at the same time. In this way, even if the means of trapping the embroiderer failed, she would not be able to seize Munan King's body. The reason for using this method is that Lu Chuan currently does not have the ability to forcibly pull the nascent soul of the embroiderer out of Munan King's sea of consciousness. If he does so, if he is not careful, Munan King may become an idiot. He can only take advantage of the embroiderer's deep sleep to find a way to get the embroiderer's nascent soul out of Munan King's sea of consciousness. Munan King looked at Lu Chuan in confusion and asked, "Xiaochun, what is going on?" Lu Chuan explained, "Sister-in-law, the one called Xiaoyang is not a deity at all. You can think of her as a wandering ghost who wants to occupy your body. Once your body is occupied, your soul will be completely annihilated, and you won't even be able to reincarnate. So I thought of a way to trap her first, and then, to ensure your safety, I can only let you and her fall asleep at the same time. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get her out of you, but you have to sleep for the time being." Munan King was confused and didn't understand what Lu Chuan said, but she could understand that she was in trouble, and in order to save herself, Lu Chuan had to let himself fall asleep first. "So you won't do that thing?" Munan King was a little disappointed, but he also knew that the current situation was critical, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Xiaochun, does this mean that I can continue to stay with you in the future?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Of course, sister-in-law is willing to sacrifice her soul to save me. How could I let you leave me so easily? Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter, and when I wake you up, everything will be back to normal." Mu Nanking nodded. She has always trusted Lu Chuan unconditionally. At this time, the embroiderer had begun to attack the golden marks frantically in the sea of consciousness. Seeing that the golden marks had loosened, Lu Chuan knew that once the embroiderer escaped, she would fight back desperately, and Mu Nanking would be in danger at that time, so he did not dare to hesitate anymore, and said to Mu Nanking, "Sister-in-law, you should have a good sleep." Then he activated the sachet in his hand. A special power enveloped Mu Nanking. Mu Nanking slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The embroiderer in her sea of consciousness was also covered by this power, and lost consciousness little by little. Feeling that both Mu Nanking and the embroiderer had fallen into a deep sleep, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He placed the sachet on Mu Nanking's pillow, looking at this woman who would do anything for him, showing a bit of heartache, and then reached out to button up the buttons she had unbuttoned at that time. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will never let anything happen to you." Without hesitation, Lu Chuan immediately began to flip through the inherited memories, looking for ways to separate other people's nascent souls from the sea of consciousness. After a long time, Lu Chuan frowned. Although the power of the embroiderer's nascent soul is already very weak, it is after all related to the nascent soul level. These methods and the inherited memories must reach the nascent soul stage to be feasible. In that case, wouldn't my sister-in-law have to sleep for a long time? He found a method that could be done in the golden core stage among many methods, and it was a method that only he could do. But this method has a prerequisite, that is, the nascent soul of the embroiderer must be suppressed by the true dragon fate. The way to suppress it is to transfer the Lang force into Mu Nanking's body. There is only one way to do this. He must have sex with Mu Nanking. Looking at Mu Nanking lying on the bed, Lu Chuan's face was full of entanglement. He has always respected Mu Nanking. When he thought that only by doing that kind of thing with her could he separate Xiunayang's Yuanying in the Jiandan period, he was extremely entangled. He scratched his head hard, sighed, and said to himself, "In any case, I have to improve my strength to the Jiandan period first. As for whether to use this method at that time, I will consider it when the time comes." Lu Chuan made up his mind, called Liang Gong and Suming over, and briefly told them what had just happened. Liang Gong stared at Mu Nanking, who was in deep sleep with big eyes, and asked, "Will Sister Nanking have to sleep for a long time?" Lu Chuan said, "It depends on when I break through to the Jiandan stage. As long as I suddenly reach the Jiandan stage and find what I need, I can wake my sister-in-law up." After saying that, he coughed twice, obviously feeling a little guilty. After all, if Mu Nanking wakes up in the Jiandan stage, he can only do that. So next Big Brother has to go to the island country as soon as possible and take back the 3 dragon veins? Suming asked. Lu Chuan nodded, yes. Then he narrowed his eyes, and a few murderous auras burst out of his eyes, and said, "But before going to the island country, I have to settle accounts with that bastard Zhu Chingan. If he hadn't instigated Zhao Kun to come here, how could my sister-in-law fall into this situation? I must kill him." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 213, New President. Provincial Capital. Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association. The martial arts arena was bustling with people. Today is the day for the change of the president of the Martial Arts Association. According to the rules, the position of the president changes every 5 years. Because it is a martial arts association, everyone respects martial arts, so the way of changing the president is also very simple. If anyone doesn't like the current president, they can stand up and challenge him on the day of the change. Once the challenge is successful and no one else challenges, they can become the new president. Zhu Chengan is the only 9th level master in the Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association. He has never encountered an opponent in all these years, so he has been re-elected many times. Everyone has formed an inherent perception that the ZHU family is firmly sitting on the president of the Gyeongbuk Province Martial Arts Association. After all, there have been no martial arts geniuses in Gyeongbuk Province in recent years, and it is impossible for anyone to beat ZHU Chingan. Therefore, this time when the president changed, everyone still went through the motions and arranged a few people to pretend to challenge ZHU Chingan. Everyone stopped when they had won. After ZHU Chingan won, they presented the prepared gifts to congratulate him on his re-election as president. After that, they had a banquet to celebrate the victory. In the past, ZHU Chingan would be very happy on the day of the change of term. After all, he could not only receive many gifts, but also show off in front of everyone. But today, he could not be happy at all. This morning, he woke up in a daze, but found that his wife was venting her desires on her own, and she kept calling Zhao Lang in her mouth. She looked obsessed, as if she wanted to be Zhao Lang's bitch. The so-called Zhao Lang could not be anyone else except Zhao Kun. ZHU Chingan hated it in his heart, but Zhao Kun was a master of the mysterious realm. He did not have the strength to take revenge, so he could only think about pretending that this incident had not happened. Then he would be gentle with Jiang Feng, hoping to eliminate the impact of Zhao Kun's incident on their couple with his tolerance and generosity. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Feng refused to do that with him, and her expression was full of disgust. This made him very upset. He didn't know how much magic Zhao Kun had. In just one night, he made his wife become like this. He originally wanted to solve this problem with Jiang Feng, otherwise he couldn't live like this. But today is the day of the president's term change. People in the association came to him early to discuss related matters. He could only bear the unhappiness in his heart and deal with the matter of the term change first. Not long after, all the people in the Martial Arts Association arrived. Vice President Zhao Beicheng walked in front of everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, today is the day of the president's term change. I won't say much nonsense. It's still the old rules. Anyone who wants to be the president of the Gyeongbuk Province Martial Arts Association can challenge the current president. As long as you win, you can sit in this position. Please start the challenge if you have ideas." The arranged people challenged ZHU Chingan one after another. ZHU Chingan didn't want to fight with these people. After getting on the ring, he basically solved it with one move. After all, the 9th level of the transformation realm is equivalent to the strongest combat power in Gyeongbuk Province. Even if the 8th level of the transformation realm goes up, it can't withstand ZHU Chingan's full strength attack. Everyone was surprised by ZHU Chingan's momentum. They all felt that he seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. The few people who were arranged didn't even dare to go to the ring. At the same time, everyone also realized the horror of the 9th level of the transformation realm. Several 8th level of the transformation realm in the association, who were not weak originally, wanted to fight by themselves, and maybe there was a chance of winning. But after seeing ZHU Chingan's strength, no one dared to have such an idea. Soon, those who were arranged to challenge ZHU Chingan were all defeated in one move. Zhao Beicheng came to the crowd as usual and shouted, "Is there anyone else challenging President ZHU?" The whole audience was silent. Since no one has come forward to challenge, I declare that the position of the president of the Gyeongbuk Province Martial Arts Association will still be held by President ZHU. ZHU Chingan shouted loudly. Everyone was ready to applaud enthusiastically. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. How can a despicable hypocritical trash like ZHU Chingan be qualified to be the president of the Gyeongbuk Martial Arts Association? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice in surprise, and saw a heroic young man slowly walking towards them. ZHU Chingan also looked up, and when he saw the person clearly, he instantly crushed the teacup in his hand. "Lu Chuan, you actually have the guts to come here." Lu Chuan stood in the center of the martial arts arena and said coldly, "Why shouldn't I dare?" ZHU Chingan narrowed his eyes, but soon sneered and said, "I know. Have the 2 women in your clinic been ruined by Zhao Kun? Are you running here to seek revenge on me?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "Zhao Kun is dead, but I did come here to seek revenge on you." ZHU Chingan showed a hint of surprise on his face. "Zhao Kun is dead? Who are you fooling? He is a master of the Zuan realm. How can a small character like you kill a master of the Zuan realm?" Lu Chuan shrugged. "Believe it or not, Zhu Chengan sneered and said, I guess the two women in your clinic were played into idiots by Zhao Kun. You are so angry that you fantasize about killing him here, right? I understand. When a person is extremely angry, he will indeed take fantasy as reality. After all, only in this way will you not feel too bad in your heart. Although his wife and daughter were both screwed by Zhao Kun, he felt inexplicably happy when he thought that the women around Lu Chuan had the same experience. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, I think it's your daughter who was turned into a bitch by Zhao Kun, so you want others to have the same experience as you, right? I understand your mentality, but unfortunately, your daughter is the only one who has this experience. Zhu Chengan was poked in the sore spot, and the whole person fell into a manic state. He looked at Lu Chuan with gritted teeth and roared, boy, you are looking for death. Zhao Beicheng on the side didn't understand what was going on, and stood up and said to Lu Chuan, young man, we are now holding a president's election meeting. If you are interested in challenging President Zhu, then formally challenge him. If you don't have this idea, please leave as soon as possible, and don't delay our business. Lu Chuan said coldly, okay. In that case, I will challenge this shameless thing, and clean up the garbage for the Jiangbi martial arts world. Zhu Chengan showed a playful smile on his face, stood up, walked towards the center of the martial arts field, and began to stretch his muscles at the same time. Boy, I'm worried that I can't find a chance to vent. Since you are looking for death, I won't be polite. Everyone around looked at Lu Chuan with contempt, and they obviously felt that this unknown person was too arrogant to challenge Zhu Chengan. President Zhu is a 9th level master of the transformation realm. In Jiangbi province, no one is his opponent. This guy has a grudge against President Zhu and dares to challenge him. Isn't this courting death? This kid looks only 26 or 27 years old. No matter how talented he is, it is impossible for him to reach the 9th level of the transformation realm at such a young age. Everyone knows that today's election conference is just a formality. This guy's really courting death. The 9th level of the transformation realm can be regarded as the ceiling of the martial arts world in Jiangbi province. How dare this guy challenge President Zhu? Lu Chuan looked at Zhu Chengan calmly and said, you will die today. Zhu Chengan sneered, you are only at the 6th level of the transformation realm. Where do you get the confidence to say such big words? He did not hesitate. The impulse to deal with Lu Chuan in his heart had reached its peak. The momentum of the 9th level of the transformation realm burst out and rushed towards Lu Chuan. He clenched his fist, intending to seriously injure Lu Chuan first, and then torture him. Just as he rushed to Lu Chuan and was about to punch him, Lu Chuan raised his hand lightly and grabbed Zhu Chengan's fist. Strong winds dispersed to both sides, but Lu Chuan was unharmed. He smiled at Zhu Chengan and said, who told you that I'm at the 6th level of the transformation realm? Then he twisted hard, and the spiritual power in his body madly wrapped around Zhu Chengan's arm. With a snap, the bones in Zhu Chengan's arm were twisted and broken. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. What? How is this possible? Zhu Chengan screamed instantly and quickly used all his strength to attack Lu Chuan so that he could take the opportunity to pull his arm back. His face turned extremely pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked at Lu Chuan with some horror and said, you were only at the 6th level of the transformation realm not long ago. How come you have become so strong after such a long time? Lu Chuan said lightly, there are so many things in this world that you can't understand. Do I have to explain them to you one by one? You just need to know that you will definitely die in my hands today. Zhu Chengan narrowed his eyes. From the fight just now, he had already felt that he was no match for Lu Chuan. So without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and ran. Lu Chuan didn't intend to give him a chance to escape. He quickly rushed behind him and kicked Zhu Chengan's leg with a kick that condensed his spiritual power. With a bang, Zhu Chengan fell to the ground, covering his leg and wailing. Lu Chuan grabbed Zhu Chengan's collar and lifted him up. Zhu Chengan's face was filled with horror, and he begged for mercy. I admit defeat. Please let me go. Lu Chuan said expressionlessly, you caused my sister-in-law to fall into a deep sleep, and if I'll let you go, I will be the one who feels guilty. After that, He broke Zhu Chenggen's remaining arm and leg. Zhu Chenggen fell to the ground and wailed for a long time. Lu Chuan felt that he had suffered enough, so he stretched out his hand to pinch his neck, and with a slight force, he ended his life. At this moment, the entire martial arts arena was extremely silent, and even if a hair fell, it could be heard clearly. Everyone looked at Lu Chuan in horror, obviously frightened by his cruelness. After Lu Chuan killed Zhu Chenggen, he felt that the anger in his heart had been vented a little. At this time, he realized that there was a large group of people watching around him. He turned his head and looked around, and said a little embarrassedly, "In your martial arts competition, killing people should be okay, right?" No one dared to say a word. After a long time, Zhao Beicheng, who had recovered from his shock, quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. In the martial arts arena, casualties are normal. Moreover, this is a fight for the position of president, and fierce fighting is inevitable. Zhu Chenggen is not as skilled as others, and he deserves to die." The people around him immediately echoed. Zhao Beicheng rolled his eyes, and then shouted loudly, "The competition is over. Let us welcome the new president to take office." Everyone in the Martial Arts Association congratulated in unison. "Welcome to the new president." Lu Chuan was confused. "I just came here to take revenge. What are you doing?" An hour later, Lu Chuan, the new president of the Jiangbai Martial Arts Association, was walking around the Martial Arts Association accompanied by Vice President Zhao Beicheng. Although this new identity came out of nowhere, and Lu Chuan didn't want to be the president, Zhao Beicheng said that anyone who succeeded in the challenge, but failed to fulfill the president's obligations would be identified as dereliction of duty by the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, and a master of the mysterious realm would be sent directly to punish him. If Lu Chuan did not become the president, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association would immediately send someone to put him in jail to reflect on himself. Lu Chuan had no choice but to accept this identity. President Lu, this courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits is a residence specially provided for the president. Zhao Beicheng took Lu Chuan to the door of the house in the northwest corner of the Martial Arts Association. Lu Chuan nodded and walked into the house. Not long after he entered, he heard a strange sound. He followed the sound and came to the bedroom where Zhu Chenggen lived before. "President Lu, this is Zhu Chenggen's previous bedroom," Zhao Beicheng explained. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to push the door open and saw a white and beautiful woman wearing only a bellyband leaning against the bed to vent herself, shouting, "Zhao Lang, I like it so much." Such an erotic scene shocked Lu Chuan directly, and then turned to ask Zhao Beicheng, "What is this? Is it a performance specially prepared to celebrate my inauguration?" Chapter 214 I can't sympathize with you. Zhao Beicheng was also stunned by the scene in the room, and couldn't move his eyes away. Jiang Feng didn't expect that someone would dare to push her door privately at this time. She was so scared that she quickly withdrew her hand, covered her body with the quilt, and cursed, "Who told you to open the door? Close the door for me." Zhao Beicheng reacted, and quickly closed the door again. He looked at Lu Chuan with embarrassment and said, "How could this be a performance? The one inside is Zhu Chenggen's wife Jiang Feng. I didn't expect her to do such a thing in the room in broad daylight. It's really embarrassing." Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and asked, "Who is the Zhao Lang she called?" Zhao Beicheng immediately whispered, "This is actually related to the grievances between you, President Lu, and Zhu Chenggen. Of course, this is just what I heard from others." Then he told her about Zhao Kun running here and taking Jiang Feng to Zhu Chenggen's bedroom to stay for a night. Lu Chuan was surprised. So the Zhao Lang she called was Zhao Kun? Zhao Beicheng nodded. That should be it. Lu Chuan was amazed, thinking that Zhao Kun was really a ruthless man. In just one night, he turned Zhu Chenggen's wife into this. I don't know how fierce he is. Soon, the door of the room opened. Jiang Feng, who was already wearing a robe, walked out with his arms folded across his chest. She was full of anger. The blush on her face had not faded yet, and she cursed after coming out. "You two are so brave, right? You dare to come over and peek at me." Her eyes fell on Lu Chuan, and she was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Are you Lu Chuan?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to know me." Jiang Feng gritted her teeth and said, "How could I not know you? If it weren't for you, how could my daughter become like that? I want to kill you in my dreams. Lu Chuan laughed and said, don't slander people. It was your Zhao Lang who turned your daughter into that. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Feng's face sank. I don't allow you to talk about Zhao Lang. It's obviously because of you that Zhao Lang had to do that. Lu Chuan was speechless. It seems that you have been really brainwashed, and you can't even tell right from wrong. Jiang Feng snorted coldly and said, you don't need to tell me whether I can tell right from wrong. Since you dare to come directly to the Martial Arts Association, then don't even think about leaving. I'll let my husband come and deal with you. After that, she turned her head to look at Zhao Beicheng and said, go call my husband over. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. Jiang Feng was a little confused, glared at Lu Chuan, and said, what are you laughing at? Wait until my husband comes over, and see if you can still laugh. Lu Chuan said, he can't come over, he has died in my hands. Jiang Feng's face changed, and then questioned, you think I'm a fool, right? My husband is the president of the Jiangbai Martial Arts Association, a master of the 9th level of the realm of transformation. How could he die in your hands? Zhao Beicheng on the side sighed and said, what he said is true. Today is the day for the president to change terms. Lu Chuan challenged and won your husband and became the new president, but he didn't rest well and beat your husband to death. Jiang Feng was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. His legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? My husband is dead. I will no longer be the wife of the president. Zhao Beicheng said, we are here now to inform you to move out with your daughter. From now on, this is the residence of President Lu. Jiang Feng was stunned, unable to accept this fact. She looked at Lu Chuan with resentment on her face and was about to attack. You bastard, give me back my husband's life. Zhao Beicheng quickly stopped her and said, there will be casualties in a martial arts competition. President Lu is not to blame for this. You should stop making trouble. Hurry up and pack up and take your daughter away from here. Jiang Feng was full of despair, sat on the ground and cried. I'm a weak woman. Where can I live if I leave here? Besides, my daughter is no different from a disabled person now. If I take her away, there will definitely be a lot of people who will target us mother and daughter. By then, I'm afraid we will become playthings of those people with ill intentions. You can bear to let us mother and daughter fall into such a situation? Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, all of this is caused by your daughter's unreasonable behavior and snatching my dragon beard grass. It can be said that this is her retribution, and it is also your retribution. What situation you mother and daughter will encounter has nothing to do with me, and you don't have to play misery here. I can't sympathize with you. Jiang Feng rolled her eyes, then knelt directly in front of Lu Chuan, looking at him with a pleading face, and said, Lu Chuan, can you give me and my daughter a chance? If you are willing to take us mother and daughter in, I can let you play with me as you like. As long as you give us mother and daughter a guarantee, I can meet any request, even if it is very perverted. If it really doesn't work, my daughter and I will serve you together. Is that not okay? After that, she knelt down in front of Lu Chuan, stretched out her hands to hug Lu Chuan's thighs, raised her head, and pleaded, Lu Chuan, Dad, Master, please. Lu Chuan got goosebumps all over his body, kicked Jiang Feng away, and said, you don't mind being dirty, but I do. Take your daughter away quickly, and don't let me see you again in the future. I'm disgusted. Zhao Beicheng hurriedly shouted, come on. Get her out. Go to the yard over there, and get her daughter out too. Immediately, several people from the Martial Arts Association ran over, and dragged Jiang Feng out. Jiang Feng pleaded, Lu Chuan please, at least you can just give us mother and daughter a bite of food. Not long after, Jiang Feng's crying dissipated, and Lu Chuan felt a little quieter in his ears. He glanced at Zhao Beicheng and said, find someone to clean this room and Zhu Qian's room. They are probably quite dirty inside. Let's use them as a storage room in the future. Yes. Zhao Beicheng agreed immediately. President's office. Lu Chuan sat at his desk, looking at the piles of documents on the desk, and felt a headache. Zhao Beicheng stood in front of the desk with several senior executives of the Martial Arts Association, and said with a smile, President Lu, some important documents of the association are here. Many of them have not been processed yet. Please approve these documents, President Lu. Lu Chuan thought to himself, I was just a delivery man in the past. How could I know how to approve documents? You are simply trying to kill me. He rolled his eyes, then stood up and said, Vice President Zhao, colleagues, although I have just taken office and should indeed handle the affairs of the association, I have a very important matter to deal with right now. I have to go to the island country immediately, and I have bought the plane ticket. So now I appoint Vice President Zhao as the acting president to handle the relevant matters of the association on my behalf. This is not dereliction of duty. After all, only when my affairs are handled well can I better build our association. Okay, it's settled. I'm leaving first. President Zhao, the association will rely on you while I'm away. After saying that, he planned to slip away. Seeing this, Zhao Beicheng grabbed Lu Chuan and said, President Lu, you can't be so irresponsible. You just took office. At least you have to solve some problems for the association, so that the people below can be convinced of you. You don't have to approve these documents, but our Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association has always been at the bottom among all the major martial arts associations. Other martial arts associations at least have masters of the Zuan realm in charge. Our martial arts association is lucky to have a 9th level transformation realm master, and those apprentices below are also the worst in each province. You should at least think of a way to change the current situation of our association. Otherwise, in a few years, our Jiangbai Martial Arts Association will be removed from the headquarters. Hearing this, Lu Chuan said with surprise on his face, Is our Jiangbai Martial Arts so bad? Zhao Beicheng nodded, Isn't it? Before Zhu Chenggen sat in this position, he only knew how to enjoy himself and was greedy for money. Whenever he was allocated some resources, he swallowed them all. We dared not speak out, and we were counting on you, the new president, to change this situation. Hearing this, Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, This situation is a long-term malpractice, and it will definitely not change in one go. How about this? I'll write you a prescription. After that, he picked up a pen and paper, wrote down a prescription, and handed it to Zhao Beicheng. You follow the prescription, grind these herbs into powder, and give them to the apprentices to drink with water. 1 cup a day will help to dredge the meridians and improve the efficiency of the internal energy. Over time, their physical fitness will be improved, and then they will be able to cultivate some martial arts geniuses. Of course, this prescription is also very useful for you. If you drink it for a long time, breaking through the bottleneck will not be a problem. Okay, I have given you the first step to change the current situation of the Martial Arts Association. You follow what I say first, and when I come back from the island country, I will think of other ways. I promise not to let you down. After that, he ran away directly. Zhao Beicheng wanted to stop him but failed. He looked at the prescription in his hand and shook his head helplessly. It seems that our new president is not very reliable. The rest of the people sighed. This kid is young and impetuous. He is really not suitable for the position of president. It would be better to let Zhu Chenggen do it instead of him. That's right. He obviously doesn't want to be in charge, but he still has to write a prescription that says it can improve physical fitness. If physical fitness is so easy to change, there would be geniuses everywhere in the martial arts world. I think he just found an excuse to fool people. Let's not have any hope. After complaining, the group of people dispersed. Zhao Beicheng looked at the prescription in his hand and felt helpless. The decline of Jiangbai martial arts is indeed related to the region and physical fitness. In addition, the resources from the headquarters are small, and most of them have to be swallowed up by Zhu Chenggen. It is even more difficult to cultivate a few geniuses. Over the years, he and other senior executives in the association have thought about ways to improve the physical fitness of the apprentices in the association, but this kind of thing is not something that can be changed just by saying it. But the medicinal materials in the prescription, written by Lu Chuan, are not expensive. Whether it works or not, I'll buy it back and try it. Afternoon. Several high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Association came to Zhao Beicheng to discuss the affairs of the Martial Arts Association. As soon as they entered Zhao Beicheng's office, they saw Zhao Beicheng sitting at the table, grinding some medicinal materials. One person walked over to take a look and said with a smile, "Do you really believe what Lu Chuan said?" Zhao Beicheng smiled and said, "It won't cost much to try it. What if it works?" The man smiled and said, "What if he just wrote it randomly? Don't blame us for not reminding you if you had diarrhea after drinking it." Zhao Beicheng smiled and said, "After all, I'm also in the 8th level of the transformation realm. If I have diarrhea after drinking this little thing, it would be too embarrassing for the transformation realm warriors." As he said, he poured the ground medicine into the cup and poured water on it. Several people looked at Zhao Beicheng with a smile, waiting to see him laugh. Zhao Beicheng stared at the water in the cup and felt a little unsure, but there were several people watching him, so he couldn't back down. He picked up the cup and drank the water in it. Click. A warm current appeared in his body. The bottleneck that Zhao Beicheng had been stuck in for many years actually showed a tendency to loosen. He was stunned for a moment. Several people around him looked at him curiously, and one of them asked, "What's wrong? Are you poisoned?" Zhao Beicheng ignored them, but quickly washed the remaining medicine powder with water and drank it. After confirming that the feeling of the loosening of the bottleneck in his body was not an illusion, Zhao Beicheng's face turned red with excitement. He danced with joy, looked at the senior executives in the room, and said excitedly, "Our new president is really a god." Chapter 215 Zhonglinger's Plan. A commercial street in the provincial capital. Lu Chuan walked towards a large supermarket not far away. It would probably take him a long time to go to the island country this time, so he had to buy some personal items and change of clothes. Anyway, he had the demon suppression tower, so he didn't have to worry about bringing too many things. He didn't let Suzumiya follow him. One reason was that there would be many risks in going to the island country this time. Suzumiya followed him and would only become a burden. She was also the key target of the Biyuan family. Once she appeared in the island country, it would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble and increase the difficulty of obtaining the dragon vein. The other reason was that Munin King fell into a deep sleep, and it would be more convenient to take care of him with a girl by his side. So Lu Chuan asked Suzumiya to stay in the clinic and wait for his news. Just as Lu Chuan was walking towards a supermarket, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the inspectorate suddenly ran over and surrounded him. Lu Chuan was a little confused and asked, "What are you doing?" The leader issued a warrant to Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, you are suspected of killing Zhu Chingan, the president of the Jiangbai Province Martial Arts Association. Now we will arrest you according to the law. Please go back with us." Lu Chuan frowned and said, "Zhu Chingan and I were fighting normally. He died in my hands because he was not as skilled as others. Why did you arrest me?" The leader said indifferently, "We are ordered to arrest people. Please cooperate." Then two people came and grabbed Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan wanted to resist, but considering that these were people from the supervisory department, once he took action, he would be guilty, even if he was not guilty, so he endured it. He just wanted to find out why the people from the supervisory department came to arrest him. Could it be that Jiang Feng ran to the supervisory department to report him? The people from the supervisory department took Lu Chuan back to the supervisory department of Jiangbai province and put him in jail. At this time, Jiang Feng appeared in front of him with a sneer on her face. "Lu Chuan, you didn't expect it. You just took the position of president in the morning, and you were arrested in the afternoon. This fate is really amazing." Lu Chuan's face was full of anger. "It's you, a bitch." Jiang Feng snorted coldly and said, "This is not because you don't know what's good for you. If you agreed to accept us mother and daughter, how could you encounter such a prison disaster?" Lu Chuan wanted to slap this woman a few times, but he thought about it. He and Zhu Chengan had a martial arts competition. Everyone in the martial arts association saw it. Jiang Feng alone went to report it, and the supervisory department would not be so obedient to arrest people. There must be someone behind this matter who is secretly fanning the flames. He squinted at Jiang Feng and asked, "There must be someone behind you who is promoting this? Who is it?" At this time, a chuckle sounded. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You know that she can't do this alone." Lu Chuan turned his head and found that the person who came was Han King's ex-girlfriend, Zhonglinger, whose butt he had touched. Jiang Feng saw Zhonglinger coming over and bowed respectfully. "Miss Zhang, Zhang Linga waved her hand. You have nothing to do here. Go away. Yes, Miss Zhang, please make sure to deal with this Lu Chuan. It would be best if he is sentenced to death, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. Jiang Feng said, glared at Lu Chuan proudly, and left. Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Linga with a puzzled face and asked, did you ask the people from the supervision department to arrest me? Do you have such a great ability? Zhang Linga snorted and said, my grandfather is the head of the supervision department of Jiangbai province. Do you think I have this ability? Lu Chuan's eyes widened. He never thought that Zhang Linga's background was so great. He thought for a moment and said, even if you are not ordinary, you can never arrest people at will, by relying on your power. Many people saw me fighting with ZHU Chingan. He died on the ring. You have no right to arrest me. Zhang Linga smiled and said, you are right. Even my grandfather can only act according to the rules. But have you ever thought that you killed ZHU Chingan and became the new president of the Jiangbai Martial Arts Association? But the people in the Martial Arts Association may not be used to you sitting in this position. I have sent people to inquire. The people in the Martial Arts Association think that you, the new president, are too unreliable. Everyone is complaining about you behind your back. And you are arrested at this time. Do you think they will help me to prove your guilt in order to drive you away as the new president? When Lu Chuan heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What Zhang Linga said was true. He knew that the people in the Martial Arts Association were dissatisfied with him as the new president, and he dumped everything on Zhao Beicheng on the first day of his appointment. Those senior officials must be very dissatisfied. I'm strong, and no one dares to oppose me when I sit in this position. But if there is another opportunity to overthrow me as the president, those senior executives may try. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan panicked. He looked at Zhang Linga with embarrassment and said flatteringly, Miss Zhang, let's talk it out. Zhang Linga snorted coldly and said, you took my kingxi away and even dared to touch my butt. I have nothing to say to you. Just wait for the death penalty. After that, she turned and left. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, thinking that he was really unlucky. He hadn't even gone to the island country yet, but he was sentenced to death. This was even more outrageous than God's joke. I hope that the head of the Jiangbai Provincial Supervisory Department can be as open-minded as Senior U. Jiangbai Provincial Martial Arts Association. Zhao Beicheng and a group of senior executives were in a joy that could not be concealed at the moment. At first, after Zhao Beicheng drank the water mixed with the powder, he danced with excitement, and the other senior executives thought he was pretending. But after Zhao Beicheng made each of them a cup of water to drink, they all started dancing with joy. I never expected that the prescription our new president wrote casually would be so effective. Yeah, I thought it was just a random prescription, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. If we drink it for a long time, the physical fitness of our entire martial arts association will be greatly improved. As long as the physical fitness can be improved, over time, we will definitely be able to produce a few geniuses in Jiangbai, and then we won't have to be laughed at by martial arts associations in other provinces. The new president is really a gift from God to us. Just as they were praising the new president together, people from the supervision department came here. Now there is a guy named Lu Chuan who is suspected of killing your president ZHU Chingan. I need you to go back with me to testify. Please follow me. In prison, Lu Chuan was sitting on the ground thinking about how to get through this crisis. At this time, several people came over and said to Lu Chuan, the chief asked us to take you there. Lu Chuan sighed. At this point, he could only deal with it as it came. He stood up and left with those people. After a while, Lu Chuan was taken to a room that looked like an interrogation room. Jiang Feng and Zhang Linga were already waiting here. In addition to the two of them, there was an old man with a cold face and a serious expression sitting at the table in front of them. This man was Zhang Linga's grandfather, the chief of the Jiangbai Supervisory Department, Zhang Xianian. The first time Lu Chuan saw Zhang Xianian, he felt the fierce momentum of the other party. This is a master of the mysterious realm. Zhang Xianian stared at Lu Chuan and asked, are you Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan nodded. It's me. Zhang Xianian pointed at Jiang Feng and said, she reported you for killing her husband ZHU Chengan without reason. Do you admit this crime? Lu Chuan immediately said, Zhu Chengan and I were having a normal duel, and today is a day when the president of the Martial Arts Association changes terms. I challenged Zhu Chengan, and he died, because he was not as skilled as me. This is simply the most normal result of the duel. I don't admit this crime. Jiang Feng immediately shouted aggressively, you are talking nonsense. You didn't challenge my husband at all. You deliberately beat him to death in private. I saw it with my own eyes. First Master, please sentence this hateful guy to death. Zhang Xianyuan knocked on the table and said, I have asked someone to notify the people from the Martial Arts Association. They will be here soon. We will soon know whether Zhu Chengan died in the duel or was deliberately killed. Jiang Feng was a little unsure, so he approached Zhang Linga and asked in a low voice, Miss Zhang, will those people in the Martial Arts Association really speak for us? Zhang Linga said confidently, the Martial Arts Association doesn't approve of Lu Chuan as the new president, especially Zhao Beicheng. He has been the vice president for so many years. Now he has a chance to be promoted. Do you think he will seize the opportunity? Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, Miss Zhang is wise. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan with a gloating look, and an expectant smile appeared on her face. Not long after, Zhao Beicheng and others came to the supervision department and arrived at the interrogation room. When Zhang Linga saw these people, she smiled at Lu Chuan and said, you're dead. Jiang Feng was also excited and said, Lu Chuan, I made you dislike me. This is your retribution. But when Zhao Beicheng and others came in, they hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhang, why did your supervisory department arrest our new president? Zhang Xianyuan said lightly, someone reported that Lu Chuan killed your president Zhu Chengan. Could it be that it's not the case? Zhao Beicheng hurriedly said, Zhu Chengan did die at the hands of Lu Chuan, but that was just a normal competition. Today is the day for the president to change terms. As long as you have an idea, you can challenge Zhu Chengan. Zhu Chengan himself is not strong enough, and it is normal for him to die. This is a rule that everyone in the martial arts world knows. Now Lu Chuan has become the new president of our martial arts association. What are you arresting him for? Jiang Feng was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Zhang Linga with an inquiring expression. Didn't you say that the people in the martial arts association would speak for us? Zhang Linga didn't expect that Zhao Beicheng would come up and prove Lu Chuan's innocence. This was not what he thought. She quickly said to Zhao Beicheng, think carefully before you speak. If Lu Chuan's crime is confirmed, the position of president will be yours. Zhao Beicheng said righteously, Lu Chuan is more suitable for the position of president than me. How could I slander him for my own selfish desires? Zhang Linga was stunned. Aren't you all very pessimistic about him as the president of the Martial Arts Association? Why did you suddenly change your attitude now? Zhao Beicheng said, who told you that we don't think highly of him? His small prescription has brought infinite hope to our association. Such a good president is rare in a century. We are so happy. If you really want to punish him, then arrest all the members of our martial arts association. Zhang Linga was completely speechless. She turned her head and looked at Lu Chuan. She didn't expect that this guy's reputation in the martial arts association would reverse so quickly. Lu Chuan was also a little bit surprised, but when he heard Zhao Beicheng mention the prescription, he understood what was going on and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I left a prescription before I left, otherwise Zhang Linga would have succeeded today. After listening to Zhao Beicheng's words, Zhang Xianyuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this person named Jiang Feng is fabricating facts and slandering Lu Chuan. He turned his head to look at Jiang Feng and shouted, come here. Arrest this woman who distorted the facts and framed her. Jiang Feng's face changed. I'm innocent. Miss Zhang, please save me. Zhang Linga's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. She was in no mood to care about others. She gritted her teeth and said, you are the one who reported it recklessly. How can I save you? Just like that, Jiang Feng was arrested by several people from the supervision department and locked up. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing at Zhang Linga's frustrated look, and at the same time, was glad that her grandfather was still a reasonable person. At this time, Zhang Xianyuan suddenly said, the people from the Martial Arts Association can go back. Lu Chuan stay for a while. Lu Chuan was stunned. He had been proven innocent, so why did they keep him? Zhao Beicheng and others left the interrogation room. Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Xianyuan and asked, Master Zhang, I should be innocent, right? What do you mean by keeping me here? Zhang Xianyuan stared at Lu Chuan and said coldly, you are indeed innocent, and I have no right to punish you. But I'm settling accounts with you in a private capacity now. I heard that you stole my granddaughter's girlfriend and touched her buttocks. Is this true? Chapter 216. I need your cooperation. Lu Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart and wanted to explain, it is true, but before he could finish his words, a strong pressure descended, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Zhang Xianyuan showed a touch of surprise on his face. His pressure was merciless. No one below the Zuan realm should be able to withstand it. Even the strong who had just entered the Zuan realm would be shocked when they felt this pressure. But Lu Chuan took it hard and did not kneel down to surrender. In addition to requiring a special physique that is far beyond the reach of ordinary people, it also requires amazing willpower. People who can possess these 2 points will definitely achieve great success in the future. Interesting. Zhang Xianyuan felt a little admiration for Lu Chuan in his heart, but his face was still serious. I don't want to hear your explanation. I just need to know that it is true. Lu Chuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he complained in his heart that I just praised you for being sensible, but I didn't expect you to be so protective of your child. He gritted his teeth and said, then your granddaughter colluded with others to frame me. Her behavior should be punished. Just because she is your granddaughter, you will protect her. Zhang Xianyuan smiled and said, after Jiang Feng came to report you, I asked someone to find out the truth of the matter. I knew that she was slandering you. Linga also knew that you were innocent, but she wanted to vent her resentment, so she asked me to cooperate with her to play a play and scare you. No matter what the people in the Martial Arts Association say, you will be fine in the end, and Jiang Feng will be arrested according to the rules. I just feel sorry for my granddaughter and accompany her to play a play. How can it be considered as sheltering? Zhang Linga looked at Zhang Xianyuan with a stern face. She was obviously still angry about the failure of her plan and said, Grandpa, why did you tell him all this? Zhang Xianyuan said lightly, if I didn't say it, he might really think that my granddaughter is a vicious person who is thinking about killing people everywhere. Zhang Linga looked indifferent. TSK, just think so, a stinky man. I don't care what he thinks. Lu Chuan was surprised. He didn't expect that this was just a play between Zhang Xianyuan and Zhang Linga. At that time, he really thought that if the people from the Martial Arts Association didn't speak up for him, he would be sentenced to death. At this time, Zhang Xianyuan suddenly coughed violently, and the pressure on Lu Chuan had to be withdrawn. Lu Chuan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Linga looked at Zhang Xianyuan with concern, patted him on the back, and asked, Grandpa, is your old illness coming back again? Zhang Xianyuan coughed for a long time. His face was red, and he looked like he was going to cough out his lungs. Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Xianyuan like this, rolled his eyes, released his spiritual sense to observe his physical condition, and soon found that the lungs of this Zuanjing master had accumulated a lot of blood stasis, which had already formed a very serious burden on his body. He pondered for a while, and immediately had a plan in his mind. After a long time, Zhang Xianyuan finally returned to normal and stopped coughing. Lu Chuan immediately said, Master Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, you had a serious chest injury many years ago, and it was not completely healed at that time, so it became a hidden disease. For so many years, you have been coughing, right? Zhang Linga turned her head and glared at Lu Chuan, saying, so what? So you want to gloat over his misfortune? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Miss Zhang misunderstood. I mean I can cure his disease. Zhang Linga's eyes lit up. Really? Lu Chuan nodded and said, of course it's true. If you have investigated my information, you should know that I'm good at medicine. Zhang Linga immediately remembered that when she investigated Lu Chuan before, she did see the information in the report that Lu Chuan's medical skills were extraordinary. She quickly said, then why are you still standing there? Come and heal my grandfather. Lu Chuan said, I can help, but as long as I cure your grandfather's illness, the grudge between us will be written off. How about it? Zhang Linga glanced at Lu Chuan and said angrily, let's write it off. I'm not such a stingy person. If you are not stingy, you will trouble me so many times. Lu Chuan smiled and said, then let's make a deal. Zhang Xianyuan didn't expect Lu Chuan to have such ability, but seeing that Lu Chuan could tell from his cough that this was a hidden disease accumulated from past injuries that had not been cured, he could see that this kid had some real skills. He has been tortured by this hidden disease for many years and has long been unable to bear it, and he can vaguely feel that if this hidden disease is not eliminated, he may not live for a few years. So when he heard that Lu Chuan could cure his hidden disease, he was also a little looking forward to it. He was not worried that Lu Chuan had ill intentions. After all, no matter how ill he was still a master of the Zuan realm, and it was easy for him to control a junior. Okay, since you brought it up yourself, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can cure my illness, I won't pursue the matter of you taking Linga's girlfriend away. Zhang Xianyuan said. Lu Chuan thought for a while and asked, Master Zhang, I want to know, your granddaughter likes women, don't you object to this? Zhang Xianyuan said, why should I object? It's already extremely difficult for Linga to live in this world for so long. If I interfere with the things she likes, wouldn't it be too cruel? Extremely difficult? Lu Chuan didn't quite understand what Zhang Xianyuan meant. Judging from the lively appearance of Zhang Linga, he couldn't see that it was difficult for her to live for so long. He didn't think much about it and continued to ask, that means you respect her preferences. She likes women. If she is kissed by a man, you will definitely be very angry, right? Zhang Xianyuan nodded. Of course, anyone who dares to force Linga to do something she doesn't like is against me. Lu Chuan nodded. Okay, I get it. Zhang Linga was a little impatient and said, aren't you going to treat my grandfather? Why are you asking these questions here? Lu Chuan smiled and said, isn't it normal to understand the condition before treating the patient? Okay, I'm going to treat your grandpa. Come here. Zhang Linga was a little confused and asked, what should I do over there? Lu Chuan said, my treatment method is a little special, and I need your cooperation. Zhang Linga's face was full of question marks. She didn't understand what Lu Chuan wanted to do, but in order to get her grandfather's illness cured, she could only cooperate and walk to Lu Chuan. She looked at Lu Chuan with a bit of disdain and asked, how can I cooperate with you? Lu Chuan smiled and said, just stand still. Zhang Xianyuan asked curiously, you are treating me, don't you need to come over to check my pulse or something? Lu Chuan waved his hand and said, no, Zhang Xiaozhen just needs to watch carefully. Then he began to observe the distance between himself and Zhang Xianyuan. I feel that this is still too close. Maybe it will be dangerous. Let's stay a little further away. As he said this, Lu Chuan grabbed Zhang Linga and walked away until he was close to the door. Zhang Linga always hated men touching her, and now she was being dragged away by Lu Chuan. So she was naturally unhappy, but for her grandfather, she could only endure it. Lu Chuan stopped, smiled at Zhang Linga, and said, don't mention it, your little arm is still quite soft. Zhang Linga's eyes widened. You. Lu Chuan quickly said, okay, let's treat your grandfather right away. Zhang Linga was about to vent, but she immediately held it back, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Lu Chuan looked at her frustrated look and was secretly proud in his heart, letting you and your grandfather team up to deceive me. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xianyuan and said, Zhang Xiaozhen, watch it, I will treat you right away. Zhang Xianyuan immediately looked at Lu Chuan and Zhang Linga and was curious about what kind of treatment Lu Chuan was using. Zhang Linga also widened her eyes. She had never seen people standing so far away to treat people. Lu Chuan turned Zhang Linga's body around, and the two faced each other. Then he reached out and held Zhang Linga's face and kissed her without saying a word. Zhang Linga's eyes widened instantly, and her mind went blank. Zhang Xianyuan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened with anger, and the aura of Master of the Zuan realm burst out instantly. He stood up suddenly, slapped the table, and roared, little bastard, you dare to play tricks on me. The table instantly broke into pieces. Lu Chuan secretly glanced at Zhang Xianyuan and felt that the degree was not enough, so he simply hugged Zhang Linga tightly, making their bodies stick together, and then pried open Zhang Linga's mouth. Seeing that Lu Chuan was getting more and more aggressive, Zhang Xianyuan was furious, and his eyes were about to burst. He used his internal energy to rush over and slap Lu Chuan to death. At this time, he felt his blood and ki surge up, and the stuffiness in his chest reached its peak. Then, with a puff, he spit out a large mouthful of pus and blood, mixed with many dark purple blood clots. After spitting out this mouthful of pus and blood, Zhang Xianyuan felt that his breathing was much smoother, and then he continued to rush towards Lu Chuan and slap the beast who dared to flirt with his granddaughter in front of him. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. He stopped, turned his head to look at the blood and pus on the ground, touched his chest, and said to himself, my hidden illness is healed. After seeing Zhang Xianyuan spit out blood and pus, Lu Chuan stopped kissing Zhang Linga. It must be said that this girl's little tongue is so soft and sticky that Lu Chuan was reluctant to stop. It took Zhang Linga a while to recover. Her eyes turned from utter loss to anger. Her face began to flush. She clenched her fists and screamed with all her strength. Lu Chuan was startled, and his ears were almost deafened. Then Zhang Linga looked at Zhang Xianyuan and said aggrievedly, "Grandpa, this guy kissed me forcefully, and he also, it's so disgusting, so disgusting. Grandpa, please kill him. I don't want to see this bastard again in my life." Zhang Xianyuan said calmly, "Linga, calm down. Grandpa was also very angry with him just now, but now I come to my senses and realize that he did that to cure Grandpa's illness, and he even cured Grandpa's illness." Zhang Linga was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhang Xianyuan in disbelief. He was curing the disease? To cure the disease, you need to force a kiss on someone. And he forced a kiss on a poor girl who doesn't like men? Zhang Xianyuan sighed and said, "The wound on my chest has been stagnant for many years, and a lot of blood has accumulated. In this case, even thoracotomy may not work. I thought there was no way to treat it, but I didn't expect Lu Chuan to use the simplest method, which made me so angry that I vomited all the blood. I have never heard of this method, but the effect is surprisingly good. Although it is not very authentic for him to force a kiss on you, it is really to cure my illness." Lu Chuan smiled and bowed to Zhang Xianyuan. "Mr. Zhang, you still understand my good intentions." The reason why he was so far away from Zhang Xianyuan and so close to the door was that he was afraid that Zhang Xianyuan would not understand his intentions and run away at any time. Now it seems that Zhang Xianyuan is still rational. Zhang Linga looked at the pool of blood on the ground and then looked at Zhang Xianyuan's complexion, knowing that her grandfather was not lying. But when she thought of the feeling of Lu Chuan forcefully kissing her just now, she felt sick in her heart and said with a droopy face, "But this guy forcefully kissed me. Grandpa, I hate men the most, and he still did such an excessive thing to me. Are you going to sit back and watch?" Zhang Xianyuan coughed twice and said, "Indeed, he should be punished for bullying you like this." Lu Chuan glared and said quickly, "Zhang Shaosan, didn't we agree that if I help you cure your illness, you will not pursue me?" Zhang Xianyuan said, "I said I would not pursue you for stealing Linga's girlfriend, but I didn't say I would not pursue you for touching her buttocks, and now you forcefully kissed her, so naturally I can't let you go. Damn, you old man has no martial ethics." Lu Chuan turned around and was about to run. But the next second, Zhang Xianyuan released the invisible field, and Lu Chuan instantly lost the ability to move. "You don't have to be afraid. I don't plan to really punish you. The reason I agreed to cooperate with Linga in acting is because I noticed you early on. Now that you have taken advantage of Linga, I won't make things difficult for you. I just need you to help me complete one thing." Chapter 217 The Man of Destiny. Lu Chuan's face was full of surprise. "You have been paying attention to me for a long time." Zhang Xianyuan nodded. "Yes, this time I cooperated with Linga in acting, also to see your character, to see if you can be competent for the task I want to assign to you." Zhang Linga on the side was also full of surprise, obviously did not know that Zhang Xianyuan had such a plan. She quickly asked, "Grandpa, why do you want to see his character? What task do you want to assign him?" Zhang Xianyuan said lightly, "Of course it is a matter of your life." Zhang Linga seemed to understand something and immediately objected, "I don't want it. This guy has no character at all. He is despicable and shameless. Are you sure to hand me over to such a shameless guy? Zhang Xianyuan sighed and said, I know he took advantage of you, and you are unhappy, but he did that to treat my illness. I have always been very accurate in judging people. This kid's character is fine, and he is strong enough. He is the most suitable candidate. Zhang Linga turned her face away and said angrily, I don't care. Anyway, I don't want to let this kind of guy follow me. Lu Chuan was confused and interrupted. Can I ask what you are talking about? Zhang Xianyuan looked at Lu Chuan, retracted his domain, and said, this matter is about Linga's life experience. You know that you must not tell outsiders in the future, otherwise you can't blame me, an old man, for being ruthless. How could I not listen? Lu Chuan nodded and said, I understand. Zhang Xianyuan walked up to Zhang Linga and said, don't look at Linga as a quirky girl. Apart from liking women, she is no different from other girls, but in fact she is not an ordinary person. She is the legendary person of destiny. Lu Chuan showed a trace of doubt. A person of destiny? Zhang Xianyuan nodded. The so-called person of destiny is a person with great luck. Such people often have the potential to change the world pattern, but precisely because of their destiny against the sky, such people are not tolerated by the way of heaven. So they face many disasters as soon as they are born. I have asked an expert to calculate for Linga. She will have to go through 9 disasters in her life. Almost every disaster is fatal. If she is not careful, she will lose her life. And Linga has gone through 8 disasters in the past 20 years. Each of these 8 disasters was extremely dangerous. I thought she could not make it several times, but fortunately, she survived miraculously. Linga, give me the jade on you. Zhang Linga was reluctant, but she did not dare to disobey her grandfather's order, and took off a flawless white jade pendant from her neck. The first time Lu Chuan saw the jade pendant, he knew that it was a rare gem in the world, and it seemed to contain a very terrifying power. He just took a look and felt palpitations. This jade pendant is Linga's natal jade. She was born with it in her mouth. That's why I know she is a person of destiny. The 8 cloud patterns on the jade pendant represent the 8 death tribulations she has experienced in the past. Once she has survived a death tribulation, a cloud pattern will form on the natal jade. Lu Chuan looked at the natal jade, then at Zhang Linga, and was amazed. There are many such special people in the cultivation world, but this is the first time he has heard of someone who has to face 9 death tribulations since birth. He looked at Zhang Linga with a little more sympathy. He originally thought that Zhang Linga was a rich lady, very arrogant, and would ask people to kneel down and apologize at any time. She must have lived a carefree life, since she was a child and was spoiled. But now he knew that Zhang Linga had lived for more than 20 years, but had already experienced 8 death crises. If it was someone else, they would have lost the courage to live, but this girl seemed to be fine. This mentality alone was enough to make people admire her. However, Lu Chuan also knew that the mentality of people who had experienced life and death would definitely change, especially Zhang Linga who had experienced 8 life and death crises. Under her quirky, lively and arrogant appearance, she might be hiding a lot of anxiety and uneasiness, but she just didn't show it to the outside world. Zhang Xianyuan returned the natal jade to Zhang Linga. His eyes fell on Lu Chuan, and said, some time ago, I asked a master to deduce it, and learned that Linga's 9th catastrophe is about to come. And the task I'm going to give you is to become Linga's personal bodyguard, and do your best to save her life when the catastrophe comes. Once Linga survives the 9th catastrophe, the luck she has accumulated will help her to be reborn, and it is even possible to ascend directly to become an immortal. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, and said, Master Zhang, I sympathize with your granddaughter's situation, but I also have my own things to do, and they are very important. I'm sorry that I can't be your granddaughter's bodyguard. He also has to go to the island country, to find the 3 dragon veins, as soon as possible. Fortunately, after the breakthrough, he can separate the embroiderer's nascent soul from his sister-in-law's body. How can he have the leisure to care about other people's affairs? Zhang Xianyuan frowned and said, I'm not discussing this with you. This is an order. You took advantage of Linga, so you should pay the price. If you don't agree, I'll cut off your tongue and chop off your hands. According to the deduction, Linga's disaster will happen in the island country, so you need to accompany her to the island country. This matter is settled. Lu Chuan originally wanted to argue with Zhang Xianyuan, but when he heard that he asked him to accompany Zhang Linga to the island country, he was stunned. What a coincidence. He thought for a moment, then asked, what kind of calamity will she encounter? Zhang Xianyuan said, the calamity of a person of destiny is unpredictable and in varying forms. You can only know it when you encounter it. However, the island country is a small place, and the strongest person is only at the 9th level of the realm of transformation. You can handle it with your strength. You take Linga to the island country, either for sightseeing, or to experience life, or even to do what you want. In short, the calamity will surely occur within a month. If nothing happens after a month, you will bring Linga back. Of course, if this 9th calamity is far beyond your ability, you can choose to protect yourself. I don't blame you, but before that, I need you to do your best to protect Linga. Lu Chuan felt more and more strange in his heart. He was not sure what Zhang Linga's calamity would be like, or when it would come. He only needed to take her to the island country and then concentrate on his own business. If it was normal, it would be nothing, but it happened to be when he was about to go to the island country. Isn't this too coincidental? Then he asked, since the disaster will occur in the island country, then not letting her go to the island country is the wisest choice. Why do you still let her take the initiative to go? Isn't this pushing her into the fire pit? Zhang Xianyuan said, the disaster of a destined person is not something you can avoid. If you want to, even if I stop her from going, she will eventually arrive at the island country due to various coincidences, and it may increase the danger of the disaster. It is better to let her take the initiative to face it. Lu Chuan nodded. He felt that it was okay to be Zhang Linga's personal bodyguard, but he still tentatively said, Master Zhang, it's not impossible for me to be her bodyguard, but this is a job that can easily cost your life. If I bring her back alive at that time, it shouldn't be without any benefits, right? Zhang Linga said angrily, you took advantage of me, and you still want benefits. You are so shameless. Lu Chuan said shamelessly, do you think I want to take advantage of you? It's not for the sake of curing your grandfather. I also dislike you for being gay. You have to compensate me for mental damages. You. Zhang Linga was so angry that her back teeth were almost broken. Zhang Xianyuan looked helpless. Okay, stop it. He looked at Lu Chuan and said, I have a 200-year-old ginseng in my collection. If you can really bring Linga back safely, I will give this ginseng to you. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, deal. With his current strength, if he wants to improve, the effect of the century-old elixir has been greatly reduced, but the 200-year-old medicinal materials can be said to be a real breakthrough weapon. Doubling the age is only secondary. The longer the elixir grows, the more difficult the conditions for it to survive. Medicinal herbs that can grow to 200 years old, in addition to their powerful medicinal effects, have already ranked among the ranks of heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Medicinal herbs of this age, if you find one, you will lose one. Especially in the current environment of the earth, it is even more difficult to find medicinal herbs that can grow to 200 years old. That's why Lu Chuan agreed without hesitation. Of course, there is another reason why he agreed. When he breaks through to the Golden Core Realm, he will need to separate the embroidered lady's nascent soul from Yunnan King's body. He will need many rare treasures, one of which is medicinal herbs that are more than 200 years old. If he can get Zhang Xianyuan's ginseng, he will save a lot of trouble. Zhang Xianyuan was relieved to see Lu Chuan agreed. He turned to look at Zhang Linga and said, Linga, there is no time to lose. Go and pack your things and let Lu Chuan accompany you to the island country. Zhang Linga still looked reluctant and said, Grandpa, this guy is so unreliable. You let him be my personal bodyguard. Aren't you afraid that he will do something to me? Zhang Xianyuan smiled and said, I believe in Lu Chuan's character. And Lu Chuan is a rare talent. You have already broken up with your girlfriend. Life is short, and you have already tried being a woman. Isn't it nice to have a boyfriend for a change? Bah. I don't want to find a boyfriend, especially a wretched and obscene man like him. Zhang Linga said firmly. Zhang Xianyuan smiled and said, nothing is absolute in the world. Maybe you will change your mind after you come back from the island country this time. Zhang Linga snorted, no way. Zhang Xianyuan said, okay, you two can go. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I won't send you off. Lu Chuan was a little surprised. He thought Zhang Xianyuan would say goodbye to Zhang Linga reluctantly. After all, this departure might be a farewell forever. But on second thought, sometimes this kind of understated farewell can better highlight the heaviness of each other's mood. How could Zhang Xianyuan not worry that he would never see Zhang Linga again after this farewell? But if he cried and made it seem like they were really going to part forever, wouldn't it be adding to Zhang Linga's psychological burden for no reason? Zhang Linga didn't feel too sad. She glared at Lu Chuan and left the room. After all, she had experienced 8 life and death disasters and had long been accustomed to it. Lu Chuan went to the supermarket to buy what he needed and put it all in the demon suppression tower. Then he went to the Jiangbai Provincial Supervision Department to pick up Zhang Linga and go to the airport together. He was in a good mood. Although he had an extra task for no reason, the overall plan was not affected. Moreover, he might get a 200-year-old ginseng. No matter how you looked at it, this deal was a good deal. He came to the supervisory office and saw Zhang Linga waiting in the yard. Beside her were a dozen suitcases of different sizes, which looked like she was going to empty the house. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer and thought to herself, HMPH, you want to be my personal bodyguard, right? Today, I'm going to let you know that being my personal bodyguard is not that easy. I'll see how you can move these dozen suitcases. She coughed twice and said, my things are all here. They are all necessities. None of them can be left behind. Since you are my personal bodyguard, you have the obligation to help me move my luggage. You move these suitcases and we'll go. If this guy can't move, he will definitely ask me for help. Then I can turn the tables. Zhang Linga thought to herself with pride. But Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay, I'll take them all for you. Zhang Linga was surprised. She thought to herself, does this guy have poor eyesight? There are more than a dozen suitcases, and a car may not be able to fit them all. He must be pretending to be indifferent. I don't believe he can move more than a dozen suitcases at once. Lu Chuan walked to the suitcases, waved his hand lightly, and all the dozen suitcases on the ground disappeared. He smiled at Zhang Linga and said, let's go. Zhang Linga was confused. Looking at the empty ground, she murmured, where are my suitcases? Chapter 218 I'm not interested in you. Lu Chuan looked at Zhang Linga and was very satisfied. He said, I have packed your suitcases. Don't worry. Zhang Linga looked unconvinced. She bent down and reached out to touch the place where her suitcases were. She felt that Lu Chuan was playing a trick on her. Her suitcases must still be there. But when she reached out, she only touched the air. Where are my suitcases? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I really packed them. Why, don't you believe it? Zhang Linga was about to say that of course she didn't believe it, but soon she had another idea to teach Lu Chuan a lesson. She squeezed out a sneer and said, I believe it, why not? Let's go. After that, she walked out. Lu Chuan followed her. The two came to the outside of the supervision department and planned to take a taxi to the airport. At this moment, Zhang Linga suddenly said, oh, my lipstick is gone. I have to take out a lipstick. It's in my small brown suitcase. You. Before she finished speaking, she saw a small brown suitcase on the ground, and her eyes widened immediately. Is it this one? Lu Chuan asked. Zhang Linga rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and then quickly opened the suitcase. When she found that it was the one she put her lipstick in, the surprise on her face became more obvious. It's fake. It must be fake. I don't believe this guy can hide all the dozen suitcases. Zhang Linga muttered to herself, turned her head, and looked at Lu Chuan, thinking that this guy must have hidden the smallest suitcase on himself. But she couldn't see where Lu Chuan, who had nothing in his hands, could hide such a big suitcase. Lu Chuan put the suitcase into the demon suppression tower. Zhang Linga's eyes were bigger than a cow's, and she didn't see how Lu Chuan got rid of the suitcase. The two got in a taxi and rushed to the airport. Along the way, Zhang Linga was looking at Lu Chuan and even wanted to strip him naked to see where the suitcase was hidden. Lu Chuan was a little scared by being stared at and said, don't you like women? Stop looking at me like that. TSK. Zhang Linga curled her lips. I'm just curious. The two arrived at the terminal. Zhang Linga thought that this place was so far away from the supervisory office, and I'm sure you didn't bring anything when you got on the taxi just now. Even if your magic becomes more sophisticated, it is impossible to get the suitcase from such a long distance. I will punish you this time. She suddenly said, oh, the air conditioning in here is so cold. Take out my biggest suitcase. I want to find some clothes. The next second, Zhang Linga's biggest suitcase appeared in front of her. Zhang Linga was dumbfounded. She did not go to the suitcase to get clothes, but ran to Lu Chuan, stretched out her hand to lift up Lu Chuan's clothes, and muttered, how did you do it? Such a big suitcase. Where did you put it? This is not scientific. Lu Chuan quickly covered his clothes and said, what are you doing? So many people are watching. Don't you think I'm a stinky man now? You even took my clothes off. Zhang Linga stared at Lu Chuan and said, tell me quickly, how did you do it? Lu Chuan smiled and said, you wish. Don't forget, we are rivals in love. How could I tell you such an important secret? Zhang Linga was stunned, and the expression on her face instantly fell to the bottom. She let go of Lu Chuan, turned around and walked towards the public seat not far away with her head down. Lu Chuan put away the suitcase and hurried to catch up. Zhang Linga sat down on a seat, turned her face away, and ignored Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan smiled and said, why, you're throwing a tantrum, because I didn't tell you? I'm not your grandfather, and your tricks won't work on me at all. Zhang Linga didn't react at all. Lu Chuan felt a little strange, walked over and bent down to take a look, and found that Zhang Linga's eyes were red, and tears were falling. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, no way, even if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't be so wronged, right? Zhang Linga yelled at him, King Si hasn't paid attention to me for a long time. I sent her a message, but she didn't reply, and she didn't see me when I went to find her. We had such a good relationship before, all because of you, the mistress. You're a bastard. Many people around looked at Lu Chuan in unison, with a playful smile on their faces, as if saying, your circle is so messy. Lu Chuan's expression froze, and he was so embarrassed that he almost dug out a 3-bedroom 1-living-room house under his feet. Only then did he realize that Zhang Linga was crying, because the two words rival in love he had just mentioned stimulated her. He quickly sat down next to Zhang Linga and said, keep your voice down. When did I become a mistress? Don't say that. Zhang Linga said confidently, you stole my King Si, so you are a mistress. Lu Chuan sighed, and after thinking for a while, he planned to tell Zhang Linga the truth. After all, if Zhang Linga had always been hostile to him, when they arrived at the island country, it might become an obstacle for him to rob the dragon vein. He paused and said, I admit that it was wrong for me to destroy the relationship between you and King Si, but this was not what I wanted. King Si didn't really like me. Zhang Linga was a little surprised. She turned her head to look at Lu Chuan and asked, what do you mean? Lu Chuan told Zhao Yun that he had to find a way to make Han King Si fall in love with a man if he didn't marry her. He had no choice but to get the peach wine by accident and gave it to Han King Si to drink. At first I thought that, after drinking the peach blossom wine, King Si would change her sexual orientation and like men, but what I didn't expect was that the effect of the peach blossom wine was to make the person who drank it fall in love with the first person of the opposite sex they saw. I was the only man present at the time, and that's how King Si fell in love with me. Lu Chuan showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Zhang Linga widened her eyes, so King Si didn't dislike me anymore. Lu Chuan nodded. Zhang Linga suddenly reached out and pinched Lu Chuan hard and said angrily, you bastard, you actually gave King Si this kind of thing to drink. Lu Chuan grimaced in pain and quickly pulled back his arm, saying, I was forced to do it, and who knew that the woman who gave me peach blossom wine was so unreliable? Zhang Linga quickly asked, is there an antidote to peach blossom wine? Lu Chuan said, of course there is, but I have to ask the woman who gave me peach blossom wine. I can promise you that I will find an antidote to peach blossom wine, but you have to promise me that you will listen to me on this trip to the island country. How about it? Zhang Linga glanced at Lu Chuan suspiciously and said, okay, but you can't make excessive demands on me, especially in that aspect. Recalling the feeling when Lu Chuan forcefully kissed her, She was extremely annoyed, but at first she felt disgusted, but now when she thought of that feeling again, she actually blushed. This was an experience she had never had in all these years. Although she was disgusted, she couldn't help but savor it, just like some people who knew their socks were smelly, but couldn't help but want to smell them. Lu Chuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Zhang Linga glared, feeling inexplicably unhappy in her heart, and curled her lips in annoyance. TSK. At this time, there was a commotion not far away. "Doctor? Is there a doctor? My grandpa fainted. Please save him." A fair and beautiful woman in an island kimono knelt in front of an old man who had fainted on the ground with an anxious look on her face, shouting at the top of her lungs. Many people gathered around, but they didn't know medical skills, so no one dared to go up to save him. Seeing this, Lu Chuan immediately got up and walked over there. Zhang Linga saw Lu Chuan walking over and quickly shouted, "Hey, they are looking for a doctor. What are you doing there? Don't show off your ability." Lu Chuan ignored her and came to the old man and said to the fair-skinned woman, "Hello, I'm a doctor. Let me see your grandfather's condition." The fair-skinned woman nodded quickly. Thank you very much. Please save my grandfather." Lu Chuan immediately squatted down and began to feel the pulse of the old man. Everyone held their breath and wanted to know if Lu Chuan really had the ability to save people. Not long after, Lu Chuan confirmed the old man's condition, immediately lifted his clothes, took out the silver needle, and planned to treat him. At this time, several people pushed away the crowd of onlookers. "Get out of the way, the famous Dr. Sato Hidetaka from the island country is here. You are really lucky today. If Dr. Sato hadn't happened to take a plane back to China today, I'm afraid no one would be able to cure this old man." Sato Hidetaka came to the old man with a proud face. He looked at the fair-skinned woman, his eyes lit up, and said, "Hiruko, it's you." When Hiruko Kishimoto saw Sato Hidetaka, her face was also full of surprise, and she said, "Dr. Sato, I didn't expect to see you here." Sato Hidetaka smiled and said, "This shows that we are very predestined." He turned his head to look at the old man lying on the ground and asked, "What happened to Mr. Naoki?" Hiruko Kishimoto said, "I don't know why my grandpa suddenly fainted, and this doctor is treating him." Sato Hidetaka glanced at Lu Chuan, and when he saw the silver needles he placed on the ground, a trace of contempt appeared on his face. "Chinese acupuncture is simply a joke. My island country is one of the most developed countries in the world in terms of medicine. It is not comparable to those liars of traditional Chinese medicine. If Mr. Naoki is handed over to the Chinese for treatment, it is a joke with his life." He kicked away the silver needles that Lu Chuan had placed and cursed, "Chinese liar, get out of here quickly. Don't delay me from treating Mr. Naoki." Chapter 219 Acupuncture. Lu Chuan frowned immediately and looked up at Sato Hidetaka. "Are you sick?" Sato Hidetaka sneered and said, "I think you are the one who is sick. I, the top professional doctor in the industry, have already prescribed it. You don't need to show off here. If Mr. Naoki is killed by you, my island country will hold you Chinese responsible." Lu Chuan's anger suddenly rose up, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at Sato Hidetaka. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Hiruko Kishimoto quickly said to Lu Chuan, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Thank you very much for your kind help, but Dr. Sato is our friend. Let him treat my grandfather's illness. I will pay you a sum of money as a thank you." Seeing that the person concerned had spoken, Lu Chuan didn't say much and could only bear it. Sato Hidetaka walked up to Kishimoto Naoki with a proud face and clapped his hands. Soon, several people came here with professional medical instruments. Sato Hidetaka said proudly, "I came to your China this time to promote the most advanced medical equipment in our island country. Since Mr. Naoki happened to have a problem here, I will let you see the power of our equipment." He turned to look at the small, but extremely precise instruments, then glanced at Lu Chuan and said sarcastically, "These instruments are the embodiment of the world's top medical technology today, which is far from the broken needles in your China that deceive people. First, check Mr. Naoki." Several people holding the instruments immediately began to check Naoki Kishimoto with their portable precision instruments. The people watching around were quite unhappy to see this islander showing off here. But the instruments he brought did look extraordinary. At present, there is no technology in the country that can compare with these instruments, so no one dared to say anything. Zhang Linga came to Lu Chuan. She was also indignant at Sato Hidenaka's arrogance. This guy from the island country is so hateful. He actually dared to belittle our Chinese acupuncture like this. It's so infuriating. Lu Chuan sneered and said, the reason why he thinks so is nothing more than his short-sightedness. Although the silver needle is simple, acupuncture is not simple. Moreover, this medical skill has been passed down for thousands of years. How can it be understood by people in their small country? Zhang Linga glanced at Lu Chuan and said somewhat unhappily, but even so, he has taken the limelight today. If someone records it and posts it on the internet, we Chinese will be embarrassed again. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, don't worry, he can't save this old man with these instruments. They can't even find out the reason for the old man's coma. When he checked Naoki Kishimoto's condition just now, he had confirmed that the reason for Naoki Kishimoto's coma was the compression of a tiny nerve in the brain. The brain is the most mysterious part of the human body, and humans have only known about it for 1%. These instruments can detect the most obvious brain conditions, but it is impossible to detect the hidden and tiny nerve compression of Naoki Kishimoto. Lu Chuan also relied on the pervasiveness of his divine sense to find out the cause. Zhang Linga looked at Lu Chuan in surprise and asked, how can you be so sure? Lu Chuan smiled and said, because I have the reputation of a miracle doctor in our local area. TSK. Zhang Linga curled her lips. I think you are more like a charlatan. You are so unreliable. How good can your medical skills be? Your confidence is very consistent with your face, which is thicker than a city wall. Lu Chuan shrugged. You can think whatever you want. Sato Hidenaka asked his men to use instruments to perform a full body examination on Naoki Kishimoto. He looked at the feedback and his brows gradually frowned. Kishimoto Haruko was nervous on the side, praying silently for her grandfather in her heart. After a long time, Sato Hidenaka took a deep breath, came to Kishimoto Haruko with a serious face, and said, Haruko, I'm sorry to tell you that Mr. Naoki's condition is much more serious than I thought. He is not simply in a coma. You have to prepare for the worst. Kishimoto Haruko was immediately anxious and said quickly, Dr. Sato, your level is widely recognized in the industry. You can definitely save my grandfather, please. Sato Hidenaka sighed and said, I won't hide it from you. Your grandfather's condition is very rare. We can't even find out the cause of his coma. I suspect this is very likely a new incurable disease. His vital signs have been declining. Even with the most advanced technology in the world, I'm afraid he can't be saved. Kishimoto Haruko was struck by lightning and looked at Sato Hidenaka in a daze. Really? Is there really no way? Sato Hidenaka patted Kishimoto Haruko on the shoulder. I'm very sorry. Haruko Kishimoto felt that her breathing was a little difficult, but she managed to maintain her condition and said to Sato Hidenaka, Dr. Sato, you don't have to blame yourself. I know you tried your best. Sato Hidenaka has a certain influence internationally. When he said that his grandfather could not be cured, it was basically equivalent to a death sentence. Just as Haruko Kishimoto fell into despair and pain, a sneer rang out. It seems that the precision instruments you are proud of are just so-so. How dare you look down on our Chinese medical skills? Sato Hidenaka turned his head and found that the person who spoke was Lu Chuan, who had just been ridiculed by him. His face darkened and he said, I have made the most professional judgments. What qualifications do you, a charlatan, have to judge my instruments here? Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, this old man clearly still has hope of survival, but you sentenced him to death. You have the nerve to say that your judgment is professional? Sato Hidetaka's face was immediately full of annoyance. What nonsense are you talking about here? Mr. Naoki is my friend. Don't you want him to live? I think you are just sensationalizing and attracting attention. Kishimoto Haruko on the side grabbed Lu Chuan with excitement and asked, Sir, is there really hope that my grandfather will survive? She couldn't accept that her grandfather died like this, so as long as there was hope, even if it was false, she would not let it go. Lu Chuan nodded and said, of course. Sato Hidetaka immediately said, Haruko, don't listen to his nonsense here. He is fooling you. He just wants to defraud your Kishimoto family of money. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Since you are so sure that I'm a liar, do you dare to make a bet with me? Sato Hidetaka glanced at him. What bet? Lu Chuan said, I will treat Mr. Naoki on the spot. If I can save him, you will kneel in front of everyone and apologize to Chinese medicine and all Chinese traditional Chinese medicine. Sato Hidetaka narrowed his eyes. What if you can't save him? Lu Chuan smiled and said, then I can give my life to this Miss Iruko. How about it? Sato Hidetaka snorted coldly and said, you said it yourself. There are so many people present, all witnesses. Don't try to cheat then. Lu Chuan shrugged. I hope you can do what you say. Then he came to Naoki Kishimoto and took out the silver needle again. Sato Hidetaka looked disdainful. I don't believe that these few broken needles of yours can save Mr. Naoki. If curing diseases and saving lives is really that simple, then wouldn't it be a slap in the face of many famous doctors in the international medical community? Zhang Linga, who was watching the excitement on the side, frowned slightly. He felt that Lu Chuan's bet was too impulsive. If he couldn't save Naoki Kishimoto later, would he really give his life to others? My bodyguard won't lose his life before sending me to the island country, right? Zhang Linga sighed helplessly. The rest of the people were all watching the excitement. Although they also didn't want Chinese medicine to be looked down upon, it remained to be considered whether Lu Chuan really had the ability. They could only have a beautiful hope. Lu Chuan didn't hesitate, holding the silver needle, and stabbed it towards Naoki Kishimoto's head. After 13 needles were stabbed, a painful expression appeared on the face of Naoki Kishimoto, who had been motionless. Seeing that Lu Chuan's acupuncture actually had a reaction, everyone held their breath and didn't dare to disturb him. Sato Hidetaka frowned and cursed in his heart. Could this guy really save Mr. Naoki by accident? No, I can't let him ruin my reputation. Thinking of this, he wanted to go over and mess with Lu Chuan. But the next second, he found that his legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't lift them. He was horrified and thought he had encountered a ghost. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Chuan, who was treating Naoki Kishimoto, sneered. He guessed that Sato Hidetaka would be dishonest, so he directly used his spiritual power to restrict his movements to prevent this guy from messing with him. Lu Chuan inserted a few more needles into Naoki Kishimoto's head. The effect of acupuncture was that the compressed nerve in Naoki Kishimoto's head gradually returned to normal. Not long after, Naoki Kishimoto slowly opened his eyes, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. What happened to me? When Hiruko Kishimoto saw that her grandfather had really woken up, she rushed over and cried, Grandpa, you're okay? That's great. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Chuan put away the silver needle and said, he is fine now, he just needs to rest and recover when he goes back. Hiruko Kishimoto knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes, kowtowed to Lu Chuan several times, and said, thank you, sir, you are a living bodhisattva. I'm willing to dedicate everything to repay your kindness. Everyone around began to applaud enthusiastically. It's amazing. He actually saved the patient. Now let's see who dares to look down on our Chinese medical skills. Our Chinese medical skills have a long history, and the wisdom contained in them cannot be compared with a few broken instruments. Damn it, it's so refreshing. This bastard didn't even take our Chinese medical skills seriously, but he almost killed a life. It's really a rip-off. Sato Hidetaka gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. How is this possible? I obviously can't find out the cause of the disease. Why did he cure it with just a few needles? This is not scientific. This is not scientific. Lu Chuan turned around with a smile, stared at him with a playful smile, and said, when science can explain our Chinese acupuncture, the world medical community will definitely respect us as China. You should cash in your bet. Sato Hidetaka's face was as hen, and it was obvious that he didn't want to kneel down and apologize in front of so many people. He gritted his teeth and said, you want me to kneel down to you Chinese? Dream on. The bet just now was just a joke. No one will take it seriously. Hearing this, Lu Chuan's face instantly turned cold. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 220 Arrival on the island. A joke. This damn Japanese guy is too shameless. He said it was a joke just because he lost. He really can't afford to lose at all. That's right, he should admit the loss. He was the one who wanted to make the bet. He won't admit it after losing. How did this guy with no credibility become an internationally renowned doctor? What an irresponsible guy. How dare patients entrust their lives to him? I have to record him and post it online to let everyone see this guy's face. The people around who were watching the fun were all indignant when they saw Sato Hidenaka cheating. Sato Hidenaka felt guilty listening to the discussions of the people around him, but he still said with a thick face, "It's just a little joke. Why are you so excited? Is it me who can't afford to lose, or you who can't afford to play? You Chinese who are so petty." Now even Kishimoto Hiruko couldn't stand it anymore and walked over and said, "Dr. Sato, how can you say that others are petty? It is a good quality to be willing to accept defeat. You will only discredit our island country by doing this." Sato Hidenaka was furious and said, "Kneeling down in front of so many people is a discredit to our island country. I'm an internationally renowned doctor. Today I will not fulfill the bet. Let's see who can do anything to me." Lu Chuan walked up to Sato Hidenaka and said, "We Chinese have an old saying, there is a god above your head. If you cheat, you will be punished by the god." Sato Hidenaka sneered, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Only fools will believe such nonsense. Is that so?" Lu Chuan stared at Sato Hidenaka, and a series of strange powers were released from his consciousness, drilling into his brows. Sato Hidenaka's body stiffened, and then he saw a demon god with a height of 100 feet, 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face, and fangs appear behind Lu Chuan. This demon god held various terrifying weapons in his hands and looked down on him as if he was looking down on an ant. The pressure alone made his legs tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? Lu Chuan stepped forward and shouted, "Are you sure you don't want to fulfill the bet?" The demon god pointed the long sword in one hand at Sato Hidenaka. Sato Hidenaka was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a plop and said in a trembling voice, "I will fulfill it. I will fulfill it. I apologize. I shouldn't look down on Chinese medicine. I'm arrogant. I'm sorry for Chinese traditional medicine. I know I was wrong. I beg everyone to forgive me." After saying that, he kowtowed on the ground. The people around were all surprised, not understanding why Sato Hidenaka, who was so aggressive just now, suddenly became so cowardly. The demon god behind Lu Chuan was only visible to Sato Hidenaka. This was an illusion performed by Lu Chuan using his spiritual sense. "Hey, why does it smell like urine? It's so bad. Look." Sato Hidenaka peed his pants. "Oh my god, this is too funny. This guy didn't really see a god. Otherwise why would he be so scared? It's better to believe it than not to believe it. The saying that there are gods above our heads has been passed down to this day. This is not a casual saying. Maybe it's really the Chinese gods who are effective and have dealt with this guy. So this guy knelt down to apologize. Hurry up and record it for him. This will definitely make the headlines today." After a while, the airport staff came over and took Sato Hidenaka away from here on the grounds of polluting the environment and cleaned up the ground by the way. Zhang Linga came up to Lu Chuan, looked at him with surprise, and said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I underestimated you before." Lu Chuan glanced at her and said, "I'm powerful in many ways, but I don't show it easily. TSK. Zhang Linga snorted, "You are so arrogant. When I praise you a few times, you are so arrogant." Although she said so, her opinion of Lu Chuan did change. At this time, Hiruko Kishimoto came over with Naoki Kishimoto. "Sir, I haven't asked for your name yet." Hiruko Kishimoto asked. "Lu Chuan." Hiruko Kishimoto immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu Chuan, Hiruko still wants to thank you once again. If it weren't for your generous help, my grandfather would be in danger of death today." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "We Chinese have an old saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm also accumulating virtue for myself." Zhang Linga muttered softly, "How hypocritical. You are so polite to a beautiful sister. Why don't you treat me in this way? Men are really animals who think with their lower body." Naoki Kishimoto also expressed his gratitude to Lu Chuan and then asked, "Brother Lu Chuan, we should be on the same flight. I wonder what class you bought. Lu Chuan said, economy class. Zhang Linga on the side widened her eyes. You take me out and let me sit in economy class? Lu Chuan said, what's wrong with economy class? Frugality is our traditional virtue in China. Zhang Linga was full of anger. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about being poor in such a fresh and refined way. Lu Chuan showed a trace of embarrassment and said, your grandfather didn't pay me, so it's already very good that I bought you an economy class ticket. Naoki Kishimoto smiled and said, I booked the entire first class cabin. When we get on the plane later, you can sit with us. The plane took off. In the first class cabin, Lu Chuan felt the luxury of the first class cabin and was full of emotion. Although his current net worth is not low, it is really the first time for him to sit in the first class cabin of an airplane. Zhang Linga stared at Lu Chuan with resentment on her face, as if she was very dissatisfied with Lu Chuan for only buying an economy class ticket for her. After the conversation just now, Lu Chuan had learned that Naoki Kishimoto and Hiruko Kishimoto were businessmen who had settled in China for many years. They had been doing business in China and regarded this place as their second hometown. The reason why he returned to the island country this time was that he was invited to attend the 60th birthday party of Kitahara Sosuk. After hearing the news, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Mr. Naoki, to be honest, I have always been very interested in this Kitahara Sosuk. I wonder if Mr. Naoki can take us to attend Kitahara Sosuk's birthday party? He was just worrying about how to contact Kitahara Sosuk when he arrived in the island country, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. It turns out that good people are rewarded. I still have to do more good things in the future. Naoki Kishimoto was a little surprised when he heard this, but he didn't think much about it. Kitahara Sosuk has a great reputation and many people are interested in him. At the birthday party, many people will come to admire his reputation. It's natural that he will take Lu Chuan and Zhang Linga with him. Of course, you two can stay at our house when you arrive in the island country. Kitahara Sosuk's birthday party will be held in a week. During this time, you can let Hiruko take you around the island country. Naoki Kishimoto said with a smile. Lu Chuan quickly bowed. Thank you, Mr. Naoki. Zhang Linga on the side complained. You are such a stingy guy. It's okay that you are reluctant to spend money to buy a first class cabin, but now you have to go to other people's houses to eat and drink for free. It's so embarrassing for me to follow you. Lu Chuan glared at her and said, you agreed to listen to my arrangements when you go to the island country this time. If you have any objections, I won't find the antidote for peach blossom wine for Kingsley. Although Zhang Linga was very unhappy, she could only endure it in order to make Han Kingsley return to normal. Kishimoto Hiruko looked at Lu Chuan and Zhang Linga and asked, Mr. Lu Chuan, are you and Miss Linga a couple? Before Lu Chuan spoke, Zhang Linga quickly said, how could I be a couple with him? I will never like such a dirty and smelly man in my life. Kishimoto Hiruko looked strange and said, but I think Mr. Lu Chuan is very good. Lu Chuan explained, she simply doesn't like men. Don't pay attention to her. Hiruko Kishimoto didn't understand, but after confirming that Lu Chuan and Zhang Linga were not a couple, she showed an expectant smile on her face. The plane arrived at the island country. A special car came to pick up Naoki Kishimoto and Hiruko Kishimoto at the airport exit. Lu Chuan and Zhang Linga naturally got on the car together. Looking at the scene outside the window, Lu Chuan sensed the spiritual energy around him and was somewhat surprised to find that the spiritual energy here was several times thinner than that in China. No wonder the strongest person in the island country is only at the 9th level of the transformation realm. It would be strange if a master of the mysterious realm could emerge in such a place with poor spiritual energy. At the same time, Lu Chuan also felt a trace of evil in the air of the island country. This breath was extremely hidden. If it weren't for his keen sense, he would probably not have discovered the existence of this evil breath. There won't be any powerful evil demons in this island country. To be able to spread the evil breath throughout the island country, its strength must be strong. Is this the 9th disaster that Zhang Linga will encounter? He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Linga. Zhang Linga immediately turned her head away proudly and ignored Lu Chuan. This time, Lu Chuan showed some sympathy for Zhang Linga. This girl has faced various disasters, since she was born, and every time she was killed, she was a miserable person. Not long after, the driver drove the car into a large house with an island style. Kishimoto Haruko arranged a room for Luchuan and Zanglinger. Then she went to Naoki Kishimoto's room and knelt in front of Naoki Kishimoto. "Grandpa, what do you think of Luchuan?" Naoki Kishimoto glanced at Haruko Kishimoto and asked, "Do you want him to help you remove the curse?" Haruko Kishimoto looked sincere and nodded. "Although I have only known him for one day, from today's contact, he is an upright, noble, and kind person. He also saved your life, Grandpa." Haruko is willing to give him her virginity as a way to repay his kindness. Naoki Kishimoto sighed and said, "Since you have this idea, I won't stop you, but you have to remember that there is a curse. Once you give up your virginity, there is no turning back." Haruko Kishimoto looked determined. Haruko understands. A volcano on an island country. In a dark and gloomy cave, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone, surrounded by a dark fog. The fog exuded a terrifying and evil aura, which was palpitating. In the corner beside the cave, a pile of skulls was piled up, and many rats were running around in it, which looked very strange. Suddenly, the figure sitting in the evil black fog opened his eyes, and said in a hoarse and excited voice, "Here they are. The person I'm waiting for is finally here. Yao Ming, I'm here." A figure covered in black cloth appeared in the cave. The man in the black fog flicked his fingers, and an image appeared on the wall. It was a scene when Zanglinger walked out of the airport. "Go find this girl, and bring her to see me. She has an extremely huge power. As long as I drain all the power in her body, I can completely break the seal here, and regain my freedom. I'm finally going to see the light of day again." Yao Ming immediately knelt down, and clasped his fists, shouting, "Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. I'll go and catch this person now." Chapter 221 Huanquan Ancestor. In the Kishimoto family house, Luchuan cleaned up the room and came to the yard just in time to see Kishimoto Haruko, who had changed her clothes. At this time, her makeup was exquisite, her posture was elegant, and her temperament was charming. The first time Luchuan saw her, he thought of the word peerless beauty. When Kishimoto Haruko saw Luchuan coming out, she bowed to him and called shyly, "Luchuan-kun." Luchuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "Haruko. Haruko." At this time, Zanglinger also walked out of the room. She changed into a JK uniform, a white shirt with a plaid tie on the top, a pleated skirt on the bottom, and black stockings over the knees on her legs. Her soft hair was loose, and with her slightly immature face, she actually exuded a lot of purity. Even Luchuan couldn't help but look at her a few more times after seeing her. Seeing Luchuan staring at her, Zanglinger immediately glared at him and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Luchuan sighed and said with emotion, "If your temper is better, it will be perfect." Zanglinger looked at Haruko Kishimoto. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over and hugged her waist. "Sister Haruko, you are so beautiful." Haruko Kishimoto smiled and said, "Miss Linger is also very beautiful, refreshing." Luchuan on the side muttered in his heart, "This girl likes women, and she hugs and kisses them. Is this considered hooliganism? Mr. Luchuan, Miss Linger, this is your first time to the island country. I will take you out for a walk," Haruko Kishimoto said. Zanglinger was excited. Okay, if we don't bring this stinky man, it will be better if there are only the two of us." After that, she also took Haruko Kishimoto's hand. Luchuan complained on the side, "You keep saying that you only like Kingsley, but you can't help but be crazy about other beautiful women. What's the difference between you and me, a stinky man?" Zanglinger's body stiffened, and then said shamelessly, I just admire the beauty of Sister Kingsley. How can I be as dirty as you?" Kishimoto Haruko didn't understand, and walked outside with two people. At this moment, an evil breath appeared. Then a figure wrapped in black cloth appeared in the yard. It was Yao Ming, who came to catch Zanglinger. Luchuan saw this uninvited guest, and felt the evil breath on him, and frowned immediately. The evil breath on this person is the same as the evil power he felt when he just got off the plane, but the level is obviously a few points slower. Yao Ming stared at Zonglinger, and after confirming that it was the person the ancestor asked him to catch, he immediately took action. At this time, he noticed Hiruko Kishimoto next to him, and said in surprise, "Huh, this woman is so beautiful, let's catch her, and bring her back to the ancestor for nourishment." After that, he released a ball of black mist, which wrapped up Zonglinger and Hiruko Kishimoto, and turned and left. The black mist wrapped up Zonglinger and Hiruko Kishimoto, and took them away quickly with Yao Ming. Seeing this, Lu Chuan immediately shouted, "Stop." He released a spiritual power and attacked Yao Ming. Yao Ming glanced at him, raised his hand to block the spiritual power, and showed a hint of surprise on his face. A cultivator? Lu Chuan was also surprised. From the way Yao Ming had just resolved his attack, it can be seen that the other party is also a cultivator, but it is obvious that this guy is on the path of evil cultivation. I didn't expect that there are evil cultivators in the island country. This guy's strength should be in the late stage of foundation building. Could this be Zonglinger's 9th death calamity? Yao Ming did not hesitate. After confirming that Lu Chuan was a cultivator, he immediately took Zonglinger and Kishimoto Hiruko, and fled without much entanglement. His mission was to take Zonglinger to see the ancestor, and nothing could go wrong in the process. Seeing that the other party had no intention of fighting, Lu Chuan turned around and ran, cursing inwardly, and hurriedly chased after him. The two sides chased each other, running hundreds of kilometers all the way, and came to the foot of a volcano. Yao Ming turned around and looked at Lu Chuan and said coldly, "Boy, I advise you to get out of here quickly. If you continue to chase me, you will die without a burial place." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and shouted, "Do you think I was scared? Hurry up and return them to me. Otherwise, I will take your life now." Yao Ming was worried that he would be blamed by the ancestor for bringing a burden back, so he trapped Zonglinger and Kishimoto Hiruko aside with black mist, then turned around and looked at Lu Chuan coldly and said, "In this case, I can only get rid of you first." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Lu Chuan, and the black mist around him surged and entangled with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan did not dare to neglect it at all. The spiritual power in his body rushed out and entangled with the black mist. The two fought, and the escaped power exploded around, causing deep pits to explode one after another on the ground. This was the first time that Lu Chuan fought with a practitioner of the same level as himself, and he felt very happy. He used all his skills, all kinds of talismans, seals, martial arts, and magical powers, all of which were thrown at Yao Ming. As Yao Ming fought, his face became extremely ugly. He couldn't understand how this guy who suddenly appeared had so many skills. The powerful skills in the cultivation world are all about inheritance, and you can't learn them if you want to. He has followed the ancestor for many years, and has only mastered a few more powerful skills. And the seals and magical powers used by this guy in front of him seem to be free, one after another. In the cultivation world, this is probably only the geniuses cultivated by the top forces. Didn't the ancestor say that the practitioners on the earth are almost extinct? How can there be such a powerful guy? I'm no match for him. I must ask the ancestor to take action to deal with him. Yao Ming cursed in his heart, and then planned to turn around and run away, letting the ancestor deal with Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "Don't run. I haven't fought enough." Yao Ming snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you have entered the territory of the ancestor. No matter how many tricks you have, you are only at the foundation building stage. The ancestor can kill you with a backhand." Lu Chuan had a bad premonition in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately released the 3 flying swords in the sword raising good and shot them straight at Yao Ming. Yao Ming's face changed, and he could only watch the 3 flying swords rushing towards his body without any response. In the blink of an eye, the 3 flying swords penetrated Yao Ming's body, and one of them directly destroyed his dantian, leaving him no chance of survival. However, before Yao Ming died, he still shouted, "Ancestor." Lu Chuan retracted the flying sword and frowned. "Ancestor? This guy is just a small minion." He didn't dare to hesitate, and rushed to Zonglinger and Kishimoto Hiruko, wanting to take them away from this place quickly. But the next second, the 3 of them were all wrapped in an invisible force, and then they all flew towards the halfway point of the volcano irresistibly. Zonglinger was full of fear, and she cried, What kind of a hell is this place? I want to go home. Kishimoto Haruko was also pale. She didn't expect that she had just thought about going out for fun, but she encountered such a change in the next second. Lu Chuan tried his best to resist this force, but found that his spiritual power didn't work at all. I'm afraid that the strength of this ancestor is even stronger than I thought. Is this Linger's last disaster? It's too scary. Soon, the three of them came to the cave halfway up the mountain. Lu Chuan glanced at the figure sitting cross-legged in the cave, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He could feel that the guy in front of him was definitely at the nascent soul stage. Isn't it said that the strongest person in the island country is only at the 9th level of the transformation realm? What does this nascent soul stage powerhouse who suddenly appeared mean? But soon, Lu Chuan discovered the strangeness of this nascent soul stage powerhouse. This person seemed to be sealed here, so he could only release a small part of his power. At the same time, Lu Chuan had a mysterious feeling in his heart, as if something was calling him. He looked around the cave, and found that it was connected in all directions. It was very deep inside, and many other caves were divided around it, making the internal space of the entire mountain complicated. And the thing that called him was in the deepest part of this cave. Lu Chuan stared at the guy sitting there and asked, "Who are you?" The man opened his eyes and said coldly, "You can call me Huangquan Patriarch." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that your name is really powerful. But thinking that the other party is a powerful person in the nascent soul stage, there is nothing wrong with calling him by such a name. Patriarch Huangquan looked at Lu Chuan and said calmly, "I didn't expect that with the current environment on Earth, there would still be cultivators born. It's really rare." Lu Chuan cupped his hands and said, "Senior, since we are all cultivators, why don't you give us a favor? We have no intention of offending you, so please let us go." Patriarch Huangquan sneered, "Yao Ming is a servant I have trained with many years of hard work. I'm sealed here and cannot leave. I rely on Yao Ming to do everything, but you killed him. Do you think I can let you go?" Lu Chuan frowned and said, "He abducted my friend first, and I was forced to do it." He rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? If you have any problems in the future, just tell me, and I will help you, but you let my friend go first. How about it?" Patriarch Huangquan laughed and said, "Am I so easy to fool in your eyes?" His eyes fell on Zonglinger, and he said excitedly, "Besides, with this girl, I will be able to break through the seal here soon. When I regain my freedom, will I still need to tell others?" Zonglinger was full of fear. Although she had experienced 8 life and death disasters in the past, they were far less than the evil guy in front of her. The shock that a Yuanian cultivator gave to ordinary people's hearts was much more frightening than experiencing several life and death crises. Seeing that Huangquan Patriarch was not fooled, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth secretly. Although Huangquan Patriarch was sealed and could only use a small part of his power, this was still not something that only Lu Chuan and the foundation building stage could contend with. If he dared to make a move now, Huangquan Patriarch would definitely slap him to death. Huangquan Patriarch looked at Haruko Kishimoto again, nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's a good body. I haven't touched a woman for decades. This one can be kept as a tool for venting." Hearing this, Haruko Kishimoto couldn't help but shiver. Finally, the eyes of Huangquan Patriarch fell on Lu Chuan, and he said lightly, "You can practice to this level in the Dharma Ending Age. It seems that you are not a simple person. It just so happens that I need to absorb the essence of practitioners to recover after breaking the seal. You should stay like them." He turned his head to look at Zonglinger and said, "I will start preparing to break the seal now. 3 days later, I will absorb the power in your body to impact the seal. You must be prepared." After that, he waved his hand. Lu Chuan and the other two were instantly swept by a force and flew deep into the cave. After several turns, they came to a dark and humid cave. Then the force formed a barrier, blocking the possibility of their escape. Zonglinger finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "That guy is so scary. What does he mean by Kabu? Lu Chuan, you are my personal bodyguard. You have to protect me. If you can get me out this time, I will never hate you again." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, with a trace of despair on his face, and said, "That guy's power is a dimensionality reduction attack on us. No matter how many tricks I have, there is no possibility of escape. This time, I'm afraid all 3 of us will die here." He turned his head to look at Haruko Kishimoto and said apologetically, "Haruko, I'm sorry, we have implicated you." Haruko Kishimoto's face was pale. After she came to her senses, she did not blame Luchuan and Zhanglinger. Instead, she said, we may not be without hope of escape. I have a way. Chapter 222, Haruko Kishimoto's Curse. Luchuan and Zhanglinger looked at Kishimoto Haruko at the same time. Both of them were a little surprised. They didn't expect that Kishimoto Haruko, who was just an ordinary person, could escape from here. Luchuan showed a hint of curiosity. You know, they need to face a terrifying cultivator with the strength of the nascent soul stage. People of this realm are enough to become big bosses in the cultivation world. How did Kishimoto Haruko escape from under the nose of the Yellow Spring Patriarch? He quickly asked, what method? Kishimoto Haruko took a deep breath and said, this involves a curse of our Kishimoto family. It is rumored that the ancestor of our Kishimoto family was Tamamonami's personal servant. Zhanglinger showed a trace of doubt and asked, Tamamonami? What is that? Kishimoto Haruko explained, it is a god in the legend of our island country. It is said that she is a nine-tailed fox with boundless magic power. After turning into a human form, she is beautiful and charming all living beings, and she has great magical powers and holds many divine powers. It is rumored that Tamamonami has a magical artifact called the marriage lamp in her hand, which governs the marriages of the world, and the ancestor of our Kishimoto family is the servant responsible for holding the lamp for Tamamonami. Therefore, every generation of women in our family will have a curse. They must get married before the age of 26. Otherwise, they will be affected by Tamamonami's divine power, slowly revert to the identity of the lamp holder, lose themselves, and become a walking corpse without thoughts and souls, wholeheartedly pursuing Tamamonami. In fact, the curse was that she had to give up her virginity before the age of 26, and once she gave it up, she would love only this person for the rest of her life. No matter what this person became, she would follow him unswervingly, even if the other person wanted to kill her. She had wanted to give herself to Luchuan to repay him for saving Naoki Kishimoto. Because it would be too explicit to say it directly, she said it more tactfully. Luchuan looked at Haruko Kishimoto with some confusion and asked, but what does this have to do with our current situation? Haruko Kishimoto said, this is a curse, but also a gift. In the past, women in the Kishimoto family would marry themselves off early to prevent themselves from becoming soulless lamp bearers, but if they choose to become lamp bearers, they can get Tamamonami's blessing. Due to the influence of the marriage lamp, the lamp bearer will do everything possible to facilitate other people's marriages. When the first marriage is facilitated, they can make a wish to Tamamonami. This is regarded as Tamamonami's reward for the descendants of the Kishimoto family who are willing to become lamp bearers. If I voluntarily become a lamp bearer now, and then bring about a marriage between the two of you, I can make a wish to Tamamonami and ask her to take us away from here. When it came to bringing together Luchuan and Zhanglinger, she was obviously a little resistant. Luchuan was thoughtful. He didn't know whether the Tamamonami that Haruko Kishimoto mentioned could really fulfill Haruko Kishimoto's wish and help them escape from here. After all, Huangquan Patriarch was a Yuanying master. If Tamamonami's wish was really to come true, her strength must be far greater than Huangquan Patriarch. However, he had no other way at the moment. What Haruko Kishimoto said might be their only hope. He thought for a moment and asked, but in this way, won't you become a soulless walking corpse? Kishimoto Haruko smiled bitterly and said, that's better than dying here and becoming a lantern-bearing messenger who only knows how to follow Tamamonami is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires a little bit of accumulation, which is related to the number of successful marriages. At that time, I can find a way to delay the speed of matchmaking, in case I can find another way to get rid of Tamamonami's control. In our current situation, there is no better choice than this. Luchuan nodded and said, in this case, we can only do as you say. Don't worry, after we get out of trouble, I will find a way to get you out of this curse. Kishimoto Haruko nodded, feeling helpless. If this curse was so easy to get rid of, it would not have continued until now. She still felt a little aggrieved. After all, she had just decided to give her virginity to Luchuan when she encountered such a thing. This is probably fate, alas. At this time Zhonglinga said weakly, I have a question. Lu Chuan and Kishimoto Hiruko both thought that she had noticed something important and quickly turned their heads to look over. Zhonglinga asked, why can only a woman be the lantern bearer, but not a man? Lu Chuan. Kishimoto Hiruko smiled awkwardly and said, maybe Tamamonami is too beautiful. A man as a lantern bearer will not have the mind to do his job properly. Zhonglinga nodded, sure enough, it's best for us women to be together. Men are full of dirty minds and will only make things worse. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at her, then asked, then how can you be considered to have successfully matched a couple? Zhonglinga said, it should be enough for you and I to pretend to be a couple, right, Sister Hiruko? Kishimoto Hiruko shook her head, it's not like that. She looked at Lu Chuan and Zhonglinga awkwardly, that's the problem with this matter. After I voluntarily become the lantern bearer, I will exert the power of the marriage lamp on you. I need you two to have sex for the match to be successful. Lu Chuan and Zhonglinga were stunned at the same time. Hiruko Kishimoto sighed helplessly. This was why she was a little resistant at that time. But there were only 3 of them in this cave. In addition to herself who had to transform into a lantern messenger, only Lu Chuan and Zhonglinga, a man and a woman, agreed to the conditions. I don't agree. Zhonglinga suddenly raised her voice. She looked at Lu Chuan with disgust and said, I don't want to do that kind of thing with this stinky man. Lu Chuan glanced at her and said, do you think I want to do it with you? Humph. Zhonglinga snorted, turned her head to look at Hiruko Kishimoto, grabbed her arm, and said, Sister Hiruko, why don't you match us up, and let's do it. I can accept this. Hiruko Kishimoto's eyes widened, looking at Zhonglinga in disbelief, and seemed to understand a little bit what Lu Chuan meant when he said that this girl simply didn't like men. Embarrassed, she said, the lantern messenger cannot have marriage relationship with anyone, otherwise it will anger Tamamonami. By then, let alone making a wish, I'm afraid I will disappear from the world in an instant. Zhonglinga's face was immediately full of disappointment, and she complained, why did Grandpa let this stinky man come with me? If he were a woman, wouldn't there be any problem today? Lu Chuan raised his hand and knocked on her head. If I were a woman, I would not like a girl as unruly and willful as you. Zhonglinga covered her head and looked at Lu Chuan angrily. Asshole, why did you hit me? Lu Chuan said, I don't like you. Zhonglinga raised her hand to knock Lu Chuan on the head. I don't like you either. Lu Chuan grabbed her arm to stop her from hitting him. You have to look at me, even if you don't like me, otherwise I'll beat you up. Zhonglinga was so anxious that she was about to cry, turned around and grabbed Kishimoto Hiruko. Sister Hiruko, you take care of him. Kishimoto Hiruko looked at the 2 people fighting and sighed helplessly. In fact, she didn't think Zhonglinga hated Lu Chuan that much. The 2 looked more like siblings who often quarreled. She thought for a moment and said, Miss Linga, this is really our only way to survive. Zhonglinga suddenly fell silent. After glancing at Lu Chuan, she sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and stopped talking. Lu Chuan also calmed down and said, why don't we think of other ways? We still have 3 days. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. We will definitely be able to come up with other ways. Kishimoto Hiruko nodded. The cave became quiet. The atmosphere became weird and ambiguous. The 3 people had different thoughts, and no one knew what anyone was thinking. In the middle of the night, Lu Chuan tried various ways to break the barrier in the cave, but he used all the methods he knew, all in vain. Huangquan Leozu was a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. A strong man of this realm was like an ant meeting a giant to him. Even with the help of inherited memory, he would never be able to compete. After the last method failed, Lu Chuan sighed, and a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. At this time, Zhonglinga had fallen asleep on the ground, and Lu Chuan covered her with his coat. Kishimoto Hiruko was still awake. She saw Lu Chuan sighing and asked, Mr. Lu Chuan, do you really have any other way? Lu Chuan smiled helplessly and shook his head. Kishimoto Hiruko knew that this would be the answer and was not too surprised. Then she said, or, just try the method I said. The most important thing is to save your life first. Lu Chuan glanced at Zhonglinga, then shook his head. I just consumed too much energy. Now I have to rest for a while. You should go to bed early too. Don't think about this anymore. What if I find a way to escape when I wake up tomorrow? After that, he lay directly on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Kishimoto Haruko looked at Luchuan and Zonglinger, felt the evil breath invading from the cave in the distance, took a deep breath, made a decision in his heart, and his eyes became firm. She has never been one to sit and wait for death. Although Huangquan Patriarch said that he would use them to break the seal in 3 days, who knows if this terrible guy will change his mind at the last minute. If she waits any longer, she may not have a chance. In order for the 3 of us to survive, I have to be the villain. Mr. Luchuan, Ms. Linger, I'm sorry, I can only apologize to you. After I escape from here. Haruko Kishimoto stopped struggling and took out a jade bottle from her clothes and poured out a red pill. Originally, this pill was prepared for herself. It was left to her by her mother. After taking it, her lust will be aroused so that she can more calmly give her virginity to the man she likes. But it is obvious that she can't use it now. She glanced at Luchuan, her eyes full of regret. But she changed her mind and thought, what if Luchuan can really help me get rid of Tamamonami's control? People should always look towards the bright side so that they can see hope. Without thinking anymore, Haruko Kishimoto came to Zonglinger and stuffed the red pill into her mouth. Zonglinger might have been dreaming about eating something delicious, so she swallowed the pill as soon as she opened her mouth. Haruko Kishimoto breathed a sigh of relief. She only had 1 pill, and if Zonglinger spit it out, she would have no way to deal with it. Then she knelt directly on the ground, prayed, and closed her eyes. After a while, Haruko Kishimoto's body emanated a star-like blue light, making her look full of magic. After a long time, she opened her eyes, and 2 flames appeared in her pupils, jumping constantly. Then she set her eyes on Luchuan and Zonglinger, and pointed at the 2 of them. The 2 flames in her eyes quickly flew towards the 2 of them, turning into a strange force that wrapped each of them up. Somewhere in the dark, an invisible force created a connection between Luchuan and Zonglinger. After doing all this, Haruko Kishimoto became extremely weak and murmured, I have done what I should do. Now it's up to you. After saying that, she was about to faint. But when she thought of Zonglinger's love for women, she suddenly shuddered. After I faint, Miss Linger's medicine will take effect. Will she come to find me? Thinking of that scene, Haruko Kishimoto frowned and tried hard not to faint. She tried hard to crawl to the corner, then covered her body with clothes to make sure that she was not conspicuous. After Zonglinger, who had taken the medicine, was in a daze and difficult to find, she relaxed and lost consciousness all of a sudden. Almost half an hour later, Zonglinger suddenly woke up from her sleep. Her face was flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her eyes were blurred. I'm so hot. She turned her head and looked around, as if she wanted to find the figure of Haruko Kishimoto. But after looking for a long time, she only saw Luchuan lying on the ground to rest. She showed a tangled expression on her face. She had a conflicting feeling of wanting to go, but not wanting to go. Her lust grew stronger and stronger, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. In the end, her instinct overcame her reason. She gritted her teeth, and then reached out to Luchuan without hesitation. Chapter 223 Tamamonami. Luchuan was recovering his state. In order to prevent being disturbed, he blocked out the outside sounds. At this moment, he suddenly felt something soft lying on him. A trace of doubt appeared on his face and he opened his eyes. Then he saw Zonlinger's flushed face and her longing eyes. Linger, what's wrong with you? Zonlinger's consciousness had begun to blur. She said in a soft and sticky voice, I'm fine. I don't want to be intimate with you at all. I just want to make myself more comfortable. Luchuan sat up quickly, then pinched Zonlinger's wrist to feel her pulse. When he found that Zonlinger's body became hot and her body was flooded with lust, he widened his eyes. Did you eat something you shouldn't have eaten? He turned his head and looked around, and found that Kishimoto Haruko was hiding in the corner, covering herself with clothes, and seemed to have fainted. Her face changed suddenly. Haruko, you, sigh. It's easy to know that Kishimoto Haruko must have volunteered to become a lantern bearer, and arranged a marriage between him and Zonglinger. Zonglinger is now like this. I'm afraid it was Kishimoto Haruko who made it happen. Luchuan, I feel so bad. Help me. Zonglinger tore off Luchuan's clothes. Lu Chuan took out a quilt from the demon suppressing tower, spread it on the ground, and then let Zhonglinga lie on it. Then he carefully felt the condition of Zhonglinga's body, and after confirming that there was still a chance to save her, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lie down first, I'll help you get rid of the drug effect in your body. Just as he was about to do it, he suddenly stopped and murmured, Iruko sacrificed herself to help us get out of trouble, and took the initiative to become a lantern bearer. If I don't do that with Linga, wouldn't it be a waste of Iruko's kindness, and her sacrifice would be meaningless? For a moment, Lu Chuan frowned, and fell into a dilemma. At the same time, in the cave, where Huangquan Patriarch is, the black mist around Huangquan Patriarch kept expanding and contracting. After a while, he opened his eyes, and muttered to himself, I forgot that boy is also a cultivator. The spiritual energy in this broken island country is already thin. Now I'm in a critical period of breaking the seal. If something goes wrong, because of this boy snatching spiritual energy from me, I will regret it too late. To be on the safe side, I'd better control him first to avoid any accidents. Thinking of this, Huangquan Patriarch directly released a force, and flew towards the cave, where Lu Chuan was. This force can make that boy unable to move for 12 hours. There should be no problem now. After doing this, Huangquan Patriarch was relieved and continued to close his eyes, to prepare for breaking the seal. In the cave, Lu Chuan was still struggling whether to follow Kishimoto Hiruko's wishes. At this moment, a force hit him. He fell uncontrollably on the quilt that had just been laid out, and then he was surprised to find that he could not use his spiritual power, and he couldn't even move. What the hell is this? Huangquan Patriarch didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and suddenly used a force to seal me up. What does that mean? At this time, Zhonglinga could no longer control herself. She fell on Lu Chuan again, and took the initiative to kiss him. Lu Chuan screamed in his heart, but it was useless. Zhonglinga's kissing skills were clumsy, but she had already mobilized the Long Yang power in Lu Chuan's body. After a while, Lu Chuan lost his mind because of the riot of Long Yang power. The seal that Huangquan Patriarch had cast on him was also broken by Long Yang power, allowing him to regain his ability to move. He turned over and pressed Zhonglinga under him. Zhonglinga's face showed shyness, nervousness, fear, but also a little expectation. Then she stretched out her hand to hook Lu Chuan's neck, leaned close to his ear and whispered, lighter. Lu Chuan completely lost control and launched an offensive against this petite girl. No one noticed that the jade pendant hanging around Zhonglinga's neck had some abnormalities, emitting golden light. The next day, Lu Chuan handed Zhonglinga a few pills and said, take these pills to recover your body. Last night you. Zhonglinga's eyes were red, and she stared at Lu Chuan with resentment. After looking at the pills in Lu Chuan's hand, she opened her mouth and bit his hand. Lu Chuan grimaced in pain, but he resisted, and didn't pull his hand back. After a while, Zhonglinga finally let go of her mouth. 2 rows of teeth marks appeared on Lu Chuan's hand, and the flesh turned purple. He shook his hand vigorously, and then asked, can I take the pills now? Zhonglinga said angrily, no. Lu Chuan sighed, then pinched Zhonglinga's mouth, and stuffed the pills into her mouth. Zhonglinga wanted to spit it out immediately. Lu Chuan had never met a woman with such a stubborn temper. Seeing that Zhonglinga was so disobedient, he was also a little angry. Seeing that she wanted to spit out the pills again, he simply kissed her directly and blocked her mouth. Zhonglinga's eyes widened immediately, and she had no choice but to swallow the pill. Lu Chuan then separated from her. You bully me, Zhonglinga shouted with a face full of grievance. Lu Chuan looked strong and said, yes, I'm bullying you. If you feel unhappy, you can kiss me back, I don't mind. Zhonglinga clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and looked at Lu Chuan. Then she actually rushed over, hugged his neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Zhonglinga to really do this. He also fell into some kind of strange ambiguous atmosphere, so he simply hugged Zhonglinga and kissed her passionately. This seemed to be a way for the two to vent their emotions. Suddenly, Zhonglinga bit Lu Chuan's tongue hard. Lu Chuan screamed in pain and wanted to pull his tongue back, but Zhonglinga held on. Lu Chuan was in so much pain that tears were about to come out, and he had no choice but to reach out and pry Zhonglinga's mouth and pull his tongue back. You are born in the year of the dog. You like to bite people so much. Lu Chuan shouted at Zhonglinger angrily. Zhonglinger's face was full of pride. You let me kiss you. You deserve it. Lu Chuan stroked his tongue and stopped arguing with Zhonglinger. At this time, Kishimoto Haruko woke up in a daze. She stood up and saw that Lu Chuan and Zhonglinger seemed to be sulking, so she asked carefully, "Did it work last night?" Zhonglinger frowned. "No." "Ah." Kishimoto Haruko was surprised. "Then didn't I become the lantern messenger in vain?" Lu Chuan said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She is a little girl, thin-skinned." Embarrassed to say it, last night, it really worked. Kishimoto Haruko was relieved. Then she looked at Zhonglinger with an apologetic face and said, "Ms. Linger, I took all this on my own initiative. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Zhonglinger opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. In fact, she was not that angry. One reason was that it was the only way to survive. In fact, she was mentally prepared. Another reason was that, after what happened last night, she found that she didn't hate men as much as she thought. "After we escape, you sleep with me, and I will forgive you." Zhonglinger pretended to be angry. Kishimoto Haruko was startled, then blushed and nodded. "As long as Miss Linger forgives me, I'm willing to follow the arrangement." Lu Chuan thought to himself, "I'm also a victim. Why don't you ask me?" He coughed twice and said seriously, "Haruko, you should see if this counts as a marriage. It would be embarrassing if it was in vain." Kishimoto Haruko remembered the business and nodded quickly. Then she sensed her own situation and said with joy, "Count. I have successfully facilitated the first marriage. I can make a wish to Tamamonami." Lu Chuan frowned slightly. Yesterday, when Kishimoto Haruko mentioned Tamamonami, she still called her by her name. Today, she began to respectfully call her sir. It seems that, after becoming a lantern messenger, she will be affected. Then make a wish quickly. Haruko Kishimoto nodded, then knelt on the ground, made a prayer gesture, and began to make a wish. Soon, she was emitting a star-like green light. Then a pressure descended, and Lu Chuan saw a shadow of a charming woman lying on the bed in the cave. The woman's two long legs like white pythons were folded together, and Lu Chuan almost drooled. She looked extremely lazy, but it was this temperament combined with her charming appearance and figure that made her soul-stirring. Lu Chuan's mind suddenly appeared the image of Fuxiang, and he felt the same feeling from Fuxiang. I didn't expect that in this era, there are still people who are willing to take the initiative to become my lantern messenger. It's really interesting. The woman's ethereal voice sounded. "Tell me, what wish do you want?" Haruko Kishimoto said quickly. "Lord Tamamonami, I hope you can help the three of us get out of this place and return home." The woman nodded. "Okay." She turned her head and glanced at Lu Chuan and suddenly froze. Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, thinking, "Why are you looking at me? I never provoked you." The woman stared at Lu Chuan for a while, then a teasing smile appeared on her face. "Interesting." Then she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Snap. Lu Chuan and the other two felt that the scene in front of them had changed drastically. When they came to their senses, they found that they had appeared in the Kishimoto family's house. To change the world in an instant, what realm of strong people can do this? Lu Chuan looked at the scene around him in a trance and judged in his heart that Tamamonami was definitely a person with extremely strong strength. After seeing that he really escaped from the cave, Haruko Kishimoto and Zhonglinger cried with joy and hugged each other. In the volcanic cave, Huangquan Patriarch absorbed all the black mist around him into his body and then opened his eyes. He showed an excited smile on his face and said to himself, "I thought it would take 3 days to prepare, but I didn't expect that 2 days would be enough. Now I can directly collect the essence of that girl and then try to break the seal." He walked towards the cave where Zhonglinger and the other two were imprisoned. "Girl, come out quickly. I, the ancestor, will finally see the light of day again. Don't worry, I will be gentle when I collect essence from you." Huangquan Patriarch smiled and came to the front of the cave, but when he saw the scene inside the cave, the smile on his face froze instantly. The cave was empty and Lu Chuan and the other two had disappeared. He thought he remembered it wrong and quickly ran to other caves to check, but he couldn't find Lu Chuan and the other two anywhere. Who is it? Who took those 3 guys away for me? This is the opportunity I have been waiting for hundreds of years. I hate it. Huangquan Patriarch looked up to the sky and howled, and the whole volcano began to tremble, with a faint tendency to erupt. Soon, Huangquan Patriarch caught a trace of power in the cave where Luchuan and the other two were before, and narrowed his eyes. Demon Clan. In the deep mountains and old forests, the territory of the Demon Clan, a hidden ancient building stands here. If it weren't for the fact that this place is rarely visited, people would definitely exclaim that they have discovered ancient relics after discovering it. In the hall, on the high steps, there is a couch. At this time, a charming woman is lying on her side. Her two round and white thighs are constantly rubbing, which makes many Demon Clan people who are disturbing the hygiene below feel shocked and almost reveal their true colors. This woman is a Tamamonami who helped Kishimoto Hiruko realize her wish at that time. Of course, Tamamonami was just a vest she had many years ago. Her real identity is the princess of the Kinkyu Fox clan in ancient times, the leader of the contemporary demon clan, the nine-tailed demon fox, Yunji. At this time, a woman with a figure and appearance that is not inferior to Yunji, and a first-class charm, compared with Yunji, only a few years less refined, but a little more playful, walked in. If Luchuan was here, he would be very surprised, because this person was the vixen, Fuxiang, who had helped him resolve a violent Dragon Yang power incident. Fuxiang came to Yunji, bowed, and said respectfully, "Master, are you looking for me?" Chapter 224 Where is your toad blood? Yunji sat up from the couch and patted the seat next to her. "Come here." Fuxiang walked over and sat down. Two women with peerless beauty sitting together, like sisters, formed a stunning picture. Even just a glance can make people's blood boil, unable to control themselves. Your natural body has taken shape, and it is more and more like my style back then. Yunji smiled and hugged Fuxiang's waist. Fuxiang said modestly, "Master, you are too kind. I was definitely not as coquettish as you back then." Yunji's expression froze, thinking, "Are you praising me or scolding me?" She coughed twice and said, "Guess who I saw today?" Fuxiang asked curiously, "Who?" Yunji chuckled and said, "It's the Luchuan you told me about." Fuxiang's eyes widened, and she became nervous. "Master, how could Master see him?" Yunji smiled and said, "Today, a lantern-bearing messenger made a wish to me. I projected my soul over, and happened to find that Luchuan was there too. At the beginning, you told me that this Luchuan was a handsome young man from the human race, handsome, talented, and powerful. I thought you met the top genius in the human race, but today I found that the guy was not as good as you said. He was ordinary and locked up. He looked pitiful, weak and helpless. Were you dazzled at the time?" Fuxiang's face was full of embarrassment. Her eyes dodged, and she didn't dare to look directly at Yunji. The demons have always felt that they are nobler than humans, especially the foxes, who are born with a sense of superiority. So everyone has always regarded dating, marrying or having sex with people from the human race as a feast. At first, Fuxiang was afraid that the fact that she was seduced by Luchuan would be exposed, and she would become a joke of the entire demon race, so she made some preparations, and told others that she knew a human elite, a genius, and praised Luchuan. In this way, when the matter between her and Luchuan was exposed, she could use the excuse that she fell for Luchuan because of his strong charm. Other demons would also think that Luchuan, the human genius, was too powerful, and even Fuxiang had to fall for him, so they would not think she was a joke. But she never thought that her master would see Luchuan just by projecting his soul casually. This was too shocking for her. Now she couldn't let her master know that she was seduced by Luchuan, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Is that so? Maybe I'm dazzled," Fuxiang said perfunctorily. Yunji did not continue the topic, obviously not taking a small human race seriously, and said, "Fuxiang, now your strength is considered to be a small achievement, and it is time for your master to teach you the Sunu Heart Sutra. This technique is the foundation for me to lead many demon races, to open up a place of survival in this Dharma-ending age, and it is very suitable for our nine-tailed fox lineage to practice. But to practice this technique, you need to be as pure as jade and always remain a virgin. Fortunately, you have been well protected by me since you were a child. When you ran to the human race society to play, I also reminded you that you must never give your body to those inferior human races. You have always done a good job in this regard. So now As she spoke, she sensed Fu Xiang's physical condition, and her voice stopped abruptly, and she was stunned for a moment. Fu Xiang listened to Yunji's words. Her heart was already in her throat, and at the same time, she cursed Lu Chuan's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. How could she know that the technique that her master wanted to teach her required keeping her body as pure as jade, and now she wanted to die? Suddenly, she heard Yunji stop talking, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. She turned her head and glanced at Yunji, and found that she was staring at her in disbelief. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. Yunji quickly rolled up the sleeves on Fu Xiang's arms, observed carefully, and then asked angrily, "Where is your toad blood?" Fu Xiang instantly became pitiful, weak and helpless. She looked at Yunji in fear, and said in a crying voice, "It was taken away by that ordinary Lu Chuan." Island country, Kishimoto's house. Kishimoto, Hiruko and Zhonglinga were still in the joy of escaping death. Lu Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief, but soon, he couldn't help shivering, feeling a sense of crisis that was more terrible than the Yellow Spring Patriarch. He frowned and said to himself, "Ancestor Huangquan is sealed in that volcano and can't get out. As long as we escape from that volcano, there should be no problem. Why do I still feel a sense of crisis? The only servant of Ancestor Huangquan, Yuming, was killed. Logically, as long as Lu Chuan didn't run to the volcano again, he would not be threatened by Ancestor Huangquan." He was puzzled for a long time, shook his head, and thought it might just be his illusion, and stopped thinking about it. Zhonglinga calmed down, walked up to Lu Chuan, looked at this guy angrily, and said, "You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened between you and me, especially King Si." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not bored to that extent." Then he turned to look at Hiruko Kishimoto and said, "Hiruko, I promised you that I would find a way to help you remove the curse after escaping. Sit down now, and I'll take a look at the situation of this curse." Hiruko Kishimoto nodded immediately after hearing this, walked to the pavilion not far away and sat down. Lu Chuan twisted his hand seal, released a force to wrap it up, and explored the curse on Hiruko Kishimoto. Not long after, he found a contract in Hiruko Kishimoto's body. The so-called curse was the result of this contract. So it's a contract method, and it's a high-level contract. No wonder it became a curse for the Kishimoto family. Kishimoto Hiruko looked up at Lu Chuan and asked, "Mr. Lu Chuan, is there a way?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Yes. Although the high-level contract is complicated, there are many ways to crack it in the inherited memory. However, with Lu Chuan's current strength in the late stage of foundation building, it is very difficult to crack this contract. He has to reach the golden elixir stage before he can be absolutely sure." Kishimoto Hiruko's face was full of excitement. "Really?" Lu Chuan nodded. "But I will be sure after we attend Kitahara Sasuke's birthday banquet. When he takes back the remaining 3 dragon veins, he can officially break through. At that time, he can easily help Kishimoto Hiruko cut off the connection between the contract and her body in Tamamonami." Kishimoto Hiruko didn't ask much, but nodded seriously to Lu Chuan, with a hint of expectation on her face. In the evening, after taking a bath, Kishimoto Hiruko was only wearing a kimono, which was completely vacuum inside, and came to the door of Zhonglinga's room. She reached out and knocked on Zhonglinga's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" Zhonglinga's voice rang out. "It's me, Sister Linga," Hiruko Kishimoto replied. After experiencing life and death together, the two of them had already called each other sisters. "Come in." Hiruko Kishimoto pushed the door open and walked in, then closed the door and locked it. She turned around and found that Zhonglinga had already crawled into the bed and walked over nervously. When she thought that Zhonglinga was a woman like herself, she had an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. But she had already promised Zhonglinga that she would make amends by sleeping with her, so naturally she couldn't break her promise. "Sister Linga, I'm here to apologize to you." After saying that, Hiruko Kishimoto took off her kimono. Zhonglinga turned her head and saw a white body in front of her. Her eyes widened, and she said with a blushing face, "Sister Hiruko, why are you not wearing any clothes?" Kishimoto Hiruko also turned her head away with a red face, not daring to look at Zhonglinger. "Don't you like it?" Zhonglinger thought to herself, "I was just joking. Who knew you would take it seriously?" She was a little helpless, but still reached out her hand and grabbed Hiruko Kishimoto into the bed. "Don't stand outside. It's cold outside, and it would be bad if you catch a cold." Hiruko Kishimoto's body was tense, and she was so nervous that she said, "Sisterlinger, I have always liked men in the past, and I have never met a girl like you who likes women, so if I have any awkwardness, I have to ask you to teach me." Zhonglinger chuckled and said, "Oh, Sister Hiruko, what are you thinking about? I won't ask you to do anything with me." Hiruko Kishimoto was a little surprised. "Don't you like women, and why do you want me to sleep with you?" Zhonglinger said, "I was just saying that in anger. Who knew you took it seriously? But since you are here, then we." Hiruko Kishimoto breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she was really going to lose her virginity to a girl tonight, but after hearing Zhonglinger's next words, she instantly became nervous again. Can't escape after all. But Zhonglinger said, "Let's talk about Luchuan." Kishimoto Hiruko was stunned, stared at Zhonglinger, and said, "Don't you hate him very much? Why talk about him?" Zhonglinger showed a trace of embarrassment on her face and said, "Oh, that was deliberately pretended, and after experiencing what happened last night, I found that I seemed to have some different feelings about him." A few days later, Kitahara Sasuke's birthday party arrived. That night, Luchuan and Zhonglinger followed Kishimoto Naoki and Kishimoto Hiruko to the Kitahara family to attend the birthday party. The house of the Kitahara family is 4 or 5 times larger than that of the Kishimoto family, and the area can almost catch up with the ancient prince's mansion in China. At this time, the house was very lively. All those who came to attend the birthday party were the top people in the island country, and they were either rich or noble. Of course, Kitahara Sasuke, as the #1 martial artist in the island country, naturally came to attend his birthday party. There are martial arts masters from the island country. Luchuan released his spiritual sense and observed the people present. He was somewhat surprised to find that among the friends invited by Kitahara Sasuke, there were actually 5 people who had reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. Of course, the island country is so small, and these 5 9th level transformation realm masters are probably all the top masters of the island country. Kitahara Sasuke is the #1 in the island country. It is normal for the 9th level transformation realm masters of the entire island country to come to celebrate his birthday. Not long after, Kitahara Sasuke appeared in the yard. Everyone gathered around to talk to him. Luchuan looked at this white-haired old man with the aura of a superior. The other part, his aura was strong and his eyes were sharp. He did give people a stronger sense of oppression than the other 5 9th level transformation realm masters present. However, Luchuan found that the old man seemed to have some kidney deficiency. It seemed that Suzumiya was not talking nonsense when he said that he was still obsessed with women at his age. This old pervert can also be the #1 in the island country. It seems that there is a reason for the local atmosphere in the island country. Luchuan complained and did not rush to fight with Kitahara Sasuke. The opponent is the #1 swordsman in the island country with strong strength, and he is surrounded by 5 9th level masters of the transformation realm. It is a question whether Luchuan can beat him. So he planned to find the 3 dragon veins first, and then see if there is a chance to kill Kitahara Sasuke and fulfill his promise to Suzumiya. He told Zhonglinger to follow Kishimoto Hiruko, and then found an opportunity to sneak into the house. Because 1 dragon vein has been absorbed, as long as the distance is close enough, Luchuan will be sensitive to other dragon veins. As soon as he came here, he sensed the existence of the other 3 dragon veins. He followed the induction and came to a remote courtyard. Because everyone was celebrating Kitahara Sasuke's birthday in the front yard, and the servants in the house also ran to join in the fun, so Luchuan was not blocked. He turned his head and looked around, and after making sure that no one noticed, he walked into the house in this yard. As soon as he entered, Luchuan felt a majestic breath of power. The house was empty, with nothing. Then, he saw 3 dragon veins located in the east, south and west, suspended in the air. This old man is too bold to leave the dragon veins like this. Lu Chuan smiled and reached out to take the dragon veins. But the next second, an invisible barrier blocked him. Golden light appeared, and complex patterns began to appear on the floor and walls of the house, which converged to form a whole. There is actually a formation in this room. Lu Chuan frowned as he looked at the formation. He felt the horror of this formation. The power contained in it could turn him into ashes in an instant. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded behind Lu Chuan. Who are you? This is the forbidden area of the Yuan family. Who let you in? Chapter 225 Stealing the National Destiny. Lu Chuan was startled and immediately activated his spiritual power, looking behind him with a vigilant look. To his surprise, the person behind him was not a guard of the Tsundere family, but a beautiful woman wearing a light orange gauze kimono, with her hair loose, her eyes beautiful and her lips tender and tempting. The kimono on this woman only reached her thighs, and looked a bit like a skirt. She wore white stockings on her long legs, which was sexy and charming. The first time Lu Chuan saw this woman, he felt that she looked familiar. Without thinking too much, he rushed over, controlled the woman, grabbed her fair neck, and said, "You'd better be honest. If you dare to shout, I will kill you now." The woman was a little nervous and said, I won't shout. I'm not from the Tsundere family. If you want to attract the attention of the Tsundere family's formation, I can pretend not to see it." Lu Chuan showed a trace of doubt and asked, "Then who are you?" The woman said, "My name is Suzumiya Yukina. I'm from the Suzumiya family. I was captured by Tsundere Sasuke to be a concubine." Lu Chuan's eyes widened immediately, and he let go of Suzumiya Yukina's neck and asked, "Are you Suzumiya Yi's sister?" Suzumiya Yukina also showed a hint of surprise on her face, and asked in confusion, "Do you know me? But I have never seen you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm from China. Suzumiya Yi is my friend." When in Yuncheng, Suzumiya Yi often said that he had a gentle, beautiful, and considerate sister, so Lu Chuan had some impression of the name Suzumiya Yukina, but he didn't expect to meet her here. Suzumiya Yukina was a little confused. "You are Yi's friend? Then she is." Lu Chuan said, "She is in China now. She is safe. You don't have to worry." Suzumiya Yukina was relieved. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and then bowed to Lu Chuan. "Thank you for saving Yi. I'm relieved to know that she is not in danger." Lu Chuan thought to himself that what Suzumiya Yi said was indeed true. This sister is too gentle. She looked at Suzumiya Yukina and asked, "You just said that you were captured by Tsundere Sasuke to be a concubine. What's going on?" Suzumiya Yukina sighed and said, "Originally, Tsundere Sasuke had his eyes on Yi, but she ran to China and took away something as important as Tsundere Sasuke. Tsundere Sasuke sent 2 masters to capture her, but there was no news. For this, Tsundere Sasuke was furious and suppressed our Suzumiya family many times. He may feel that he can't vent his anger, so he had me captured here a few days ago, intending to use me as a plaything to vent his anger after today's birthday banquet. Although he hasn't done anything to me in the past few days, and even had someone take good care of me, I know that all this is for tonight's madness." After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of gloom. Lu Chuan frowned, thinking that Tsundere Sasuke, the old beast, really deserved to die. He relied on his strong strength to bully others like this. Before this, he probably forced countless innocent girls. At the same time, he also felt a little sympathy for Suzumiya Yukina. She was caught because Suzumiya Richi ran away, and she not only did not complain, but was still concerned about Suzumiya Richi's safety. Such a good sister is rare in the world. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I came to the island country this time because your sister asked me to kill Tsundere Sasuke." Suzumiya Yukina was surprised. "Really? But Tsundere Sasuke is the #1 in the island country, and his swordsmanship has been perfected. No one is his opponent." Lu Chuan said, "Don't worry, since I dare to come, I must have the corresponding confidence. But before killing Tsundere Sasuke, I have to take the things in this room first." Suzumiya Yukina nodded and said, "Then I will help you keep watch." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Okay." Then he returned to the room again. Because before he could observe the formation carefully, Suzumiya Yukina appeared. Lu Chuan realized that in addition to the dragon veins in the east, south and west directions of the room. There was also a piece of jade with an ancient atmosphere, suspended in the northern corner. The quality of this jade is first class. Although it is a level lower than the dragon veins, the essence of power contained in it is enough to form the foundation of this formation. Because Yi took away a dragon vein, Kitahara Sasuke found this ancient jade as a replacement. Lu Chuan continued to observe, and then saw a wisp of light yellow gas in the center of the room. This wisp of gas floated in the air, as if it had existed since ancient times. No matter what changes happened in the outside world, it would remain unchanged. Lu Chuan felt the power that was enough to destroy the world in this wisp of gas. Suddenly, he remembered something. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed, Zuan Huan Qi. This is Zuan Huan Qi. The so-called Zuan Huan Qi is a treasure involving the origin of the universe. Lu Chuan has only seen the legend of Zuan Huan Qi in the inherited memory, but he never thought that Biyuan Kangji actually got a wisp of Zuan Huan Qi here. What kind of shit luck did this old guy have to find Zuan Huan Qi? Lu Chuan held back the shock in his heart and continued to observe the structure of the formation in the room. He was soon surprised to find that this was actually a transfer formation. According to the arrangement in the formation, the range that this transfer formation can radiate is as large as an entire island country, and the object of transfer is obvious. There is no other possibility except the Biyuan family. Lu Chuan was stunned and murmured, is Biyuan Kangji trying to absorb the luck of the entire island country to strengthen the Biyuan family? He can now become the first in the island country, relying on this formation? He was shocked and felt his scalp tingling. He didn't expect that Biyuan Kangji, who was only a 9th level person in the realm of transformation, would have such great ambitions. You must know that the method of changing luck is defined as an evil method in the cultivation world, because luck is a thing that has its own destiny. If you rely on the formation to make your luck stronger, then someone's luck will definitely be weakened. If the Biyuan family relied on this kind of transfer formation to become the most powerful family in the island country, then there must be countless ordinary people who have lost their families and homes because their luck was absorbed by this formation. This kind of formation is to achieve oneself by hurting others, so it is defined as an evil method. No wonder there are dragon veins and Zuan Huan Qi here. The Biyuan family has been passed down to this day, and I'm afraid that it has persecuted countless innocent people. If this cancer is not removed, I'm afraid that it will cause even more unimaginable consequences in the future. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, and the idea of getting rid of Biyuan Kangji in his heart became stronger and stronger. Without hesitation, he quickly released his spiritual consciousness, wanting to break the barrier of this formation. As long as he took away the dragon vein and the Zuan Huan Qi, this formation would naturally collapse. However, after a long time, the barrier did not change at all. Kitahara Sasuke connected this formation with himself. If you want to break the barrier, you must use his blood. He is really a cautious old fox. Lu Chuan cursed. At this point, he could only kill Kitahara Sasuke first, and then bring the blood of this old man to remove the barrier, and then he could take away the dragon vein and the Zuan Huan Qi. Without hesitation, he directly exited the room, and came to Suzumiya Yukina. This formation is too mysterious. I can only kill Kitahara Sasuke first, and then take the things here. I'll take you to a safe place first. After that, Lu Chuan took Suzumiya Yukina away. In the yard, Kitahara Sasuke was accepting compliments from everyone. Zhang followed Kishimoto Hiruko and muttered, TSK, isn't he just an old man? His strength is not as strong as my grandfather. These guys are almost praising him as a god. They really haven't seen the world. Kishimoto Hiruko smiled and said, he is naturally incomparable to the strong men in your China, but in the island country, he is the most powerful, so everyone respects him. At this time, Kitahara Sasuke suddenly cast a look in their direction. When he saw the faces of Kishimoto Hiruko and Zhang, Kitahara Sasuke's eyes lit up, and then he walked straight towards them. I don't know whose daughters you are so beautiful, but I have never seen you in the island country. Kitahara Sasuke said with a smile. Hearing this, Naoki Kishimoto on the side hurriedly introduced, Mr. Kitahara, this is my granddaughter, Hiruko Kishimoto, and this is her friend, Miss Zhang from China. Kitahara Sasuke glanced at Naoki Kishimoto, smiled and said, "No wonder I have never seen her before. It turns out she is your granddaughter. Naoki, you have made a lot of money doing business in China over the years. Have you ever considered bringing the money back to our island country?" Naoki Kishimoto smiled awkwardly and said, "I haven't thought about it for the time being." Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. She saw Naoki Kishimoto walking towards her just now and thought that the old man had heard her saying bad things about him. She quietly approached Haruko Kishimoto and whispered, "Sister Haruko, this guy is looking at us with lustful eyes. It's so disgusting." Haruko Kishimoto nodded and whispered, "He is very powerful and has a special status. It's better for us to say less such things." At this time, a square-faced man next to him glanced at Naoki Kishimoto, sneered and said, "Naoki, you have been doing business in China for all these years, and we thought you were going to become a Chinese. You also know that Mr. Kitahara hates people who are unpatriotic the most. You should also express your attitude quickly. I think you can marry your granddaughter to Mr. Kitahara as a concubine, so that Mr. Kitahara will not like my granddaughter." But Kitahara Sasuke smiled and said, "Who said that? I think your granddaughter is very much to my liking." Haruko Kishimoto's face turned pale in an instant. She never expected that Kitahara Sasuke would set his eyes on her. Kitahara Sasuke looked at Zhang again and said, "Not only your granddaughter, I like this girl as well. Today is my 60th birthday. Why don't you give them both to me as gifts, so that I can ensure that your Kishimoto family will still have a place in the island country in the future? How about it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang eyes immediately widened, and she couldn't help but say, "You old man are so shameless. I don't want a gift for you." More than a dozen murderous glances were cast around in an instant. Upon seeing this, Naoki Kishimoto quickly protected Zhang and Haruko Kishimoto behind him, looked at Kitahara Sasuke with cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "Mr. Kitahara, she is still young and doesn't understand. Don't mind it. My granddaughter already has a lover, so there is no way I can agree to Mr. Kitahara's request. As for Miss Linger, she has a noble status in China. If something happens to her, I can't take the responsibility at all. Mr. Kitahara, please let me go." Kitahara Sasuke immediately snorted coldly, "Why, do you think I'm not qualified to marry a Chinese woman as a concubine? You are just belittling your own people and elevating the Chinese." Naoki Kishimoto broke out in a cold sweat. "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean you didn't mean that? No matter how noble the status of this Chinese girl is, when she comes to our island country, she has to listen to Mr. Kitahara. If he wants this Chinese girl to be a concubine, then this Chinese girl must do it." The square-faced man shouted at that time. Naoki Kishimoto regretted coming to this birthday party. He didn't expect that he was just going abroad for business, but these people from the island country would be so hostile to him. If he had known this, he would not have brought Haruko Kishimoto back. Kitahara Sasuke glanced at Haruko Kishimoto and Zhang and said coldly, "Come on. Take them away and stay with Zuna. I want to enjoy them after the birthday party is over." "Mr. Kitahara." Naoki Kishimoto was panicked and almost knelt down to beg for mercy. Kitahara Sasuke glared at Naoki Kishimoto, and a fierce momentum rushed towards Naoki Kishimoto, causing Naoki Kishimoto's body to freeze in place instantly, not daring to move. "I gave you face and left them here. Don't be ungrateful." Several people came over and wanted to grab Zhang and Haruko Kishimoto and take them away. Haruko Kishimoto and Zhang were both scared. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared, directly shocking the people who wanted to capture Zhang and Kishimoto Haruko. The so-called number one in the island country turned out to be such a shameless and vulgar person. Aren't you ashamed? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.